Amen. L'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be opened. Merci beaucoup. Ça va? Excellent. Merci. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le bureau.
I have the honor of tabling, or the honor to lay on the table, the report of the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada on the administration of the Medicine Hat Cardston Warner by-election held on October 24th, 2016. This document is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in the fourth part of the 2016 session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and its parliamentary mission to Malta, the next country to hold the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, held in Strasbourg, France, and Valletta in Malta from October 10th to October 19th, 2016.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports of committees.
Loi éminente des députés.
Tabling private members' bills. Ms. Boucher asks the permission to table a bill. The federal ombudsman for the victims of crime. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am pleased to table my bill, a bill on the federal ombudsman for the victims of crime, because the responsibilities of the ombudsman of victims of crime have changed since its creation in 2007. This bill intends to make the position of the federal ombudsman of victims of crime equivalent to that of other offices in terms of independence, to make sure that they are directly accountable, that the ombudsman is directly accountable to Parliament. This would be an office independent of the Department of Justice to fully ensure the respect of rights of victims of crime, which are based on 4 pillars in the Charter of Victims' Rights. The position of Ombudsman of Victims of Crime would no longer be defined as a program in order to ensure that the position remains permanent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Boucher, seconded by Mr. Genereux, moves that this bill now be read for a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting of petitions.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise once again in this House to table petitions to the Minister of Transport regarding the Algoma passenger train, which has not been operating for quite some time. The petition, of course, I can tell you, is from the riding of Sault Ste. Marie. It also has petitioners from Garden River. It's important to note that 75% of properties in proximity to the rail line are inaccessible except by rail service. There has been a huge economic impact in the area, especially for the tourist outfitters. This also impacts First Nations to have access to remote regions of their traditional territories. The cancellation infringes on the federal government's obligation of consultation with First Nations, and the Algoma passenger train has been the only safe, affordable, all-season access into the Algoma Wilderness Rail corridor for over 100 years. The undersigned asked the Minister of Transport to put the Algoma passenger train back in service in order to ensure the mission of Transport Canada to serve the public interest through promotion of a safe and secure, efficient and environmentally responsible transportation system in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions today. The first is from residents within Saanich Gulf Islands, calling on the government to take action to ban the possession, sale or distribution of shark fins in Canada. Shark finning itself has been illegal in Canada for some time, but the import of shark fins for the markets within Canada is contributing to the extinction of shark species around the world. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents more broadly of Vancouver Island who are proposing a very, I think, significant and innovative approach to protecting our green infrastructure, that is, the naturally occurring watersheds that protect drinking water. They acknowledge that the E&N land grant put in federal control lands throughout Vancouver Island that could be converted to community ownership of these watersheds. The petitioners call upon Parliament to work with the province of British Columbia, First Nations, municipalities, regional districts and landowners to begin a process for protection of community drinking watersheds on Vancouver Island by putting them under public ownership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table today petition E565, deemed compliant, launched on September 22nd, 2016 by Marie-Claude Michaud from the Family Centre in Valcartier. I'm presenting it on the Hill today in order to present this petition. This petition asks that the Minister of National Defence demonstrate the importance of military families and our soldiers who are fighting every day on foreign soil to defend Canada. There's also the families of those soldiers and family resource centres in Canada who are doing great work. We'd like them to be recognized and allow the department to give them the resources necessary to officially recognize family resource centers. Mr. Speaker, this includes 1,087 signatures, and I'm pleased to table this petition today.
Presentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Ways and Means, resuming consideration of Ways and Means motion number 10 concerning the budgetary policy of the government and resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Boulris.
Okay. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my distinct pleasure to rise in the House to speak on a unique and historic budget. Budget 2017, Building a Strong Middle Class, paints a clear picture of our government's priorities. These priorities include investing in skills and innovation, infrastructure, and establishing a fair tax system. It also includes a comprehensive listing of new programs and initiatives and how they will help middle-class Canadians succeed. It provides an accurate picture of the economy and the fiscal anchors we are using to help guide us. Most importantly, it outlines an aspirational vision of what we together are building, an inclusive, diverse nation ready to excel in the economy of tomorrow with a plan that works for the middle class, our most valuable economic engine. But, Madam Speaker, it is 2017, and it's well past time that Canada's feminist government put the full weight of our intentions in writing. Budget 2017's gender statement represents the government's first comprehensive effort at reporting on gender-based analysis of budgetary measures. It is a real opportunity to show how we considered and prioritized outcomes for women. Madam Speaker, I know the honourable members in this House do not need to be convinced that this work is essential, because it is. And I know I do not need to remind you that the effort we are taking to promote women isn't about partisanship. With this gender statement, we are challenging the basic assumption that budgets are always gender neutral. They haven't always been, and we mean to change that. In fact, we need to change it. In this period of slow economic growth, empowering women to become economic drivers equal to that of men would have real and positive effects on our economy. Let's consider the facts. Recent history has shown that as women have become more educated and more established in the workforce, Canada's economy and the incomes of both men and women have grown. Canadian women are among the most educated in the world and make up 47% of the labor force. Yet women are still paid less than men in exactly the same positions. And compared to gender wage gaps in countries similar to Canada, our record is less than stellar. Women are also less present in certain sectors, particularly the trades. Conversely, they are overly employed in lower-paying occupations. Executive-level positions are most often held by men. On company boards, women are a minority. Most important of all, we know that women and girls are more likely than men to experience poverty, violence, and harassment. As policymakers, it is our obligation to consider and take action to address the inherent bias that persists in these areas, not only because it makes economic sense, but because it's the right thing to do. Well, before Budget 2017, our government started taking action on gender-based challenges. This includes increasing the Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up benefit to boost support for the most vulnerable seniors, who are disproportionately women. This year, we go much further with actions that focus on innovation, inclusive, and sustained growth for women and all Canadians. That includes $7 billion towards early learning and childcare, and over $11.2 billion for a national housing strategy over the next 11 years. Madam Speaker, before I had the honor of being elected to serve in this House, I was a municipal councillor for close to a decade. I'm proud that this budget continues the work from Budget 2016 in providing the support communities need to grow in a sustainable and inclusive way. Public transit and truly affordable housing are critical infrastructure for communities like Pickering and Uxbridge. Just this previous weekend, the Prime Minister announced that more than 300 projects have been approved in Ontario under the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund. Through this fund, the region of Durham received over $17.5 million in federal support. That means residents in Pickering and Uxbridge, including students and seniors, will be better able to access important community facilities, services, and workplaces. The Prime Minister also announced that our government will invest more than $1.8 billion in GO Transit Regional Express Rail project in the Greater Golden Horseshoe area. These investments are shortening commute times, decreasing air pollution, and growing our economy. Madam Speaker, I'm also proud that Budget 2016 will fund a national housing strategy that provides a roadmap for governments and housing providers across the country. This has been a major priority for our region of Durham. This strategy will focus around a renewed partnership between the government and our provincial and territorial partners, while creating a new $5 billion national housing fund to address critical housing issues and better support for vulnerable citizens. In 2017, we all must do our part to combat and prevent homelessness. Budget 2017 takes an important step in addressing this issue by renewing and expanding federal investments. One of the areas in this budget that I'm most proud of, Madam Speaker, is the investments and support that we're providing to young people. Back home, I speak with residents regularly who want the government to create the conditions for young people to succeed in our economy. Budget 2017 will see the launch of an ambitious initiative to support up to 10,000 new work-integrated learning and co-op opportunities per year. This investment will help ensure more young Canadians are able to get the skills and experience they need to attain that well-paying career after they graduate. As a member of the Standing Committee on Finance, I was particularly proud of this budget's work on creating a fairer tax system. Canadians agree that building a fairer, more inclusive society includes raising taxes on the wealthiest individuals and closing tax loopholes that disproportionately benefit the richest Canadians. I want to thank the Minister of National Revenue for accepting all of the Finance Committee's recommendations on combating tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance schemes. Last year's investments in the CRA to crack down on tax evasion and avoidance has already been working. Budget 2017's additional investment in supporting the CRA's work to crack down on tax evasion and combat tax avoidance is expected to have a revenue impact of $2.5 billion over 5 years. Madam Speaker, that's expected to yield a return on investment of 5 to 1. It's also in addition to a number of actions that strengthen the integrity of our tax system. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the investment of $30 million in Budget 2017 to complete, enhance, and maintain the Trans-Canada Trail in partnership with provinces and individual Canadians. This is of particular importance to me because Uxbridge, a community that I am proud to represent, has been named Canada's trail capital of Canada. This is a point of pride for my community, and I'm thrilled to know that more Canadians will be able to enjoy our trails and natural scenery. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech and going through the budget. Now, I'm just wondering if she could answer a question in terms of the infrastructure bank. And we have P3 Canada that's already in place that leverages public sector dollars, and $15 billion are coming out of communities for this infrastructure bank. And I'm just wondering, as this is a priority for this government, and it's not going to get funded until 2028, can she explain how that is exactly a priority and why they aren't using the existing system to get those infrastructure projects built?
The honourable member for Pickering Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. Infrastructure is truly important to this government, and myself particularly, given my background. But I think the key is that municipalities are being funded with infrastructure dollars. As I mentioned, Durham Region and my community alone just this past week received over $17.5 million for transit. In terms of the infrastructure bank, I think what's critical and important is that this is new and historic in terms of a way to invest in larger projects that tend to maybe couldn't be funded through traditional means. And I think it's important that as we continue our partnerships with municipalities and local governments, that we are taking it slow in terms of exploring how the infrastructure bank and this new stream of funding major projects will work. But that does not mean that municipalities are not receiving support from the federal government. In fact, we've made historic investments in infrastructure, something I'm extremely proud of.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As of April 24th, we're going to have a surtax on our softwood lumber. Since September, we've been asking the government to set up loan guarantees. We really need a plan B to defend our forestry industry. What's happening is serious, Madam Speaker. The UMQ asked for loan guarantees as well as Quebec's forestry associations. The government of Quebec itself asked for loan guarantees. There were even agreements set up with Ontario to reinforce the message to the Trudeau government. And now in the budget, what do we see? It's not because it's written twice that we see the word would, that we see true willingness on behalf of the government. There's no budget, there's no plan B, there's no loan guarantee set up to defend our softwood lumber industry. I would like to know what my colleague thinks and what is the willingness of the government. Are they going to wait for the forestry industry to be on its knees before it acts?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. I'm proud of the efforts that our government is making. In fact, our government, from the onset of coming into this place, we have taken issues of softwood lumber and other important industries and trade initiatives. We have actually, our ministers and our government at the onset stepped forward to deal with these issues and are working with all partners. And I look forward to the recommendations and the steps that our government are going to take to ensure that Canadian producers and Canadians are protected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to be brief to the member for Pickering. In going through the budget, and certainly it's exciting to read big numbers like $11 billion for housing over the next 11 years, but when I break it down on page 151 of the budget, in all categories of housing cumulatively, you don't get to more than $300 million before the next election. This is a pattern through the whole budget on infrastructure spending, on climate action. Everything is after the next election. And I ask the honourable member why we don't see more urgency in getting these projects going now and not basically promising us that we have to re-elect the current government to see the programs.
And I assume that this was through the Speaker. So the Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Multi-year budgets is good fiscal planning to ensure that we are taking reasonable steps to fund our priorities, but also taking in mind that we had seen a decade without growth, and I think this is the prudent type of approach that Canadians expect of this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Outre.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to speak to the budget presented by the Liberal government. But I would like to say that I'm going to share my time, my friend and colleague for Burnaby South, who will speak for the other half of the time that is allocated. I would like to start by establishing a link between what the member for Saanich Gulf Islands just said, the leader of the Green Party.
Found spot on that the Liberal story narrative, the Liberal arc, is classically the following. Make a bunch of promises during an election campaign. Oh, I don't know, things like democratic reform, let's say. Oh, yeah, right. And then one by one, you don't keep those promises. But as you get closer and closer to the next election, you say, the world will come to an end unless you re-elect us because we were just about to get to it. Well, I guess we could call that that particular Liberal approach the we're just about to get to it budget, because that's what we've got here. You know, Benjamin Franklin had a famous saying that people love to quote, and it's true. He says that there were only two certainties in life, death and taxes. I can say that there are only two certainties in Liberal administrations, debt and taxes, because that's what we see in this budget. It's not so much a question of how it is that the Liberals have already planned to have a deficit of over $100 billion only 18 months into their administration, and that they're announcing that they will never, ever see a balanced budget, despite the promise during the election campaign that they would only have an itsy-bitsy, teeny-weeny deficit, and then by the next election, they would be back to balanced budgets. No, what we're seeing here is just what the leader of the Green Party correctly described, the Liberal take on things. You see, they're so good at spending their stuff, they would even have Canadians believe that consistent deficits with nothing in return is actually a progressive value, that somehow that is what left-wing administrations do. Actually, that's what Liberal administrations do. People who are progressive hold the following to be their key value: to make sure that you are there consistently and reliably. Let me give you a counter-example. After seeing the success of the CCF NDP's healthcare plan in Saskatchewan, Canadians were happy to see universal, free, public medical care be applied across the country. It was a 50-50 federal-provincial plan. What is it now that the Liberal government is imposing Stephen Harper's cuts in health care? We're down to less than 20% of the federal government share here. Et c'est un exemple classique de la queue.
It's a classic example of the tail wagging the dog, Madam Speaker, because they're saying that not only are they going to apply Stephen Harper's cuts, but from now on, it's the federal government that's going to dictate to the provinces what they can and cannot do in terms of health care. But it is this vicious cycle of quick spending to try and develop some sort of capital with the inevitable step backwards where they're going to have to make cuts. We all went through it with Paul Martin.
Of the Liberals. We've seen it time and again. They pose as progressives, yet they fought against a $15 an hour federal minimum wage during the campaign. They posture as environmentalists, but Environment Canada says, we won't even meet Stephen Harper's woefully inadequate targets for greenhouse gas emissions. And by the way, Madam Speaker, that is the only thing that matters. I was there in Paris when the Prime Minister threw out his arms and proclaimed, Canada is back. That produced A lot of head scratching in the room. People saying, I didn't know that Canada had ever left. What we had was a Prime Minister trying to communicate that thank goodness he was there, because now things would finally change on the environmental front. Here's the reality. The only plan they have is Stephen Harper's plan. And they will not meet Stephen Harper's target. You don't have to take our word for it. Environment Canada confirmed that over the weekend. I guess that's what they meant by real change. They keep Stephen Harper's targets, but they just don't meet them, Madam Speaker. That's what... They pretend to be feminists. Now, when you know that one of the principal impediments to equality in the workforce is the lack of quality, affordable childcare, you know that emphasis has to be put on childcare. You know how much money is in the budget that they just tabled for childcare? Not 1 cent. My colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé asks how much. There is not 1 cent in this budget for childcare for next year. Mais ils sont en train de dire, mais si...
But they're saying, but if you just give us a chance, eventually we'll get there. It's a bit like their promise about housing. Social housing is coming. There's going to be a huge number, like $22 billion. When? Well, after 2022. So this is the game. They got elected, promising to do a certain number of things, like changing the voting system, broken promise, restoring home mail delivery, broken promise. And then they say that they're going to do these things, but when 2 years later people start saying, hey, you didn't restore home mail delivery. Hey, you didn't change the voting system to make it fairer in this country. Broken promise after broken promise. So now they're starting to make promises for after the next election campaign. When it comes to the environment, let's not forget that in this budget, the Liberals cut exactly $1.25 billion.
Despite all their preening and their posturing and their cardboard cutouts on environment, the reality is that in this budget, the Liberals cut $1.25 billion in what they had promised in the fight against climate change. Canada will never be able to meet Stephen Harper's weak targets, much less our obligations under the Paris Accord. That, Madam Speaker, is the reality of the Liberals. I don't underestimate their ability to spin a yarn in their own favor. I have grudging admiration for it. But sooner or later, the reality always comes back to haunt them, as it did with this most recent budget, which I think that we could give a subtitle of. It's called the "We'll Get to It" budget, because they're promising, as the Liberal arc always does, that it is going to happen sometime in the future. I remember that after 13 years in power and 4 consecutive Liberal governments, they wailed and moaned and whined about the injustice when they were defeated in 2006, because Canadians were going to be deprived of the Kelowna Accord and of childcare. When we reminded them that they were thrown out not because of childcare but because of corruption, they said, no, but on childcare and on Kelowna, we were just about to get to it after 13 years. We were just about there, and how unfair it was that they weren't re-elected. Meanwhile, today, in Canada, 6 out of 10 people who lose their jobs are not eligible for employment insurance. Nothing in this budget addresses that. We have a finance minister who tells young Canadians, get used to it. The job churn, lousy, low-paid, part-time, precarious work, that's your lot in life. There's not a single measure in this budget to address that. That's the reality. See you in 2022, Madam Speaker. Transport en commun.
Public transport. This is something that needs to get done. So they're creating an infrastructure bank to steal money from taxpayers and make it even more difficult and more expensive to help that. There's nothing in this budget about helping with public transport like electric trains, for example. Not a red cent for that. And they're taking away the tax reduction for the monthly public transport pass. When did they promise they would do that? In the election campaign, they promised, and they re-promised 3 weeks ago, that they would close the loophole for big companies.
Yesterday. So much for the middle class. $32.6 million US in bonuses for Bombardier. Keeping the CEO stock options, that's how they pay themselves. That's the reality. Well, you know what? Right now, we know what the Liberals are all about, and that's why it's important for Canadians to start paying attention, because they have got to go, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. I'd like to talk a lot about what isn't in the budget, rather than celebrating what is in the budget. And I could see why he would be green with envy. As for what is actually in the budget, $180 billion is going to be spent on infrastructure. $625 million is going to go to veterans. $2.7 billion is going to go into training. $225 million over the next 4 years to identify and fill skills gaps. $11 billion is going to go into affordable housing. $6 billion is going to go into home care. $5 billion is going to go into mental health initiatives. $950 million going into innovation clusters. $1.26 billion going to go into innovation for agriculture, digital, advanced manufacturing. And the list goes on and on and on. I'd like to know how much the member felt that he could have accomplished by trying to balance a budget and try to also get things done for Canadians, as this government has made the commitment to make those investments into Canadians, to create the jobs for the future and to help our businesses grow. Thank you.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington to give me the opportunity to remind him that balancing looks at both sides of the balance sheet. The NDP was proud to say, and it was an obvious truth, that Canadian corporations were not paying their fair share. We are the only party in this House with the courage to raise corporate taxes, and we maintain that that was the right thing to do. And I asked the member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington to point to us where, in the Liberal platform, they informed Canadians that they would be removing the tax credit for public transit. Where did the Liberals ever tell the average working Canadian who's doing a good thing by taking public transit, lowering traffic, lowering greenhouse gas emissions, that this supposedly pro-middle class, pro-environment government was actually going to remove the one tax credit that was an incentive for people to use public transit instead of their private cars? Where was that in their platform, Madam Speaker?
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. There's one thing I'd like him to comment on, if I could. We talked about one of the proudest things that the Liberals were coming out with in this budget was the child care initiatives, the National Housing Strategy, and of course we know that housing is, especially in some of the major urban centres, that affordable housing is very problematic. And being that this budget is pretty much totally back-ended, can he explain maybe how this is going to impact those that really need and those that are most vulnerable that need those opportunities?
The honourable member for Outremont.
Surrey White Rock for that important question, because it goes right to the heart of what this We'll Get to It budget really is about. Because the promises that are there in housing are for years and years and years down the road. What will happen immediately is that you'll lose your tax credit for public transit. That they're getting to right away, Madam Speaker. With regard to childcare, we know that it's something that has been crying out for action for a long time. And yet the Liberals are again shoveling this forward. There's not one penny for childcare for next year. And I remember during the election campaign, the NDP made it a key part of our platform. It was costed. We had a rollout, good, solid public administration. The Liberals said, oh, that's taking far too long.
What they're proposing is taking twice as long as anything that we ever proposed, and they haven't done a thing since they formed government, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Madam Speaker, Canadians and scientists alike understand the urgency of taking action on climate change. We often think of it as a race against time, but the truth is it's really two races. First, there's the race to reduce our carbon emissions and limit their impact on our climate. This is a race with the highest possible stakes: ecological and social upheaval, food security, mass migration, and natural catastrophe. But there's a second race, too, and that's the race to lead the transition to a new post-carbon economy. In the second race, the stakes are jobs and prosperity for our communities, success for our businesses, knowledge and technical advancement, and the benefits that come from leading the world. On the one hand, a race to avert disaster. On the other, a race to seize opportunity. In both races, the stakes are enormous. In both races, the key is a shift to clean energy. And in both races, unfortunately, Canada is running behind. Today, Canada produces only 18% of our primary energy from renewable resources. In Sweden and Norway, they manage to meet 45% of their energy needs with clean energy, outstripping Canada by 2.5 times. And in Iceland, the figure is a staggering 88%. Now, it's not for a lack of talent, Madam Speaker. Our country has some of the most cutting-edge companies in clean energy, and in my own riding, I'm thinking of Ballard Power Systems with their fuel cell technology, Nanos One, which is changing how the world is making battery materials, and just a few blocks away, Bullfrog Power with its innovative approach to funding renewable energy. And it's not a lack of resources holding us back either, Madam Speaker. We have huge potential reserves for wind and solar, for tidal and geothermal energy, and to extract even more from our hydro. So if talent and innovation are working in our favor, if our reserves of renewable energy potential are so tremendous, the question remains, why does Canada still lag? What's lacking, frankly, is commitment and strategy at the highest political levels in Canada. And I'm sorry to say we saw that lack of commitment in the latest budget from the government. For years, Canada had a federal government that held renewable energy in nearly overt contempt. Anything that didn't burn oil, gas, and coal wasn't worth the time of day as far as the Conservatives were concerned. Then came the Liberal government, and I'll say this for them, they've talked a very good line. If feel-good rhetoric and symbolic gestures were energy sources, Canada would be the next OPEC. But they aren't, and we aren't. Instead, the budget we're debating actually removes over $1 billion from funds this government had promised for the Pan-Canadian Clean Growth and Climate Change Framework. Apparently, sunny ways don't extend to solar power. They don't extend to conservation and energy efficiency either. One of the most important energy insights in the past 50 years has been that a kilowatt conserved is even more valuable than a kilowatt generated because it doesn't require the overhead of generation and transmission. But this budget offered nothing to help Canadians reduce their emissions and lower their energy bills by retrofitting their homes. This kind of program has proven time and time again to cut emissions and save money while creating good-paying jobs. Not tapping that potential while cutting back on investments in clean growth, that's a failure of vision, that's a failure of leadership. That's why I introduced my private member's motion M123, calling for a national clean energy strategy, Madam Speaker. This is a call for Canada to act urgently to rally our full array of resources to make the most of the opportunities clean energy offers and to meet the challenge of climate change head-on.
Hear, hear.
To succeed, a clean energy strategy has to be collaborative to the core. Imposing top-down solutions has a bad reputation in Canada, and rightly so. Instead, Ottawa should be working with provinces, territories, municipalities, and Aboriginal communities, and with both public and private sector energy providers. For one thing, we know there's far too much wisdom and expertise among Canadians to let it all go to waste by ignoring it. For another, we need all hands on deck to make our transition to post-carbon energy successful. That means buy-in from all quarters, and we won't get that unless everyone has a hand in shaping solutions. But even more fundamental than that is a question of fundamental justice and self-determination, and it applies in particular to Aboriginal communities. Too often when energy questions arise, First Nations in Canada are bypassed, ignored, patronized, or often offered lip service. But energy policy and resource use are inextricably tied to our land base, and land is fundamental to Aboriginal title. There should be no question Aboriginal communities must be full partners in crafting our clean energy strategy. Anything else is unthinkable. And in the same way, when we talk about clean energy, it should not just be clean in terms of carbon and the environmental footprint, but clean ethically as well. A project like BC's Site C hydro dam fails this test because without the consent of affected First Nations, it has no social license to proceed. The goal of our strategy then should be to steadily increase our capacity to produce ethically and environmentally clean energy. The first step, assess how feasible it is to increase that capacity to 100% of our energy needs. That's both through increasing raw generation and reducing demand through conservation. Now, obviously, this will vary from region to region, but people would probably be shocked to learn just how close we are in British Columbia. BC Hydro estimates we're currently meeting 93% of our needs with clean, renewable energy. Once we have that sense of feasibility and timelessness, let's set a realistic but ambitious target and together develop a plan to get there. At every step in that discussion, let's ask ourselves, how does this help Canadian workers, communities, and businesses? How can we give them every chance to succeed and prosper? And how can we ensure that we're helping workers and communities affected by the transition away from carbon-based fuels? What's needed to secure for them the kind of opportunities that come with being one of the world's leading renewable energy exporters? I mentioned regional difference, Madam Speaker. Different regions will, of course, have different specific needs, strengths, challenges, and priorities. And each region understands better than anyone else how these needs and priorities play out. So this strategy should allow for a Made in BC plan, a Made in Alberta plan, a Made in Quebec plan, and so on. Now, nobody who seriously thinks about these issues believes for one moment this will be easy. But anyone who thinks seriously about these issues knows it's essential. If we fail to act, if we continue down the path we've been headed, it's not like we get to avoid this transition. All we're doing is ensuring this transition, when it comes, will be an upheaval, unplanned, chaotic, and disruptive. Communities and potentially whole regions falling through the cracks of a rapidly shifting economy. We're ensuring that other countries get to seize the opportunities instead of us. They get the jobs, their businesses lock up the markets, build the research and tech capacity, and set the standards, not ours. Meanwhile, we continue to pay the ecological price of relying on fossil fuels, the spills that can devastate the ecosystem and communities, the environmental degradation, the poor air quality, and the damage to people's health and well-being. And of course, we reap the results of failure to act more quickly and more effectively to reduce carbon load in our atmosphere. The disruptions and damage wreaked by climate change may well dwarf any of the other impacts I've mentioned. So compare this bleak picture to what we can instead gain, like energy security, a sustainable, secure supply of safe, affordable energy throughout the country. Families need to know they can heat their homes, that schools and hospitals can light their corridors and power their equipment, and businesses need to know their offices and factories can operate reliably and affordably. We can bring an end to price shocks and the economic roller coaster of a commodity-based economy. This strategy can give us leverage to diversify economies and build a thriving and growing clean energy sector in communities throughout the country. The countries that make the transition now get early mover advantage. This means they develop expertise in industrial infrastructure that creates a virtuous circle, attracting investment and research that in turn strengthens our economic leadership. We can deliver cleaner air and water, and we can end the ruinous devastation of our land that's too often the calling card of the carbon economy. And we can reclaim the mantle of global leadership that Canada has held before, technologically and economically, and in the fight to end the destabilization of our planet's climate. Clean energy is ultimately about securing our future and doing it in a way that's quintessentially Canadian. It's about working together to ensure prosperity that can be shared by everyone throughout this country. Madam Speaker, that should be the goal of any budget, and the most important measure of that budget's success is an economy that lifts everyone up. By that measure, this budget represents a tragically missed opportunity. Let's not let these opportunities pass us by. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the member for his great speech. I agree with him on the importance of climate change. I think that the approach that our government has taken has been very balanced in the investments that we've made into climate resiliency, infrastructure, which is important. Investing in innovation and green technology is important, and putting a price on pollution. So it's trying to reach that balance where it doesn't have a massive effect on our economy, while at the same time trying to deal with the climate change issues. Would the member not agree that a balanced approach, balancing the interests of trying to achieve our Paris targets and at the same time trying to grow our economy, that the two can happen hand in hand? Thank you.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his question. The balance that I'm thinking about in this budget is the platform that was presented to Canadians in the last election and this budget. They seem completely imbalanced. We have promises that were delivered that Canadians voted upon in good faith, and now they're not being delivered upon. I can tell you in my riding of Burnaby South, Madam Speaker, there hasn't been a single unit of affordable housing built by this government, and nor will there be a unit built by the next election, because the money is so back-end loaded on this budget. That comes in if we're dealing with issues such as affordable housing, but also things like climate change. Again, we've seen money extracted from this budget that was promised over and over and again, broken promises. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments, especially around the green energy strategy. And I know that over the years as a Conservative government, when we started in 2007, signing agreements, and then 2010, another one with Sweden, funded genome innovation clusters, research, digital research, Canadian Innovation, or Foundation for Innovation, and of course we set up the Green Infrastructure Fund. And I know, as he said in his community, that there's some clean energy facilities, as there are in mine, biofuel facility, endurance wind. And I just want to talk to him a bit about, because I know that many cities are doing a lot of work. The foundation was put in under the Conservative government for a lot of these things to be funded, and through P3 Canada as well. And I'm just wondering if he could just talk a little bit about bringing all of these pieces together under a national strategy for clean energy.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Surrey for her question. What we're seeing on the other side is really a lack of vision. It seems, I mean, I've been here since 2011, Madam Speaker, and I've said this before, the last government under Stephen Harper were at least organized. This government, this Liberal government, seems to be scrambling from issue to issue. They seem to be unprepared to be government. We're seeing this in the lack of bills that get through this House. We see it in the lack of kind of an overall vision. We see piecemeal, and this happens on the file I'm responsible for, is the science. We see kind of piecemeal policies being put forward. We see budgets that are not comprehensive, and then we have promise after broken promise, Madam Speaker. So I agree with the member. What we really need is overall strategies for how we transition. Then perhaps we can talk about how this would look at future governments. But this government is all talk and no action, as far as I'm concerned, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that renewable energy is very important for my colleague. So in the budget, the eco-energy program is not being renewed. This is a program that would help make homes more energy efficient. And there is also no incentive for green building, which would also lead to better energy efficiency and which would create jobs and lower heating bills. So does my colleague agree with me that in this budget there's a real lack of vision in general when it comes to protecting the environment?
From the member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. We hear about the promises. We have the great bluster when we signed the Paris Accord and all those promises that were made by the Liberal government. But then we see the practical implication of that, which is cutting bus pass tax credits. So, actions are not meeting words here, Madam Speaker. It's a great shame. There was a great opportunity, I think a great will to move forward to tackle climate change, but we're seeing failure from this government. We need a comprehensive strategy. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
Be splitting my time with the member Avalon. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, at this time, the beginning of spring, I rise in this House full of optimism. I rise today to speak about Budget 2017. But before telling you more about this, allow me to take this opportunity to thank my fellow citizens. For over a year now, I've had the privilege of being able to rise in this House thanks to their trust. Today, I would like to thank them. I became involved in politics because I was motivated by the people in my riding who make me so proud. I've said it, and I'll say it again. The wealth of my riding of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin is its people. I was proud that Budget 2016 had so much meaning for the citizens of my riding and for all Canadian citizens. Notably, thanks to the Canada Child Benefit, which laid the foundation to lift 300,000 children out of poverty. Now, Madam Speaker, I am still just as proud of Budget 2017. Allow me to tell you why. First of all, I'm proud of the compassion it shows for our veterans and the most vulnerable among us. Also, I'm proud because this budget places visionary trust in our young people and our businesses. The Canada Child Benefit was a fair measure marked by compassion for our children who are facing unacceptable vulnerability. Many of the measures announced in Budget 2017 are steeped in these same values. And I'll start by talking about the values that have to do with veterans. We have announced a new benefit for education and training for veterans. We are also committed to improving the Career Transition Services program so that veterans can have a more successful transition to the civilian workforce. These people and their families have already sacrificed so much. In return, we need to ensure that they are not left in a position of vulnerability. For over a year, I have sat on the HUMA committee, the Standing Committee for Human Resources, Skills, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. This fall, the question of affordable housing was the subject of several visits for the committee. You can imagine how pleased the members of the committee were to see that in Budget 2017, there was an announcement for significant support for affordable housing that would help vulnerable people become more secure and more autonomous. These vulnerable people include seniors and handicapped, or persons with disabilities rather, who need housing to be more accessible. Another subject I've worked on in recent months in the committee is the subject of technology, and more specifically, digital learning as a springboard for our youth and our vulnerable citizens. The government has responded to the call by announcing an investment of $22.3 million over a period of 5 years in this budget in order to establish a new accessible technology development program. This program would help Canadians with disabilities be able to more fully participate in the digital economy. Now, when it comes to seniors, our government announced an investment of $29.5 million over a period of 5 years for a new digital literacy exchange program. This would support not-for-profit organizations that implement initiatives or teach seniors the skills that they need to have basic digital competency. There are classes in Laval, for example, where seniors learn how to use an iPad. There are also persons with disabilities who are able to overcome their disabilities and learn to use a smartphone that will help them in their lives. So you can see, Madam Speaker, that Budget 2017 is really focused on the future, but it doesn't neglect to ensure that the most vulnerable in our society also benefit from technological progress. Now, speaking of the future, it's often said that youth represent the future, and youth as well will benefit from this government's vision. In fact, our government has announced $50 million over a period of 2 years in support of a program for our youth starting in kindergarten. This program will provide young people with skills in programming and the tools that they need to work well in the digital age. We are leveraging the power of our youth and giving them the means that they need so that we will create not just a single digital master, but many of them. Robert Kennedy spoke of a tiny ripple of hope. Well, Madam Speaker, this measure represents a rising tide of hope and potential for the future of our society.
I spoke several times in committee about the importance of this type of measure. To see it realized in Budget 2017 makes me truly proud. Furthermore, this measure has 2 other important investments for youth. First of all, the Promo Science program, already in place, which intends to promote practical learning experiences for our youth to help promote the potential they have in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math. As a former teacher, I can tell you that I am especially pleased to see that we are working to broaden the eligibility for loans and bursaries for students. Our budget encourages our students, but also encourages our young entrepreneurs who are full of ambition. And so, we are investing in order to renew the funding of Futurepreneur Canada to support the new generation of entrepreneurs through both mentoring and funding. This same budget encourages tomorrow's entrepreneurs as well as today's, because we are investing to promote international business opportunities for Canadian businesses. We certainly have reason to be optimistic in Marc Aurel Fortin and from coast to coast following the announcements of these types of measures for our entrepreneurs and our economy. I will conclude by coming back to what I was saying about the budget last year. I was saying that Budget 2016 helps to build, brick by brick, the structure of our society. Madam Speaker, with Budget 2017, we continue to make our society a place where we are caring more and more for our most vulnerable. With Budget 2017, we are doing this with compassion while still turning bravely towards the future. And so, we are continuing to build a strong middle class. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I was really pleased to hear that in his words about addressing the issues for the most vulnerable. So I would like him to maybe give us the rationale behind the removal of the transit credit for the most vulnerable that use transit, and for child care that there's no money in the budget for next year, and the national housing strategy where the dollars aren't flowing till after the next election. So as I'm really thrilled to hear about helping the most vulnerable, can he tell me how he can square that?
The honourable member for Marc-Carrel-Fortin. I would like to thank my opposition colleague. When it comes to seniors, Madam Speaker, our government truly cares about their well-being. Last year, the GIS was increased for seniors living alone. This year, as mentioned in my speech, we've announced significant support for affordable housing initiatives that promote the safety and independence of seniors who need to improve the accessibility of where they live. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Jonquière. Madam Speaker, I carefully listened to my colleague's speech. My colleague spoke of the future, about the most vulnerable people. But he alluded to another subject, and we don't find much of it in the budget. It has to do with veterans. The government truly missed an opportunity following the recommendations that were made about veterans, particularly the necessity of ensuring the financial security of our veterans in a permanent way and to ensure the financial security of their families. In the budget, we see that there's no financial security that is outlined, and I would like my colleague to elaborate on that. Thank you. The honourable member for Marc-Carrel-Fortin. I would like to talk to you about a field that interests me a great deal and which, at the same time, refers to my colleague's question. I would invite her to consult the review of the defense policy when it is made public. And it deals with veterans. I am sure that this document will give us the tools and the information required to move forward in order to better support our troops. No, Madam Speaker, that the well-being of our troops always remains a priority of this government and of our veterans.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate and commend the member on his speech. My question is related to infrastructure. As the member is fully aware, Canada's historic amounts of investment in our infrastructure will in fact assist our middle class in growing, will invest in Canada in every region of our great nation. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts on the important commitment that we have seen from this government towards Canada's infrastructure, because all communities benefit from it, and if he would like to provide some of his thoughts on just how important Canada's infrastructure is.
The honourable member for Marc-Carrel-Fortin. I would like to thank my colleague. In the other measures outlined in Budget 2017, we're investing $1.26 billion to create a strategic fund for innovation. This fund will allow our businesses to continue to make Canada a leader in innovation, in clean technology and in other dynamic and emerging sectors.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome the opportunity today to speak and support Budget 2017 and all the work our government is doing that continues to build a strong middle class of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I'm pleased with the continued investments by our government in my home province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and more specifically in my riding of Avalon. We continue to make significant investments in infrastructure and in our communities, but we are also making good investments in our youth, working Canadians and seniors. Following in the footsteps of Budget 2016, this budget offers immediate help to those who need it most and helps ensure that everyone has a real, fair chance of success. A strengthened middle class means that hard-working Canadians can look forward to a good standard of living and better prospects for their children. By investing in the projects Canada needs and the people who can build them, we can strengthen and grow the middle class and make our communities an even better place to call home. Over the past year, our government has put in place a plan to grow the economy in a way that works for the middle class and, of course, those working hard to join it. Taxes were raised on the wealthiest 1% so we could cut taxes for the middle class. Introduced a new Canada Child Benefit that gives more money to 9 out of 10 children and lifts hundreds of thousands out of poverty. My home province of Newfoundland and Labrador continues to struggle with the financial mess that was caused by years of the previous provincial overspending and financial mismanagement. Unfortunately, Newfoundland and Labrador suffered from years of an uncooperative approach and no collaboration with the previous federal government. A total lack of trust and personal vendettas with the previous administration set our province years behind. As an example, after the last federal election, we found the allocated federal infrastructure funding was never applied for or provided to Newfoundland and Labrador. A total lack of trust and disrespect saw some $350 million of infrastructure funding not being invested in our communities. Madam Speaker, things have changed, and I'm proud of the cooperation between all levels of governments. Just this past Friday, I was delighted to stand with one of my provincial colleagues and the Mayor of Placentia to announce a strategic investment whereby all 3 levels of government contributed to ensure much-needed improvements to the Placentia Culture and Heritage Centre would be completed, and I did the same thing just 2 weeks ago in the town of Holyrood. It's great. We're cooperating and we're getting things done. However, Madam Speaker, it's not all about big infrastructure projects that our constituents are talking about. In my riding, people come up to me every day and express their gratitude for the things their federal government is doing for them. But is everything great? Madam Speaker, no, it's not. Our fishery and those involved in the industry are going through a difficult transition. We're transitioning from a lucrative shellfish-based industry to a realization of the future industry based on groundfish and aquaculture. We're very fortunate to have a Minister of Fisheries here in Ottawa that has a keen interest and understands the complexities of the Newfoundland and Labrador fishing industry. I'm very confident that his decisions around the quota reductions in the shellfish resource and his cautious approach to ensure the return of the healthy groundfish stock is done with the best intention of the resource and the people that work in the industry. Madam Speaker, our government has stepped up to the plate to help Atlantic Canadians in the fishing industry with the Atlantic Fisheries Fund. This $325 million investment will transform and drive innovation in the fish and seafood sector in Canada with a focus on developing the sector to better meet growing market demands for sustainably sourced, high-quality fish and seafood products. The fund will position the sector for even greater future success by supporting national market access, creating jobs for the middle class, and supporting coastal communities that rely on the sector. The Atlantic Fisheries Fund will encourage innovative ways to harvest, process, and deliver the highest quality and sustainably sourced fish and seafood products from Canada's wild capture and, of course, the aquaculture fisheries. Madam Speaker, our most recent budget contains important new initiatives that will help middle-class Canadians be more productive in the workforce and more adaptable to ever-changing family dynamics. I want to speak for a few minutes on some of these initiatives, including changes to the employment insurance program that promotes new training opportunities and assists with the aspects of lifelong learning and making employment insurance more flexible for families around caregiving and parental benefits. I also want to speak about our new investments in childcare and housing. These initiatives are important to Canadians, but more specifically, they're important to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. Madam Speaker, Budget 2017 is the next step in our government's ambitious plan to make smart investments that will create jobs, grow our economy, and provide more opportunities for middle-class Canadians. Our budget puts Canada's greatest strength, its skilled, talented and creative people, at the heart of a more innovative future economy, one that will create middle-class jobs today and tomorrow. We will equip Canada's workers with the tools they need to succeed in the economy of the future. We are committed to better support adult workers returning to school who face the high cost of post-secondary education, along with the financial pressures associated with daily life and raising their families. Madam Speaker, our budget outlines how we will significantly boost federal support to provinces and territories by $2.7 billion over 6 years to help more unemployed and underemployed Canadians access to training and employment support they need to find and keep good jobs. Furthermore, we will ensure Canadians receiving EI are able to get the training they need without fear of losing the critical benefits they may depend on to support themselves and families. Recognising that Canada's prosperity will increasingly depend on young people getting the skills and training needed to access the good, well-paying jobs of the future, we are further increasing our investments in our youth employment strategy. Madam Speaker, family caregivers are so important in every single one of our communities. As such, we will better support caregivers by creating a new EI caregiving benefit of up to 15 weeks. This new benefit will cover a broader range of situations where individuals are providing care to an adult family member who requires significant support in order to recover from a critical illness or injury. While parents of critically ill children will continue to have access to up to 35 weeks benefits, with additional flexibility to share these benefits with more family members. Parental benefits are such an important advantage for young families functioning in our workforce. Proposed changes will allow parents to choose to receive EI parental benefits over an extended period of up to 18 months, but will also continue to be available for the existing 12-month benefit. Our government believes in offering flexibility that makes the lives of young Canadians that much easier. Childcare is another huge pillar of Budget 2017. I'm very proud of our additional $7 billion investment over 10 years to support and create more high-quality, affordable childcare spaces across the country. Over the next 3 years, our investments could increase the number of affordable childcare spaces for low and modest-income families by supporting up to 40,000 new subsidised childcare spaces. This will make it more affordable for parents to return to work, with thousands of parents more likely to enter the workforce once childcare is made more affordable. As housing needs vary greatly by community, our government is committed to working with the provinces and territories to ensure the unique needs of communities all across Canada can be met. $3.2 billion over the next 11 years will be provided to support key priorities for affordable housing. These priorities could include the construction of new affordable housing units, the renovation and repair of existing housing, rent subsidies, and other measures to make housing more affordable, safer, and accessible for seniors, persons with disabilities, and other individuals requiring accessibility modifications. Madam Speaker, I was very pleased to stand last year and support Budget 2016, and that had a huge and real impact on our youth, working Canadians, and our seniors. I'm equally pleased to stand now on behalf of my constituents in the riding of Avalon and support brand new and very strategic initiatives in Budget 2017. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberal government has cut $8.5 billion from the national defence budget this year. That is now $12 billion if you take into consideration what was cut last year. Our caucus last summer held coast-to-coast roundtable discussions with many communities. And from these discussions, the people told us very clearly that they wanted to see the military spending increased, our military increased itself, and modernized. Could the member please tell me, through you, Madam Chair, how can we do this when we're cutting the military in the last 2 years by $12 billion?
The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. But, you know, it's hard to figure out the opposition, Madam Speaker. One day they're telling us we're spending too fast, we're spending too much. The next minute they condemn us for not spending enough. So I don't know which way they want it. You can't have both sides of the cake at one time. As we are making strategic investments in our Canadian Armed Forces, we are making strategic investments in our veterans, and we will continue to do that for the men and women that wear our uniform. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Avalon, my friend from Avalon, who I went to the East Coast with the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Oceans, and we visited his community, and we met with cod fishermen, and we met with fishermen down in Miramichi to talk about the decline of the Atlantic cod and the Atlantic salmon. And we found out that we had a lot in common on the West Coast and the East Coast, that there was a lack of investments in restoration, lack of investments in enhancement, and a lack of investments in salmon habitat protection. We know that it's a clear map to the return of our stocks in our fishery if we make these critical investments. And when I say critical, I talk about the urgency of the situation. We had record low returns in the Somas River for our sockeye recently, and we've seen a record decline on the west coast of our fish. And we need our fish. We need our fish for cultural, economic, and for the health of our communities. So I want to ask the member, knowing that we have this local knowledge that's been given to us, we know the importance of our fish as coastal people, why has this government not invested any money in enhancement, new money, or in restoration with the critical situation that we're facing and the decline of our fish?
Honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will thank the honourable member for his question, and as well tell him that I think we all enjoyed that visit to my home community and met with the fishermen. But as I said in my speech, we are investing in the fisheries. For my home province and the Atlantic provinces, we just had a $325 million fund announced. This fund will be available for processors, for fisheries, for education. It'll encompass it all, and the money will flow to all the provinces, to all the needs. We want to see the fishery of tomorrow to be the real fishery of the future, and that's what this money will be used for. That'll concentrate on not only what's taken out of the water, but what's in the water and stays there to make sure our stocks are healthy for the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock. A brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague for his speech, and I was happy to hear that this budget offers immediate help. But we look at childcare, we look at the housing strategy, there's no money this year. Homelessness, zero this year, zero next year. Cultural and recreation infrastructure, zero this year, zero next year. Disability accessibility, zero this year, zero next year. Creating Canada's clean growth economy, zero this year, zero next year. Skills training, nothing this year, and in some sections, nothing yet next year. Skills innovation in the middle class jobs, nothing this year. So could the member please explain what he means by offering immediate help?
A brief answer from the member for Avalon, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and again I thank the honourable member across the way for her question. But again, I'll go back to how I responded earlier to one of the questions, is that the same party condemn us for spending, and then they want us to, when we bring in a budget, they say, how come you're not spending it all this year? We were elected on a 4-year platform, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to work on that and prepare for the future, whether it be for the middle class, education, and the innovation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edgemont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome the opportunity this morning to speak in support of Budget 2017 and all the work our government is doing to continue to build a strong economy here in the country from coast to coast to coast. Before, Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park this morning. But before I get in my comments on the budget, Madam Speaker, I want to, first of all, congratulate all the volunteers and organizers who helped ensure that O'Leary, Prince Edward Island was named Hockeyville 2017. O'Leary Larry is a small community in my riding, Madam Speaker, and I want to acknowledge the tremendous work of their volunteer committee made up of members Della Sweet, Joanne Wallace, Tammy Ricks, Bill McKendrick, and Dean Getson for their tireless efforts to ensure that this community would win Hockeyville 2017. They've already received $100,000 for facility upgrades to their arena, and they will be hosting an NHL preseason game between the Ottawa Senators and New Jersey Devils. Madam Speaker, this is a significant accomplishment for a small community with a population of less than 1,000. So I want to acknowledge the tremendous effort. It was an island-wide effort. Indeed, the effort was from coast to coast as people were supporting, and I'm pleased that I also took part in it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I briefly want to acknowledge the budget and the positive impact the budget 2017 has had on my province, my home province of Prince Edward Island. The budget will increase transfers, equalization by $10.1 million from the previous year, $152 million through the Canada Health Transfer, an increase of $4.6 million, and $56 million through the Canada Social Transfer, an increase of $1.7 million. I was pleased, Madam Speaker, as well, that the government will provide Prince Edward Island with an estimated $45.1 million in the next decade, of which $24.6 million will be dedicated to better home care, including addressing critical home care infrastructure requirements, and $20.5 million will be allocated to support mental health initiatives in the province. Madam Speaker, these are issues that I heard a lot about during the campaign in the summer, fall of 2015. And the whole issue of home care and support for our aging population, seniors, as well as the growing issue of mental illness, and the need to provide more services there as well. So I was pleased that our government recognized that the province, my home province, was meeting additional challenges in these areas and required additional funding to make sure the citizens of Prince Edward Island have access to equal health care that they do enjoy across the country. As well, Madam Speaker, I want to touch briefly on a specific issue that my colleague from Newfoundland spoke on a little earlier, and this was the significant new announcement of $325 million made by the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to support innovative technological investments in the fish sector on the East Coast, as well as in fish processing facilities, as well as training upgrades, and the whole area of bringing this industry into this century, and the recognition that we must invest in technology to ensure that our first-class seafood is processed in the most innovative manner that allows us to stay competitive in the international market. As well, Madam Speaker, this budget continued on from the budget of 2016 by allocating an additional $5 million to small craft harbors, which is essential, again, to a successful fishery. This followed on an investment last year of I believe $146 or $149 million, which is a strategic investment in strategic infrastructure on the East Coast to support the very important fishery on Prince Edward Island. Madam Speaker, I wanted to, in my speech today, in my address on the budget, is to focus on three areas that I feel are important in our society. And those three areas speak to the heart of what a government is expected to do in the area of strong social policy and social supports. Governments, after all, we always have to meet the challenge of managing the affairs of the country in a method close to the private sector, but at the same time, Madam Speaker, as a government, you also have a social responsibility to ensure that those people that do not slip through the cracks, and those people have access to programs and funding to ensure that they can have equally productive lives here in the country. So, Madam Speaker, I did a little research because 2016 budget was a historic budget in the transfer of a significant amount of money to children in this country. And I don't have to go into detail on that. There's been various debates in the House on this issue and identified it. But I looked at, and why I'm referring to this, Madam Speaker, is because when I look back at 3 very significant social programs in the country, Madam Speaker, they were all initiated by Liberal governments. The first family allowance in Canada was issued on February 20th, 1945. Mackenzie King was Prime Minister of the country. And the first family allowance checks to Canadian mothers was $5 a month for each child under the age of 5, $6 for children aged 6 to 9, $7 for those aged 10 to 12, and $8 for teenagers 13 to 15 years of age. Now, Madam Speaker, at any month in my riding, and my riding is a small riding compared to some of the larger ridings in the country, but our government's child credit or child tax benefit that was paid out, and this is an estimated figure, but in 1 month, in my small riding, $2.31 million goes to children in my riding of Egmont. Madam Speaker, that is a significant benefit to children, to families, to single families in my riding. And that, Madam Speaker, is one of the signature initiatives of our government that started last year, and we continue to build on it this year. $2.31 million from a program that was started in 1945 by a Liberal Prime Minister at the time and continued, and it shows that our government recognized that we have a responsibility to make sure that children have every opportunity they can in life. And the Canadian Child Benefit is the tool that does that. Madam Speaker, it's one of the initiatives I've been most proud of since I become a Member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, as well, the Old Age Security System, the first mandatory system in 1927 was under Mackenzie King, a non-contributory program. The system was later updated by Prime Minister St. Laurent in 1957 and by Prime Minister Pearson in 1965. It's interesting to note, Madam Speaker, that universality was repealed for a while by the Mulroney government in 1989. Madam Speaker, again, the Old Age Security System, one of the hallmarks of Canadian society, was an initiative that was introduced by the Liberal government of the time. And again, Madam Speaker, I was pleased that our government was able to recognize that those seniors in most need of help, single seniors, that were depending on OAS and GIS, and we raised that, Madam Speaker, by $90 a month in the last budget. Madam Speaker, the final issue that I want to talk about briefly is the employment insurance system. And I was pleased, the parliamentary secretary was here, but he's left now, but I was pleased that in this budget, our government recognized that a deterrent to skills training and higher education is when people are on unemployment insurance or employment insurance and they cannot take training of their own initiatives for fear of losing their benefits, which they depend on. We recognize this, Madam Speaker. It's an issue that I've long championed as a former provincial politician, is why not allow people, if they're out of work, to be able to access training, upgrade their skills, and receive employment insurance at the same time. Madam Speaker, that's why I'm proud to support this budget. These 3 social programs are a pillar of what defines Canada as a different nation, and Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to support the budget of 2017. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We were talking about, I was talking with an anti-poverty group this morning, and I spoke with a physician whose mental and physical health had been affected because there was mold in his apartment, and there's not enough social housing. And There are more than 20,000 people on the waiting list in Montreal for affordable housing, and it's even worse in Toronto. So there are many people who can't find suitable housing. And in the budget, what they're being told is that there's a crisis, there's an emergency, your house is moldy, but you're going to have to wait, because they're not rolling out the money till after the next election, and even 2 elections' time. So how can they look people right in the eye, people who are poor and who don't have proper housing, and tell them that they have to wait?
Madam Speaker, a good question. At least our government has recognized that there is a crisis in housing in large urban centres as other communities across the country. And our government recognized that by announcing the largest single investment in housing in some time in this country. So the very issues that my honourable colleague refers to, Madam Speaker, are issues that our government is sensitive to, aware of, and we're the first government in some time to put a commitment in the budget to begin to recognize this situation across the country and to make investments in housing in major centres across the country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for talking about youth mental health. For over a decade on the West Coast and primarily in the New Chalmers communities, we've had a high amount of youth suicide. We've had many suicide attempts. In fact, recently we've had a significant spike in the New Chalmers communities. And the government, we've asked the government recently for funding just for one full-time child and youth counselor and one full-time adult counselor. We asked for funding to build capacity for cultural healers, to include an opportunity for an intensive traditional healing space, and also funding to build a house apartment for external support services, because the support staff are working overtime. You know, we've had some staff that work 21 days straight and still no help. And we haven't heard, not only in this budget have we not seen any money for First Nations youth, we haven't even heard back from the minister from our request. Children are dying. This isn't okay in our communities. And in spite of their clear promise and multiple rulings from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, the government refuses to end discrimination in funding for First Nations child welfare. And the member stood in the House and voted for our motion, calling for an immediate investment of $155 million to close this gap. But the government doesn't contain a nickel of it. And does the member believe that the government should comply with the Human Rights Tribunal and end this discrimination so that we can save these children's lives and provide the adequate resources that's needed right now, urgently?
The honourable member for Egmont.
Madam Speaker, the first priority of a government is to recognize that there is an issue and a serious challenge in parts of this country. Our government made a number of commitments beginning during the election campaign and since this session of Parliament began, to begin addressing the wrongs that former governments put towards our First Nations community. There's a lot of work that still has to be done, but in the last 2 budgets, our government has recognized that this is a priority and we have to put money in these areas, and that's why I was pleased to hear in the budget that we will begin looking at areas such as mental health issues across the country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could provide some of his thoughts in regards to the Canada Summer Students Program. We talk about trying to provide opportunities for young people, and with this government we have seen significant increases within that program, which will have effect in all the different regions of Canada. And if he could just provide some of his thoughts and reflections on the importance of that particular increase.
The Honourable member for Egmont.
Madam Speaker, I'd be pleased to share my thoughts, and my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, is correct in recognizing that our government, beginning last year, made a significant investment in youth employment across the country. And that's extremely important in a rural riding like mine, where young people do not have the same job opportunities as you do in larger centres. So it's important that governments provide funding to various nonprofit organizations, allowing them to hire young people and to be able to get work experience in a field that's related to their education background. So we've come a long way in that area, and I'm really pleased with the numbers we've reached. There's significant investments, and significant numbers of young people are being employed through that program.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
In a rural area, and as the member for Avalon spoke, rural is a very important issue for me. The town that I grew up in is about 1,000 people. It's about an hour from Montreal. It's not a large town, and it lost its school more than 40 years ago. The school, of course, is the anchor of this small town. The school was lost before I was born, and with it went a small number of economically critical good jobs, as well as a social and cultural focal point for our community. A few years ago, we got a gas station. Life, it seemed, was starting to look up. But see, my hometown is one of the lucky ones in rural Canada. Our population is stable. Today, I'm a member of Parliament for my hometown and 42 other municipalities in the riding of Laurentides-Labelle. The riding is some 40 times the size of the island of Montreal. It's the trouble with big ridings like mine is to understand the different needs that we have in rural. And so I really appreciate that the budget is putting billions of dollars into rural very specifically, especially our biggest issue, which is internet access. For me, internet access is the core of all of our issues. We can invest billions and billions of dollars into rural infrastructure, but if we don't have the internet to back it up, it's not going to help the bigger problems that we have. We need to ensure that families can bring their kids back. In my riding, we have people who finish high school and they leave to go to college or CEGEP because we don't have very much in our riding. And they don't come back ever, or they come back to retire many years later. And when I ask the students at the end of high school, who's planning to stay? None of them are. And the issues they cite are the lack of public transit in rural, the lack of post-secondary education, and the lack of internet and cell phone service. So for me, the addition of $2 billion in the fall economic update for infrastructure is very important. That was just for rural, for deep rural. And the budget made this money available for rural internet projects. This is a really critical infrastructure program when we added on top of the $500 million Connect to Innovate program from last year.
For a second, just because there's a lot of feedback on the speaker. So I would just say if you could just be a little bit more mindful that the speaker is there, and just thank you.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, you have to let me know if that has improved. Are you hearing me? Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Anyway, I don't remember exactly what I was saying, but I was talking about the need for for internet in rural areas. So what I see very often is people who come to the riding and they want to buy a house, they want to set up a business there, and they go and look at a beautiful property, and they look at their phone and they see the famous red X. There's no signal here. And they ask the real estate agent, can you get online here? And no, you can't get online here unless you want to use satellite, which has high latency and low reliability. And so they're looking for solutions. And I'm really looking to solve these issues. And the billions of dollars available for internet will help that region. My riding, in the north, we have the MRC, the county of Antoine-Labelle, population about 35,000. It's 17 municipalities. It's a large, not very wealthy region. And when they did a study last year to find out who had access to internet, fewer than 1 in 3 households had theoretical access to 10 megabit service. So even fewer than that are actually connected. So what happens is that the kids finish high school, and this is where I was before, the kids finish high school, and they want to get online. They want to participate in the modern economy. And they go to the city, and they simply don't come back. And then the parents want families to come visit, but they won't even come to visit as much as they used to. The cottage owners are having their grandchildren come less often than they used to because of this very serious problem. But related to this is cell phone service. If we don't have both internet and cell phone, we're not going to solve the communications issues we have. So what do we do about all this? Well, we have to invest. The federal government, the provincial government, the municipalities, and the CRTC have all committed large sums of money to rural internet. So I'm very happy with that progress. And the CRTC statement last winter, and just before Christmas, that broadband has to be defined as 15 megabit service with unlimited data is a critical new threshold because, quite frankly, nobody, whatever, in my writing has that access. So I'm really hoping that we can build on the huge progress of our budget, which moves a whole lot of things forward very well, to move this file forward as quickly as possible. Internet is critical, and I'd like to make sure we get there. And yeah, so I think the other issues are, we have public transit funding, which I think is terrific. I spent years when I was living in Guelph as a transit advocate. I believe that if we invest a lot of money in our transit systems, then we can get enough people out of their cars that we don't need to expand the highways infinitely. And I always wanted to know, is there a line beyond we do not need to pave any further? I've always been curious if we can find that line. Because we can build highways and roads every direction as far as you want, as long as you want, as often as you want. But at some point, you've got to say, do we have enough? Is there a better way of getting around? So in our budget and our platform have committed large quantities of money over a long period of time to improving our public transit infrastructure. And I really hope, and I really believe this is the direction we need to be going as a country. Anyway, that's all I have for the moment, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his question, and I was pleased to hear about the importance of rural communities, because I think right across the country we're all affiliated with rural communities. So I'd like to ask the member of his thoughts around that almost 300 jobs from a rural community of Vegreville is being removed to go into an urban centre of Edmonton. $15 million from communities, including $15 billion from communities, including rural communities, is being pulled out of the infrastructure to go into an infrastructure bank, and of course remove the credit for public transit that would help seniors and youth get around his community. So perhaps he could comment on those items, if he would.
L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Laval.
Public transit health, the public transit credit did a whole lot in my community where public transit is essentially non-existent. We have a system which I believe uses 6 retired school buses on a one-off fare system with no passes, so there's nothing that worked for the actual credit. Those 6 buses try and service 35 communities about 4 times a day. It isn't a realistic system, so we do need to figure out ways of moving this forward and investing better in rural areas, because rural is a rather large proportion of this country, as my colleagues will definitely relate to. So, yeah, rural is really important, and I always look forward to new investment in rural. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, the House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that my colleague is very consistent on is advocating for rural Canada. I've had the opportunity to witness firsthand a very strong sense of passion in wanting for lack of better words, urbanites to better understand the importance of rural Canada. So I do applaud him in terms of his efforts at trying to make it a little bit better or easier for us to understand. And the issue that he talked about today was that of internet and the impact that it is not having in some areas of Canada. And it's because of limitations, and that is one of the reasons why the government does need to invest in internet. And I'm wondering if the member can just continue to provide a sense of why internet is so important. When I listen to the member, I can't help but think about the lost opportunities because of access to the internet that our rural communities have. And if he would maybe just add a few more thoughts with respect to that.
Honourable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Sure. Had I stayed in the town where I grew up and where I now represent at the end of school, I would not have had the career that I had. I found really interesting work on contract, working on the internet from 2000 for almost a decade as an editor for a online high-tech news website. And with all my education, all my experiences having been the same, had I stayed at home, I simply could not have done that. So the economic opportunity loss for our youth in rural is very, very serious. The internet file is the #1 issue that have been spoken to about in my writing. There are so many other issues that come up, but there's none that comes up more often and more firmly than the lack of internet access in our region. When I toured my 43 municipalities, all 43 of them, every one of them, said that their #1 priority in the community was internet. I had a town that spent 400 people that spent $100,000 of their municipal budget on getting internet access when they had a boil water advisory in their small aqueduct downtown for more than 10 years. If that doesn't tell you how important this file is for us, there's no way of expressing it well enough. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires d'honorable député.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So if I've understood correctly, cutting the tax credit for, let's say, the Metro Pass in Montreal doesn't affect him because that's not where he lives. But he lives an hour from Montreal, and there are so many people who take the Metro in Montreal that the pollution will affect him. The honourable member for Laurentides-Laval, a brief answer, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's important to look at all of the policies. I'm not entirely in agreement with her point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elgin Middlesex.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today I'll be sharing my time with the member from South Okanagan, Simicameen and Nicola. And I'm sorry to any of those people who reside in Simicameen because I probably said it wrong. So anyway, I am so honored to be here today and to discuss this budget with all parliamentarians and with Canadians. You know, specifically, there are lots of things in the budgets that may be good for Canadians and may be good in 10 to 20 years. But I have a lot of concerns, of course, and as we're going forward, many concerns that I heard from our local residents of Elgin, Middlesex, London during our break week. But I'm actually going to start off with some positive things that I did see in the budget that I can actually applaud the government on. Some good initiatives. Initiatives are one thing, but it's going to be implementation that is going to be the biggest hazard here. But just starting on some of the things, I would like to applaud them for the caregiver employment insurance. Over my time as an assistant and working many times with families who had critically ill children or critically ill parents, or a family member who had been in a terrible car accident and was in the hospital, a lot of times that would create a lot of chaos for people in their homes. So having the opportunity to have this employment insurance, allowing people up to 15 weeks so that they can take care of a loved one is very important, especially when it's, you know, it's not the compassionate care. We're looking at people that will indeed be better in a few months. And so I do applaud them on this. I had a lot of people that were coming through that, you know, it might be their wife who is suffering from cancer and they need to go to the cancer clinic. So being able to be there to support your family members is really important. I believe a lot of times we expect others to do it, but it is very important for families to have that opportunity. So I would like to commend them on the caregiver EI. Parental leave is another thing that we actually had in our 2015 budget as well, as extending it to 18 months. This is going to be a really tricky one, though, I believe, for the government. Although it is a really good, honourable thing to do, extending it to 18 months to allow families to be able to nurture and raise their child for the first 18 months, we have to recognize that there is a cost to that. So we know that those persons taking off time to raise their child, they will have 33% of their income for the period of 18 months. So a lot of times when we're doing that with that, we hear from people who would say 55% of employment insurance is not enough, and it's very difficult to get by. So at 18 months for 33%, we have to recognize that there's going to be struggles as well. By no means am I saying that the government should be increasing or decreasing those amounts, but I'm just saying this might end up a real pickle for them, so they should be very aware of it, because I actually sit on the Status of Women Committee, and just a few weeks ago when we were talking about employment insurance, we were talking about men getting involved in the caregiving of their children, and I believe the uptake currently on parental leave is 2% for men, meaning 98% for women. And when we talk, they really talk about equality and things of that sort. So one of the things that I heard people say, witnesses at the group say, was, well, we're going to have employers top up the employment insurance. So one of my biggest concerns is when it's a government, we see a lot of these people who are working for taxpayers' dollars, there may be programs available to them in the public service that might top them up to 90%. I know that my sisters, as school teachers, they were able to have that. They received the 55% and then an additional 35% that would top them up to the 90% of their actual earnings. But we have to understand the effect and the impact that this may have on the employment and the private sector for those people employed through private places. So we have to be aware that is this going to end up at the end of the day costing employers more. So those are some concerns that I have in the long run. I believe the idea is very, very good, but at the same time we have to see what we're going to be doing to private employers, people who work for non-taxpayers' dollars who may not have those benefits available, because I do know that there are advocates out there saying that it should be the employer. So I think any time we're discussing those things that we need to really take that into concern. I also think we've talked a lot about the gender lens and the fact that this entire budget was looked at for the gender lens. This is something that I know that there was an entire chapter that looked back at the 2016 budget, but when we're talking about the gender lens on this one, I do not see it actually applied, because I do not think that they're taking into consideration what would happen. Is it going to be mothers that are going to be taking off those 18 months and then going back to a job? We also have to recognize that the Canadian Labour Code has to be addressed as well, because currently you can only take 1 year off. So that's another thing as well. So there's lots of Canadians that are pleased with that, but at the same time, extremely concerned and could cause a lot of issues. Finally, another positive thing is the targeted funding for housing. There was some funding there that I saw in a little note talking about housing for persons who are leaving domestic violence. And I would once again applaud that. During my time and during my work, as not only as an assistant, but as a member of Parliament and within my own community, I recognize there's not the resources there financially to help victims of violence. And one of the greatest things is the need for shelters. So by having targeted funding that is going to help people escape violence, to be put into a safe home that is going to be assisted through the federal government, I think is very, very positive. But we also need to make sure that that is going to hit all 338 ridings, because domestic violence is not a rural issue, it's not an urban issue, it's not a First Nations issue, it's an issue for all Canadians. Especially we know that 1 in 4 young women are part of a sexual assault within their first 8 weeks of schooling in post-secondary. We have to be aware of all of these situations before we make sure that we target this funding. And we need to make sure that it is available to everybody, and it's not going to just be in urban centres. We know some of the key issues when we're looking at the housing, that when you're looking in rural areas, the resources may be very limited. Just last week, I was in the municipality of West Elgin, where we were looking at the Canadian Wellbeing Index and discussing some of the resource or lack of resources that they have in their own communities. And it was interesting because they were talking about all of the resources available to them in southwestern Ontario. But one of the biggest and most important crucial impacts that they have is the fact that there's no transportation to many of these services. So if they're not actually located in the municipality of West Elgin, the transportation for them is limited, because there is not any busing other than that takes them from West Elgin to Glencoe. So if they need to have services in the City of London, the City of St. Thomas, the City of Chatham, things like that are not available to them. So it's not just the domestic violence piece, but it comes to mental wellness and mental illness. We have to understand that when we're doing targeted funding, we need to think of all Canadians and not just plug the money into government-held ridings. And that's something I'm very, very concerned with, that we may be looking at this issue as much as we have to make sure we're looking at it as a broad issue and not specifically in one riding or another, because it is something that we all have to deal with. As I continue with this, I'm going to look at some of the other concerns that I do have. You know, I've talked many times about helping our youth. And one thing that we have seen is last year we saw the tax credit removed for textbooks, and this year we see the tax credit removed for transit. And, you know, we talk about, and I heard the member from Quebec just say a few minutes ago, you know, it wasn't helping his riding. But I live in the City of St. Thomas, or actually the municipality of Central Elgin. And although we do not have a municipal bus there, I do have a son that goes to school in Toronto. And because of the cost of living in Toronto, he is looking at living outside of the area of the proper, Toronto proper, and he'll be moving into a a community outside. Therefore, we really looked into the transit and making sure that there was public transit available to them. We heard last week the Member of Parliament from Milton talk about the fact that for those people using GO Transit, they will no longer be able to get those passes and those credits that will help those costs. So it's not just for those people that are using GO Transit, but it's families like my own, families like your own, and most Canadians, that when you're leaving, a child is leaving and going to post-secondary education, they're not going with a car. And so therefore, important things like public education and transit credits are very important when people are living outside and trying to travel into their schools. So this is just another cost to the student. We also saw that the tax credits for tools are also gone. So anyone working in apprenticeships or the trades programs, once again, we're kind of just nickel and diming them here, where they're not going to be able to take some of those initial expenditures and be able to use them as the tax credit. Now I'm going to shift away from that and look more at Elgin, Middlesex, London, where last week I was speaking to some of our mayors, and they brought up to me immediately the SWIFT program. And it was interesting because we speak a lot about the infrastructure and the need for internet. But what we saw in 2016's budget was a $2 billion amount spent on infrastructure for rural Canada. And all we've seen in the 2017 budget is the money that was not spent in 2016 transferred to the 2017 budget and still not getting out to Canadian rural municipalities. So when I spoke to my mayors, the mayor from Central Elgin and the mayor from Southold, I asked them specifically, and let me be honest, these are people that would be very honest with me. So if they were very happy with the budget, they would say, Karen, it's a great budget. But instead they said, Karen, there's nothing in it for us. As mayors, there was nothing for the municipalities. As farmers, there was nothing in it for them. And, you know, worrying about the rural infrastructure, worrying about the internet, we're not seeing that. Just 6 months ago, the Minister of Innovation put forward the SWIFT program that was put forward by our Western Wardens for Ontario, and we did not see it mentioned in the budget. So they're very concerned that this was a program that was announced that is not going to be supported. And I think as a person from rural Canada, as a person representing many municipalities with populations 300 and 400, I'm very concerned that much of our money is going to go to larger municipalities and not to rural Canadians. So I thank you very, very much for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Good job. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from across the way. As you can obviously understand, I don't necessarily agree with all of the comments. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that there is a great deal for mayors, Reeves, in fact, all Canadians to be happy about with respect to this particular budget. We see an ongoing commitment towards infrastructure. For example, just the other day, there was an announcement somewhere around 200, just in the province of Ontario, where there's going to be a substantial projects taking place in many different municipalities. The feedback that I am receiving has been overwhelmingly positive on this government's decision to invest in Canada's infrastructure. My question to the member is, would she not acknowledge that that investment overall in virtually every region of our country is in fact being well received for the simple reason is that generally speaking, Canadians understand and appreciate the importance of our infrastructure.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I really appreciate his comments, but I think he has to remember that our own critic for infrastructure brought up the fact that infrastructure dollars are not rolling. We showed that last year when we talked about how much was going to be invested and how much actually went out the doors, how many shovels were actually in the ground. And my mayors are looking for something that is not Ontario. They're looking for something for their communities. I think it's going to be very, very difficult for members of Parliament in this area to tell Ontario rural MPs and MPPs that they're getting their fair share. Unfortunately, as a rural resident, we are not seeing that throughout Ontario, and it's very, very focused on the City of Toronto. I'm not against Toronto by any means, but I am pro my community. And so those are some concerns that we have. So I'd have to say, one, get those infrastructure dollars actually rolling out and don't just keep them in your coffers. And two, make sure that if you're saying to the province of Ontario, we're going to give you money, make sure it's not to the City of Toronto. Make sure it's to the City of Toronto and all municipalities throughout Ontario. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Elgin Middlesex London for her speech and certainly for raising the concern about the money being delayed getting out the door on affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, there's a man that goes by the name of Elvis, and now Elvis is addicted to alcohol. He's an alcoholic. He for years, Elvis would get intoxicated to the point where the community would have to call an ambulance and take him to the hospital, or he'd have run-ins in the law and cost the criminal justice system money, literally costing us thousands of dollars a day and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to provincial and federal and municipal governments. Now, the Alberni Valley Shelter Society has gone out and secured a unit for Elvis, and for 5 years, Elvis has been living in this shelter for $500 a month, $6,000 a year for the last 5 years. And, you know, he's provided with a home, but it saves taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. This budget, they've announced over $10 billion in money for housing, but only $20 million is going to get out the door this year. That's about 20 houses in Toronto and Vancouver. You know, that's not going to do a lot for people in rural communities. So maybe the member could talk about the cost saving of making sure people who need help have a roof over their heads, and about those single parents that might even make the worst decision that don't have a home, you know.
The honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the question, because I think we've seen that all over Canada. As part of the HUMA tour that we did on poverty reduction strategies, I remember going to a place where we saw 80 people living in a place with 4 walls, and that's basically what I had, 4 walls and 80 cots. And there wasn't food, there was nothing like this to help those people in those shelters, because we do not have those resources available to them, and we don't have the resources available for addictions. So I really appreciate the story of Elvis, because I think everybody in this room has an Elvis in their community. And, you know, a lot of times it's about stopping it before it gets too far. And I know I've seen in my own community, the St. Thomas Psychiatric Network, I've seen some funding decreases for them. Yet they're actually going out on the streets and taking people off the streets, getting them into housing first, which is, I think, a great positive strategy. Could we do more? Yes, we absolutely could do more. But there are some strategies that we can use, like housing first. And, you know, when it comes to shelters, we know that we have an issue here. We know that it's not just people from violence, like I spoke about, but people with addictions, a variety of issues like that. And we need to make sure the money's getting out the doors, because the federal government has not invested in that. So we need to make sure that it is all over this country as well. As I said, poverty is not just for urban, it's for rural as well. And we need to make sure that we're creating opportunities for housing, as well as creating opportunities for me. Employment is number 1. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin my comments this afternoon in this debate by pointing out I have some very serious concerns with this budget. I'd like to take a few moments to explain exactly why. Now, my concern is that I'm seeing an alarming pattern. Now, all governments, Mr. Speaker, all elected officials will try to add a little pizzazz to their words. They'll try to add a little flavor to their rhetoric so that they sound like they are addressing the needs of the day. Now, all governments will do that. But as we know, this government is a big fan of buzzwords. In fact, it was humorous to read the morning after the budget punditry columns as they were all virtually united in expressing how boring and overused buzzwords have become with this Liberal government. In fact, many respects, this was a buzzword budget. So getting back to my point, in last year's budget, the go-to buzzword was, of course, infrastructure. Well, here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government threw out a massive number, over $186 billion in infrastructure spending. However, when you look at the fine print, that is $186 billion over 12 years. And only $13 billion and change was proposed to be spent over the first 2 years. Now, I mention that, of course, because we know the Parliamentary Budget Officer could only identify just over $4 billion in infrastructure projects currently underway. So why do I mention that? Because in the budget presented a few weeks ago, we learned that over those same 2 years, the Liberals will have run deficits totaling over $50 billion. So to recap,
the Parliamentary Budget Office finds over $4 billion being spent on actual infrastructure, yet this Liberal government is adding over $50 billion in new debt, which basically means the whole infrastructure theme was a carefully designed sham, as the vast majority of that promised infrastructure spending has been kicked down, punted down the road, Mr. Speaker. And that is the same problem we are seeing in this year's budget for 2017. Yes, the buzzwords have changed, but the pattern of making big promises that are in fact kicking down the road has not. Now let me give you a few examples of this from the budget. Quotes, helping working adults upgrade their skills. Something I think people would be very supportive of. How much new money did the Liberals actually budget for that in the 2017 budget? Zero, Mr. Speaker, and that's right, absolutely zero. But $151 million in the 2019 election year. Now, investing in skills innovation. How much new money did the Liberals budget for this in this year's 2017 budget? Once again, the answer is zero. But guess what? The Liberals have budgeted $50 million in the 2019 election year. What a coincidence. Now, how about expanding the youth employment strategy? Guess how much is budgeted in 2017? New money. Once again, the Liberals budget zero for that in this year's budget. But wait for it, the Liberals budget $96 million in guess which year? That's right, the 2019 election year. Because, of course, unemployed youth who need jobs today should have to wait around until Liberals need to be reelected, right? Now, this budget is simply plain politics with Canadians' lives. I can cite many more examples where there are items in this budget that are not actually budgeted in 2017. And in every case, surprise, surprise, there's money for these things in the 2019 election budget. Now, let me say that again. This budget is plain politics with people's lives. Is it any wonder why one columnist describes this budget as being an empty, wrapped gift box? All that is missing is the do not open until 2019 credit card. Now, I mentioned the latter part because, of course, we know despite all these unbudgeted items, this Liberal government will be running in deficit in excess of $25 billion this year alone. And we all know that this Liberal government promised Canadians modest deficits of $10 billion per year, much as the Liberals promised to lower the debt-to-GDP ratio annually. And, of course, to balance the budget in 2019. Now, this last promise, the Prime Minister went on CBC, looked Canadians right in the eye, and said the promise to return to a balanced budget in 2019 was set in stone. Set in stone. Now, today, the term balanced budget is now a dirty word to this Liberal finance minister. A few weeks ago, the finance minister embarrassed himself, I would allege, refusing to answer a very simple question from Peter Mansbridge when his plan will return Canada to a balanced budget. The fact is, the finance minister doesn't have a plan to return to a balanced budget. But, Mr. Speaker, don't worry, his department does. They told us until a minimum year before we see balanced budgets again will be somewhere in 2050. Now, what did this financier do when he saw a report from his own department back last October? He intentionally punted and hid this information from Canadians until it was posted Friday, December 23rd of last year, Mr. Speaker. Why do you think that he did that? Well, here's the most alarming part of it all. If you look at what this Liberal government said about real GDP growth in last year's budget and compare that to what they're forecasting in this year's budget, guess what? For every single year the Liberals are in power, they have now downgraded real GDP growth expectations. And in fact, the Liberals even show real GDP growth in 2019 will actually be lower than it is today. In other words, even the Liberals' own budget factually shows they know that their own fiscal plan is failing. And keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, we also know that business investment in Canada has declined every quarterly reporting period since this government came to power. And we all know why that is. Simply, they've made Canada less competitive. How? Because they've increased costs on employers and job creators. Even when told by their own Department of Finance that increasing CPP would harm jobs and our Canadian economy for over 20 years, the Liberals did not care and did so anyway. A national carbon tax, when none of our major trading partners are implementing one also, makes us less competitive. Again, it's no surprise why Canadian business investment is in decline. Mr. Speaker, it's actually at the lowest level since 1981. So now we have this Liberal government deciding to borrow money and pick the winners and losers for investment. All of this has to be paid for, only this finance minister refuses to say how. Seriously, we may have the first finance minister in Canadian history who believes that balanced budgets are bad, or that balanced budgets, just saying it, is a dirty word. And I will challenge this finance minister to prove me wrong. Come into this place. Tell Canadians when and how the minister will finance the budget, or balance the budget. Which leaves me with my final thought, Mr. Speaker. If the Liberals clearly are so opposed to a balanced budget, because let us not forget the Parliamentary Budget Office caught and exposed them for trying to manipulate the balanced budget they inherited from the former Conservative government, why did the Prime Minister promise Canadians they would return to a balanced budget in 2019? I would submit that this Liberal Prime Minister knew this is what Canadians wanted to hear. In fact, there are growing examples almost by the day of a Prime Minister who is willing to promise anything in order to get elected, and today we have this budget that, much like the budgets are not delivering what the Prime Minister had promised. Promises set in stone, I might add. Mr. Speaker, nobody forced this Prime Minister into promising a balanced budget in 2019, a return to them in 2019. He made this decision to look Canadians right in the eye and made that promise. And while I cannot force this Prime Minister to keep his promise to Canadians, I certainly will vote against this budget because it breaks the very word this Prime Minister set in stone. And if members in the government side wanted to truly make a difference and become part of history, they could do the same, if only to send a message. When you look Canadians in the eye and make a promise that is set in stone, Canadians deserve and expect to have that promise honored. Please join me and vote against this budget and remind the Prime Minister and his inner circle, who are really running things, that Canadians deserve and expect you to honor your word. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. And you know, ideally, we must always balance our budgets. There are times when we, in order to serve Canadians, need to borrow a little money to invest in Canadians, to invest in our economy. What I find fascinating is how my honourable colleague wants to forget the largest deficit in Canada's history was done by the previous government. The total $160 billion of debt that was added to our debt was by the previous government. And the difference, Mr. Speaker, and yes, there are times for deficit, but the difference that deficit was used on signs, fake lakes, gazebos, while our deficit, Mr. Speaker, is being invested into Canadians, into the economy, into infrastructure, into jobs. So can the honourable member explain to me why he hasn't said a word when the previous government added to our debt $160 billion?
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I came in 2011, and I worked hard to encourage the government to meet its balanced budget commitment by 2015, something that Conservatives did without cutting health care, unlike the previous Liberals in the 1990s. I would also say we actually, when they first came into power, Mr. Harper, Mr. Flaherty, put down billions, about $50+ billion to pay down the debt ahead of time. Now, when the largest dip in demand, the largest recession since the Great Depression came along with the G20, People just made the decision to stimulate, and we built real infrastructure. We actually created net new jobs in this country. We exited the recession faster than everyone else. Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives say we're going to take care of business, and we look Canadians in the eye, we mean it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, for his speech. And in the election, one thing that happened that was very rare is the NDP and the Conservatives and the Liberal Party all agreed on one thing. We agreed to lower taxes for small business people from 11 to 9%. And in the last budget, the Liberals broke that promise. And then in this budget, the Liberals broke that promise. In fact, the minister said it's a great soundbite and great headlines, but it isn't practical. It's not a priority for the Liberal government. So there's nothing in this budget for small business. The only thing that was in the budget is they're going to double down on small business, and they're going to focus on attacking small business on their taxes. So as a fellow British Columbian, he knows how important small business is in British Columbia. They're the economic generators, the job creators in our communities. How can, maybe the member can talk about how it's affecting business people in his community and if it's an important issue for him in his community.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate that member's work, particularly around small business. Obviously, small businesses are the backbone of Canadian economy. They build jobs, and obviously are very responsive to things like taxes or changes in policy because they have to be. They're not like large businesses that can take on and just pass on costs to the consumer. I would simply say, Mr. Speaker, many people in my riding would like to see money set aside for endangered species, like Liberal promises. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals said that they would do one thing, changed on balanced budget, changed on tax policies on small businesses. Now, private campgrounds, now shared business practices like lawyers and doctors are all paying more. And in fact, billable hours are being changed in this budget. All without consultation, all without saying what they're doing, other than just to raise the money so that they can somehow be able to scrape 2 cents together to say that they can pay for these things.
We have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and with the greatest respect for my friend and colleague across the way. But most Canadians, Mr. Speaker, the millions that are at home watching this debate today, the throngs of people that are watching this debate today, I'm sure they're sitting there with their laptop or their iPad or their phone, and they can do something as easy as just Google past deficits by Canadian governments. And they can see that, certainly when the Conservatives came in 06-07, they inherited about a $14 billion surplus by the previous Paul Martin government. But then it went on 08-09, $5.8 billion they added to the debt. 9-10 was an outstanding year, as my colleague had said. $55.6 billion, that was the whopper. Mr. Speaker, 10-11, another 33.4, 26.3, and in 11-12, 18.4, to a grand total of $150 billion. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, did my friend and colleague, did he manage to Google before he put the words of his speech together today?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would just question the member opposite. He must have been looking at his BlackBerry when his other colleague asked me pretty much the same question. When we, as Conservatives, said that we would spend money, we spent it on infrastructure. And it was during the time of the greatest recession since the Great Depression, and all the G20 countries decided to do it together. This government's going alone. They're not spending the money on infrastructure. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? At some point, we need to have someone credible present a plan to return us back to balance. If you cannot reduce and curb spending when the economy isn't bad, what happens when we have another recession that's even greater? We won't have the money to be able to pay for it. Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives make promises, we keep them with Canadians, and we actually build infrastructures and jobs. This government, it's all lip service.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
And I would like to mention I'll be spending my time with the member from Winnipeg South. Mr. Speaker, I must say that I'm extremely pleased
and excited with the Budget 217. This budget is a budget that focuses on middle class. This budget, Canadians will benefit. Nova Scotians will benefit. And I can tell you the people from Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake will benefit as well. This budget is framework around many groups, if you want, seniors, youth, all kinds, veterans. This budget is really one that helps comprehensive and helps many Canadians. And we're going to see that throughout the year, of course, but I want to talk about three main areas where I want to focus on. The first one is family, the second one are seniors, and of course the third one is veterans. And it's very obvious. We'll talk a lot longer on veterans because there's a lot of good things there that we've been working with veterans across Canada for a number of years. But before I go there, let's talk a little bit about 216 budget, because 216 budget started the good work of our government, and it's over a 4-year plan. But I want to talk about two major areas where 216 is powerful. And the first one is the CCB, the Child Care Benefit. That, when I was campaigning, I can tell you from one area to the other across my large riding, that people were very concerned, young families concerned to how they could continue to offer what is needed for their family, for their kids, opportunities. And they were not able to. And they were struggling. And so this CCB contribution benefits that our government put forward is extremely impressive. Let's just take my riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Let's talk about that. Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, my riding, over 15,000 children benefited since it started in July 2016. Now let's just focus on the month of October 2016. Believe it or not, 15,000 children benefited, and the government paid $5.2 million in that month alone to support families in my riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. That by itself is impressive, but it's not only mine. There's 338 ridings, and you're all benefiting. All those families are benefiting, and that was a major help. The second one in the Budget 216 that was extremely important to mention is a 7% tax reduction on the middle class. Now, the middle class has and were struggling for over 10 years with the former government without seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And here, in our first year, we were able to bring forward a reduction in taxes of 7% to help the middle class. And throughout the last 6 months, a year, I've been campaigning and chatting with my constituents. It is clear that that is a major help. But also, our government is the only government that were willing and capable of putting a 1% tax increase, a tax increase on the wealthiest Canadians. And it's our party, the only party, that supported that. So 216 puts a nice framework on what we've done. Let's look now at 217 and focus on families. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, there's a long time that I've been listening and you've been listening, and everyone in this House has heard over and over and over again the necessity to create child care spaces for young kids. Preschool, whatnot. Years. Now, our government back in 2005, 2006, under the Martin government, and I believe the minister of the day was Ken Dryden, the famous goaltender for the Montreal Canadiens. Of course, if I didn't mention that, I'd be... But that being said, Mr. Speaker, that at the time, the Liberal Party of Canada were getting ready to approve, but they didn't win the election, the Tories did, and then it went back to sleep. What we've been talking about for 20, 30 years, how important childcare is, we forgot about it. But at that time, we had committed $5 billion over 5 years. That's quite impressive. So what do we have this year, this time around? $500 million this year, but $7 billion over the next 10 years for child care in this country. And there's not one riding in this country that will not definitely benefit from that investment. And that's what's impressive. The second thing in this, under the family concept in this budget, which I'm extremely proud of with our government, is the national strategy, housing strategy. We all know, we've talked about it on in this House for years. Before I got here and after I leave, we'll still be talking about it. But our government is putting forward a national strategy, a strong strategy to support homelessness, to support families that are less fortunate, to support seniors that want to stay in their community and live in their community. Those are major benefits. So we're going to see all kinds of investment to repair, to renovate, to new housing, which is so important. And I know my community will benefit from that investment as well. Troisièmement, Monsieur le Président,
Third, Mr. Speaker, is the whole matter of internet. Internet, especially for rural communities and people with low incomes who are having difficulties. Our government put money aside and invested money to remedy that. And in that way, companies will be able to create home internet packages for low-income families.
This budget that I want to talk about is seniors. And here seniors, when I was campaigning and since then, they've been talking about health care. They've been talking about prescription drugs. They've been talking about the costs. They've been telling me that they have to make choices, tough choices, about food and lodging and prescription drugs. So our government, once again, is coming forward, investing in Health Canada to help them to reduce the costs for prescription drugs. That's extremely important as well. The second piece under seniors that I want to talk about is the EI benefit, the care, if you want to call it the compassionate care benefit, that we're going to allow and invest in those individuals, family or relations that want to help those that are extremely ill. And that's, Mr. Speaker, it's over and above the 35 weeks already granted for terminally ill seniors for support. That, Mr. Speaker, is another clear sign of our strength in that area. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll have to move to Veteran Affairs. You're already giving me the 2-minute clock. So Veteran Affairs is all kinds of things, but quickly, 20% of the new money invested in this budget is going towards veterans, and that's extremely important. These individuals, men and women, have risked their life for Canadians, for democracy, and continue to do so, and we need to recognize that. In Sackville, Preston, we have all kinds of numbers. 23% of my riding is veterans or military. But quickly, lifetime pension option. That is something that I heard over and over again. That's being done, and that's going to be extremely important. Transition, also a very important one. Transitioning from the military to vet, and how can we help in that transition? And already the Department of Veteran Affairs and the D&D is working together to simplify it, if you want, to ensure that we can streamline, if you want. Also, another one is the Family Military Resource Center. That's going to help tremendously. We're going to expand that center, and we're going to outreach to make sure that we help as many Canadians as we can. The Emergency Fund, the Family Well-Being Fund. Those are all things that they've been asking us over and over again, asking the government, the last government, for that support, and it was being ignored. But this government is coming through. And I even want to add that Via Rail, I just read yesterday, Via Rail is going to, for the 150th anniversary, a 25% reduction on their travel for veterans and military families. Those are steps that are very positive steps, extremely important. And that investment as well in the family wellness program, we will see that the Via Rail will start hiring up to 10% of their workforce, which will be retired military. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I do want to say that seniors, that veterans, that young people, that Canadians, that Nova Scotian and the people of Saguenay, Preston, Chesapeake will continue to prosper under this budget 2017. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
I'd just like to comment a little bit on what the member shared in regards to families. Speaking about the 7% decline in taxes. Along with that, we lost tax credits for young families, and I've heard from 3 specific in my riding that have said they are so tired of hearing that these tax credits were only used by the wealthy. These 3 families are in the position of still hoping but giving up on ever joining the middle class, and those tax credits meant that they were able to have their children in sports and music programs. So this 7% deduction in taxes, loss of taxes, has more than been made up for them in the loss of these tax credits, as well as adding on CPP, EI, carbon taxes, all kinds of barriers to them buying a first home. What would the member have to say to these families who are saying, we are not part of the middle class, we use those tax credits, and now you're taxing us by taking them away?
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Well, I could go a long time and talk about carbon pricing and how it benefits Canadians in many ways. But let's, as I said in my speech today, the child care, the CPP benefit is an enormous contribution to families to help them so that they are able to support their families as much as they can. The infrastructure investment, this is a big picture plan that over a 4-year period, we know that the economy will be strong, and we're working and we're listening to young families, and we're listening to seniors, and we're listening to young people so that we're better able to respond. And some of the things I shared in my speech today, evidently, it's clear that we are not only on the right track, but we're going to make things better for all Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
For his lively speech. One of the things that I hear them saying is that about the tax cuts, and I just want to let you know, in my riding, we've been doing tax clinics, and the people that are making $45,000 are still looking for their tax cut. I just want to send that message over to you. But one of the other things I think is very, very important, when they mention about EI, and in the budget they're talking about expanding the maternity leave to 18 months from 12 months. Great stuff, Mr. Speaker. The problem is it's at a reduced rate. So that's longer for a period of time where the person has to take a cut in their family income. But most importantly, what hasn't been mentioned, and I'm going to mention it today, is when you expand it, if they take Plan B, Mr. Speaker, then the extra 6 months, it penalizes them when they go to collect their CPP later on in life, because this government has omitted the dropout periods for maternity leave on the enhancement. So can the member explain to me, how is this fair for the middle class?
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, it's evident with all the investments that we're making across the board. But what's important about the EI and the 18 months, this gives an opportunity to Canadians, to families, who want to stay home a little longer to support their families. Those are decisions that they take as families. There's all kinds of decisions. And our budget is a step forward budget. As we look at the big picture, and it's like you don't climb 3 steps on a ladder at once. At least in Nova Scotia or in Saguenay, Preston, we go up 1 step at a time to make things right and make sure we get it done. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I was glad to hear my colleague's comments on a number of issues that he held so dear, and that they were taking childcare seriously. And I know since they've been elected 16 months, regarding childcare, there's no funding this year. The housing strategy, there's no money this year. Homelessness, there will be no money for 2 years. Disabled accessibility, 0 this year, 0 next year. We look at creating Canada's clean growth economy, no money this year, no money next year. Skills training, nothing this year. Innovation, nothing this year for middle-class jobs. So I'm just wondering, when he says that that they take this seriously and they want to get the economy moving, how is giving $0 doing any of those things?
The honourable member for Sackville-Preston-Chescook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I have to say that, you know, this year alone on childcare space, we're adding $500 million and $7 billion over 10 years. There's all kinds of investments that begin at different stages. That's a normal flow. I mean, if anyone were the ones that would make commitments 5 and 10 years later, it was a Conservative government. They only stayed 10 years, so they didn't fulfill most of it, and we're some happy as Canadians that took place. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Status of Women.
Monsieur le Président, c'est un honneur.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor for me to be able to take part in this debate on Budget 2017, a budget that will greatly advance gender equality in Canada.
The first ever gender statement in a federal budget is groundbreaking. In fact, an entire chapter is dedicated to this statement, demonstrating the value we see in gender equality. As the Minister of Finance has said, we published the government's first ever gender statement, an assessment that ensures all budget measures, not just those aimed specifically at women, help us to advance the goals of fairness, stronger workforce participation, and gender equality. In many ways, the gender statement sets a new bar for openness and transparency by examining the ways in which public policies affect women and men differently. It also emphasizes the need for a more diverse workforce and closing the gender wage gap. Canada continues to have one of the highest gender wage gaps, Mr. Speaker, of all the OECD countries. This is unacceptable. Canada should be a leader in closing the wage gap, and our government is committed to taking actions that will help close it. Budget 2017 includes a number of measures aimed at reducing this gap, encouraging greater workforce participation among women, and helping to combat poverty and violence. Mr. Speaker, these measures include new investments of $11.2 billion towards a national housing strategy, investments in early learning childcare, $7 billion, as the previous speaker mentioned, Mr. Speaker, $7 billion over the next 11 years that will support access to childcare and allow greater participation in work, education and training, particularly by mothers. A new employment insurance caregiving benefit that will allow more caregivers, the majority whom are women, to balance their work and family responsibilities. The adoption of more flexible work arrangements for federally regulated employees, including flexible start and finish times, and the ability to work from home, as well as new unpaid leaves to help manage family responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, one of the key investments in this budget is a commitment of $101 million over 5 years to address gender-based violence. Gender-based violence remains an overwhelming barrier to equality and to ensuring our communities thrive. We must address it, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to doing its part to helping to end this violence and will soon be announcing a strategy to address it. In order to develop the best and most appropriate gender-based violence strategy, we must see the entire picture and exchange best practices. For this reason, we will gather evidence and engage our provincial and territorial counterparts to find the best path in moving towards a national strategy. Budget 2017 commits to a number of additional actions to increase safety and security, including, Mr. Speaker, investing in gender and cultural training for judges, investing in the family law system, creating the Secretariat on LGBTQ2 issues, and investments in a new national housing fund that prioritizes vulnerable individuals, including survivors of domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, as we discuss Budget 2017, it is also important to keep in mind that it builds on some of the foundations established last year as part of Budget 2016, measures that, Mr. Speaker, support women and their families. This includes, as has been mentioned, the new tax-free Canada Child Benefit, which provides low and middle-income families with more help for the high cost of raising their children. 9 out of 10 families receive more help than they did before, Mr. Speaker, with previous programs, with average benefits for these families rising nearly $2,300 in the first year. The Canada Child Benefit is particularly beneficial for families who are led by single parents. These families are most often led by single mothers and tend to have lower total incomes. It is also important to note that most families receiving the maximum CCB are led by these single mothers. Budget 2016 also increased income support for vulnerable seniors. Enhancements to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the GIS, have resulted in 750,000 single seniors receiving an increase of up to around $1,000 per year. This enhancement is helping to lift some 13,000 vulnerable seniors, including 12,000 senior women, Mr. Speaker, out of poverty. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, my comments today underscore just how strongly this government believes in moving our country closer to gender equality. Our government has a plan that builds on Budget 2016 so that women and girls can reach their full potential. Budget 2017 represents a tremendous opportunity for all of us and for our country to reach its full potential. Doing so, Mr. Speaker, benefits all Canadians by helping to build an inclusive, prosperous country that strengthens the middle class from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, although we hear lots of rhetoric about gender-based analysis and how we have a government that's gender-friendly and doing more, it's 2015, and all the rhetoric we hear from the other side, we really don't see much action. If you look at the budget, we don't really have gender-based analysis. It's just a chapter, a small section thrown into the back of the budget. We really don't have any extra measures for making sure we have pay equity, for example. But probably the biggest failure is that the government has not taken the lead on making sure we have more women representatives in this House of Commons. I put a private member's bill forward that would incentivize political parties to run more women in elections. This government voted against it, saying that they'd bring something else in, and they haven't. So what will happen in the next election, despite all the rhetoric, despite the Facebook feminism by this Prime Minister, is that we're going to have the same or fewer women in this House. And I'd like the member to say how concrete actions by which he thinks we can increase the number of women sitting in this House of Commons. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary for the Status of Women.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And, Mr. Speaker, I am very, very pleased to announce in this House, probably for the first time, that 3 women were elected to the House of Commons last evening. They happen to be from my party, but they will increase the complement of women in this House, which is a very, very good thing. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable member. 26% of this House represented by women is not enough. I know we as a party are taking measures to improve that. Mr. Speaker, you will remember 338 women that were welcomed to this House, the Daughters of the Vote, sponsored by our government and by Equal Voice. They took their seats in our places, Mr. Speaker. I think we saw the future before us, and like the honourable member opposite, I do believe we need to increase women's representation in this House. And Mr. Speaker, for the last 10 years, gender-based analysis was given very, very short shrift by the previous government. The Auditor General called us out, Mr. Speaker, and we can do better.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. Mr. Speaker, there are currently close to 1.3 million Canadians who are out of work, but only 6 in 10 of those unemployed Canadians can't access employment insurance benefits to help get them by. The government has made no new investments to improve access to EI benefits for those that need them the most. In the Alberni Valley right now, we've seen a massive layoff of mill workers. One of the mills is actually closed. We don't know when it's going to reopen because they can't get fiber, because of failed practices by the current British Columbia government, where raw log exports have gone up tenfold in 10 years, and our boats are getting loaded with our wood and our jobs and getting shipped out of here. In this budget, not only were we looking at ways that we could better support those that need to get their income, their unemployment assistance, but we were looking for this government to actually find ways to help areas like the Alberni Valley, people in the forest sector in British Columbia that are facing a threat of losing their jobs and huge layoffs. And maybe this government could show some compassion and actually invest in these workers and extending their unemployment insurance benefits instead of bailing on them like the province of BC has done.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to remind the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, that this government has helped to create 250,000 new jobs in the past 6 months. The unemployment rate has gone from 7.1% under the previous government to 6.6%, Mr. Speaker. We have to do more. I would agree with the honourable member. And I don't know if the honourable member wants to cast his mind back to the previous budget, where we made major changes to the employment insurance program. The government undertook to reverse many of the changes that were made by the previous government, Mr. Speaker. Work sharing, longer weeks for certain regions of the country that were hit with high unemployment, including, of course, the Fort McMurray area, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there is more to do, but this government is very, very intent on investing in the middle class, creating employment, and creating those jobs of the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that I will be sharing my speaking time with my excellent colleague for Calgary Rocky Ridge, with whom I've had the privilege of practicing my English while he practices his French. And I can tell you that as a Francophone, I really respect the fact that both French and English are respected within the party. On March 22nd, the Liberal government's finance minister tabled a budget that was empty and visionless and that created a climate of uncertainty. They talked about building a strong middle class, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would translate that by a different name: destroying the hope of the middle class. Mr. Speaker, I'm not an expert in finance or taxes or budgets, but I'm intelligent enough to rely on the testimony of experts who work with taxes, who work with numbers, and who understand the consequences of these decisions. I'd like to talk to you now about a comment from the Certified General Accountants Association of Canada. They said that the federal budget does not have a clear objective when it comes to future planning. So what this means, Mr. Speaker, is that the government doesn't know where it's going. Another comment: this new budget raises concerns because it does not set any deadline for balancing the budget and getting rid of this persistent deficit. That was Joyce Thomas of the CPA who said that. It was also said that the government's goal was to guide the government in its financial planning. This would greatly assist in fostering business confidence, supporting essential programs, and minimizing the burden of future generations. So, Mr. Speaker, this means that the government has no vision. Let's continue. This is a lackluster budget for Canada's 150th anniversary. That was the title of the analysis conducted by Desjardins, a cooperative financial institution, and one of the great sources of pride in Quebec and Canada. So my personal translation of this, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a lackluster budget that doesn't create confidence for individuals, small businesses, or foreign investors. There's a flagrant lack of vision and plan. Now, according to the experts, this is what was said. And as parliamentarians, of course, we listen a lot to the media, and we listen to the experts who are either experts in communication or experts in the subject matter. Mario Dumont said that the government had broken 3 promises, or rather the same promises 3 times. He said that the government had promised to run only modest deficits, just $10 billion. But by the first year, it was already $23 billion. Maybe we don't have the same understanding of the word modest. They were also supposed to run a temporary budget. Well, if you look at the budget, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that indicates when the government will put Canada's finances back in order, get back to a surplus. There is no possibility, according to current trends, to find an actual date. We've heard of the date 2055, but Mr. Speaker, I don't even trust that. When they've said they would run only a small deficit and that they would soon balance the budget, and now we're talking about 2055, you can understand why I'm doubtful about their promises. So they'll be running deficits, and those deficits will serve as structural measures for the economy. But I haven't seen that in the last 2 years. Now, François Pouliot also said that the federal budget is inked completely in red. It's just red as far as you can see. Now, you don't need to be a tax expert to understand that red ink means debt. Michel Girard said Canada is going to be in the red for a long time. Again, Mr. Speaker, they don't have any vision, and we don't know when we're going to get out of this. Even the journalists of Radio-Canada, Mr. Speaker, criticized this budget. Gérald Filion said that Bill Morneau's second budget is anything but easy, simple, and easy to understand for the journalists. This government recently revealed that in 16 months, they spent a lot more on public consultations than Stephen Harper did in his whole 10 years in power. Well, that may make people happy, but that doesn't equal really managing Canada. Radio-Canada also said the government is asking us to trust them on the budget and on Canada's prosperity, but they're not including anything in the budget that would really engender that trust. This is a political document, not a plan to administer a country. Who said this, Mr. Speaker? Emmanuel Latendresse from Radio-Canada. And to sum this all up, Nathalie Elgrady-Levy said, short but sweet, like Prime Minister, like budget. In other words, both are empty. Now, before the tabling of the budget, let's remember what the atmosphere was like in the House. Everyone on this side, and some people across the way, were feeling frustrated because there was an attitude coming from the Prime Minister, and he essentially provoked us. Why were we provoked? Well, the Prime Minister has been nonchalant, negligent, arrogant, and he's shown a lack of vision and leadership. He's also been irresponsible. He's acting like a dictator. If you look at his recent attempt to change the standing orders of the House, that's very clear. But I won't get into that now, Mr. Speaker. Now, he had said that one day he said that budgets balance themselves. Even better, he once said that when interest rates are low, that's when you should borrow. Well, what are we going to do when the interest rates go up? We've all borrowed that money. So this is our Prime Minister. So they're loading up the credit card. And worse, they're filling out a second form, a second application for a new credit card because they can't pay off the first one. That's the direction we're headed in, Mr. Speaker, and it's unacceptable. So I'll summarize the budget for you, Mr. Speaker. They are eliminating the tax credit for public transport, taking public transit users very much by surprise. They're increasing insurance costs for Canadian farmers. We didn't hear a lot about this, Mr. Speaker, but it is written in this political pamphlet right here. It's written there. that Canadian farmers will have to pay even more for insurance because the exoneration for certain farmers was eliminated. 40,000 daycare spots. Well, they're interfering in provincial and territorial jurisdiction here. So what will happen in Quebec? Nothing will be given to help Canadian and Quebec families directly. Now, I see I don't have a lot of time left, so I'll jump to the end of my speech. But as you can see, I have a lot of notes and a lot that I could have talked to you about today. But I am getting to the end. There was no effort to support Canadian families, seniors, youth. And there were only toothless measures for small businesses. This government is headed toward the wall. The deficit is growing exponentially. It's 28 billion now, and our children and grandchildren are going to have to pay for it later. If we continue on this path, it will lead to bankruptcy. This government is hijacking the future of this country. They're charging more for farmers. They're not doing anything to help the citizens of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, and they're not helping families. Today, I tabled an e-petition to support families of our soldiers who fight every day to defend our country. But there's nothing in this budget for them. So, Mr. Speaker, we will not remain silent. The Prime Minister is being irresponsible. He is the one who is spending irresponsibly, and he hasn't even gotten results for that. And that's what's so unfortunate in this budget. So, Mr. Speaker, that was my presentation today, and as I said, I do have a lot more information to share with this House, but unfortunately, I don't have the time to do so today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the honourable member that we do not mention the number of other members. We do not mention other members in the House by their family name. I believe a member should refer to the Honourable Minister of Finance rather than naming him. Questions and comments? Well, I was actually quoting a title, a headline. So in that case, am I not allowed to name the person? No? Well, the convention concerning the names of other members is the same, whether you are referring to the person's name or whether the name appears in a citation. The same rule applies in that case. So whether it's part of your speech or part of a quotation which is used in the speech, it's the same rule. So you can just make a change to your speech so that the member's name is referred to by their position or their riding name. That would be acceptable. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I think my friend across the way needs a bit of a reality check and maybe get outside of the Conservative speaking points and start getting a better appreciation in terms of what it is that the member across the way actually voted against. And let me give a specific example, Mr. Speaker. He says this government has not been helping Canadian families. Well, that tax cut for the middle class helped millions of Canadian families. By the way, the Conservatives voted against it, Mr. Speaker. The member said that we're not helping seniors. Well, we lifted literally tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty through the substantial increase to the GIS. Again, in which the Conservative Party voted against, Mr. Speaker. There is a very, very long list. And my question to the member is, does he not feel at times he should get out of the Conservative speaking points and see if he should test to make sure that there's some truth or reality to the situation?
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague. It's always pleasant to hear him. We hear him speak so often. He's a great parliamentarian, and I want to congratulate him on his performance. Now, let's come back to the facts. Do we agree that the Liberal Party, during the election campaign, made promises? Those are facts. That's reality. They promised a modest deficit of $10 billion It's written in their program, $10 billion. $23 billion in 2016-17 and $28 billion this year. They said, Mr. Speaker, if we're talking about facts, is that they would come back to balance by 2019. I forgot the title of the person responsible for budgets. Thank you, dear colleague. He said in his planning, 2055. So when we're talking about facts, Mr. Speaker, we'll have to actually look in the mirror instead of accuse the Conservatives. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, I think that my colleague for Winnipeg North did not listen to your speech or your colleague's speech. I want to thank my colleague for having quoted many independent sources that were talking about the budget. He must have missed a part of his speech. I want to come back to the fact that today we're seeing more and more the practice of announcing large sums of money spread over several years that go beyond a single electoral cycle. In this case, the most recent 2017 budget, we see expenses that are going to be spread out over 10 years. If there's a third Liberal government, if they're re-elected up to that point, can my colleague comment on this practice that is more and more widespread to spread large sums of money, to announce large investments, but to spread them out over such a long period that it becomes ridiculous, and that essentially we're misleading the public with large numbers and giving the impression that large sums of money are being spent, and yet the expenditures are not promised until after the election. The member for Jean-Cartier. I said to my colleague on the other side that he's a good parliamentarian and he should indeed be listening to me more closely. In 2016, this government promised infrastructure investments that would be extraordinary, billions and billions of dollars. And in 2017, do you see anything happening in your ridings, dear parliamentarians? Do you see any construction? Do you see shovels in the ground? No. The Liberal practice on the other side is to, when again I was mentioning in my speech, to simply be irresponsible, to do whatever they want, to not take people seriously, to not respect people. And we talk about what's planned for the future, but we saw in a year what kind of damage they did to Canada's economy. So, indeed, dear colleague, I do not believe that this practice is acceptable. And I think that we should put our foot down, and when one reads the budget, there should be obligations to actually deliver. We are the parliamentarians who lose all credibility at that point. We can't do everything in a year, but this government on the other side had ruined many things in a year. And we're going back and forth when they're sending decisions between departments and nothing concrete is happening for Canadians. And so we talked about 3 Liberal mandates. I really hope that we will be able to convince Canadians that the best thing for them is to elect a Conservative government next time.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, just as Budget 2016 was a budget built of broken promises, so Budget 2017 is an insubstantial rehashing and doubling down on last year's bad ideas, replete with the shameless repetition of catchphrases rendered meaningless by this government's actions to date. It's no secret, Mr. Speaker, that this budget was widely panned. I talked to a number of people in Calgary who couldn't understand how this government can run these large deficits without having anything to show for it and without any economic justification. One constituent said that the budget presented by the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, quote, under the disguise of support for the middle class, is a hoax, an insult to the intelligence of Canadians, unquote. She went on to say that the Liberals are, quote, not building a stronger middle class, so please stop with this insulting, embarrassing, foolish aside. Andrew Coyne called it a nonsense-filled budget, but perhaps the quote from last week's National Post sums it up best in describing the budget as, quote, 278 pages of flowery verbiage dressed up in the thin veneer of marketing speak. The whole thing will be forgotten by the weekend. While it's mostly true that this budget is so thin on substance that the news cycle has already forgotten it, the debt, though, on that this budget piles on certainly cannot be forgotten that easily. I mentioned this government's penchant for meaningless catchphrases, so I'll remind members of this House that this government promised unprecedented transparency, sound economic stewardship resulting in greater rates of growth, fairness for the middle class and those working hard to join it, and attentive consultation with all Canadians. All empty platitudes coming from this Liberal government.
Particularly that member.
In the last election, they also promised maximum deficits of $10 billion and a return to the balanced budget that the Parliamentary Budget Office confirmed the Liberals inherited when they formed government. So what of these so-called modest deficits that were promised? Well, hearing any talk of anything modest from a Liberal should have been a red flag, but Canadians elected them anyway on a promise that the maximum $10 billion deficits would be incurred strictly in order to fund infrastructure projects that would immediately facilitate economic activity and real GDP growth. Well, it didn't happen, and this budget, with its $28 billion now structural deficit and no hint of even a timetable to return to surplus, along with downgraded growth projections, leaves no room for this government to deny that they broke the central promise of the last campaign. And they make no apologies for breaking their promise, and they have no intention of even trying to keep it. They're simply hoping nobody noticed. But Canadians have noticed. And while Canadians are forgiving people and will forgive an honest mistake, they will not forgive a broken trust. It's widely known that when Liberals do get thrown out of office, they're historically brought down by their own arrogance and corruption. Yet arrogance and corruption are at the core of the Liberals' big government knows best political philosophy. Arrogance in the technocrats' conceit that a small group of self-styled experts know better than millions of individuals making choices in their own interest. And corruption, which inevitably crops up when a small group of insiders have the power to control economic activity through regulation and to pick corporate winners and losers. The latter point is evident by Budget 2017's corporate welfare agenda. It boasts almost $1.3 billion over 6 years of investment in 6 main economic priorities like clean energy, advanced manufacturing, and agri-food. To be clear, these may well be important fields of economic development, assuming these fancy-sounding terms can be defined and actually mean something. But when it comes to business, when a government says invest, it actually means spend, which actually means subsidize. Likewise, when it says that they'll spend over $1.7 billion over 6 years on, among other things, spawning superclusters, offering state-supplied venture capital to favored firms, and twisting procurement policy to let taxpayers bear the risk of testing out Canadian products, it means that the government will try to steer the economy towards its pet priorities with no regard to the desires of Canadians free to choose their own priorities in a free market. This opens the door for economic distortion and corruption, since interested firms will inevitably try to curry favor with this government in order to get their share of its subsidies, perhaps doing so at a Cash for Access fundraiser, but I digress. Returning, Mr. Speaker, to the main point about this budget, it is laced with simplistic, idealistic depictions of a world which the Liberals wish existed instead of the complex reality at hand. Even the cover art on Budget 2017 suggests a possible Freudian slip, showing that Liberals know that their promises are merely illusions. We have the illusion of useful infrastructure actually being built by a government that is simply making endless project announcements. We have the illusion of timely medical care for the elderly under a government which ignores real threats to the sustainability of the single-payer system and has yet to deliver on its palliative care promises. We have an illusory guitar and recording system in the hands of a creative young woman, apparently put there by the same government that eliminated the children's arts and fitness tax credits. And we have the illusion of solar-powered fishing boats and effective wind power production under a government whose senior PMO advisors were the architects of the Ontario Liberals' disastrous Green Energy Act. The back cover art doodles also depict the Liberal vision of the world in their idealized economy. There are scientific equipment, wind turbines, bicycles, happy families, and recreational fishing boats, but there are no mines, no oil rigs, no farms, no cut timber. There is no primary industry and no recognition of the millions of jobs which depend on natural resources. Speaking of wishful thinking, Budget 2017 contains many aspirational phrases which ring hollow when set against the government's record. For example, on page 178, they say that in Canada, we have made a choice to build an economy that works for everyone. even as this Prime Minister and his party can barely contain their disdain for the resource and agricultural sectors. Budget 2017 says on page 204 that, quote, the government remains committed to building a fair tax system that benefits the middle class and those working hard to join it. Yet this government cannot and will not define what that even means, since it has no definition of middle class. One of my personal favorites, on page 214, Budget 2017 claims that, quote, the government is committed to enhancing the transparency and accountability of federal borrowing activities to Parliament and ultimately Canadians. This from a government which, as we speak, is trying to change the standing orders of the House of Commons without all-party consent. The ability of this government to speak of transparency with a straight face in the midst of an unprecedented attack on democratic parliamentary privilege would be hilariously ironic if the stakes were not so high. This government's vision of transparency would centralize even more powers into the hands of a small executive, would diminish Parliament's ability to hold the government to account, and would allow the party in power to unilaterally change parliamentary procedure for its own convenience. They see members of Parliament and their democratic prerogatives as a nuisance, oblivious to the fact that every member of Parliament, regardless of which caucus they sit in, won an election to represent their constituents, and the ones on this side of the House were elected by people that do not share this government's views, and they have the right to have their voices heard in the House by their members of Parliament that they elected. In fact, I still can't figure out whether the timing of this budget was meant to distract attention from the Liberals' power grab at Proc or the other way around. Both the budget and their actions at Proc are surely embarrassing to this government and would be better covered up by a stronger news story. So the question is, which embarrasses this government more? Again, I digress. Mr. Speaker, instead of offering trendy buzzwords that signify nothing, this government should serve Canadians through practical and tangible measures. This budget repeats the word innovation some 200 times, but Canadians know that just repeating a word over and over again will not get unemployed Canadians back to work. Saying the words venture capital catalyst, supercluster, or infrastructure bank on the cocktail party circuit might make a Liberal feel clever, but words won't balance a budget, grow the economy, or lift anybody out of poverty. Merely announcing or re-announcing infrastructure projects won't get shovels into the ground. Instead, the government should rein in their out-of-control spending in the tax increases that it requires. They should reverse course on taxes like the carbon tax, follow the example of Conservatives that brought federal taxes to their lowest point in 50 years while returning to a balanced budget on schedule. They should reduce regulation to increase the creative and innovative energy currently trapped in red tape. They should fulfill their own broken promise and reduce the small business tax rate, reverse their ill-conceived and poorly timed job-killing payroll tax. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, they should quit trying to think of new ways to nickel and dime money out of Canadians while flailing in a sea of red ink, broken promises, rhetorical nonsense, all against the backdrop of an ethics investigation and an unprecedented attack on democratic accountability. Mr. Speaker, this budget may well have been designed to be forgotten quickly. I wish it were so.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's not much that was just said that I would actually agree with, but yet it's always nice to hearing some other opinions, no matter how wrong they might be. One of the things that the member tried to get across, and I'm a little sensitive to, is the issue of rural Canada, especially out on the prairies. You see, Mr. Speaker, when the issue of pipelines, which was a very important issue out in the prairies, impacts all of Canada, but it's a special issue in the prairies. I think it's important that we recognize that the Stephen Harper government failed at building 1 inch of pipeline to Tidewaters, Mr. Speaker. Now, compare that to what we have done in 18 months. Take a look at the canola farmer, Mr. Speaker, and the crisis that was taking place in China and the threat of hundreds of millions of dollars, and it was this government that dealt with that. My question to the member is, how does he fathom why it is that the Conservatives were unable to get the job done when it came to servicing our rural communities, especially in the prairies, and now under this administration we have seen significant gains in jobs.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you very much. And this is just, I'm not even sure what to make of that intervention, and it seems to be telling. I do have, as my colleague said before, a strange admiration for the member for Winnipeg North and his ability to stand in this House and defend anything, including this budget. But, Mr. Speaker, for a caucus many of whose members specifically campaigned to oppose any and all oil and gas activity, and especially pipelines to the West Coast, for the signals they've sent to the international market about phasing out oil sands. The hostility of many members of this caucus to that industry it cannot be denied. And for this member to, even as his own government unilaterally set aside the previous approval of the Northern Gateway and imposed the Northern tanker ban to kill Northern Gateway, and still wants to take credit for pipelines, by the way, none of which have been built yet. It's quite unbelievable, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and certainly one of the rare times that Conservatives and New Democrats agreed on how we tackle climate change was through the home energy retrofit program that the Conservatives had in the last Parliament. Although we wished it lasted longer and it wasn't cut short, we know that it's one of the most cost-effective ways to reduce emissions and help Canadian households reduce their monthly bills while creating good local jobs. And in my community, recently a couple, Brian Glennie and Claire Schumann in Parksville, just hired a company out of Cumberland, which is in the Comox Valley, called HoC Energy Solutions, to install a solar roof so they could reduce their energy costs, help contribute to climate change, and be a partner, really, in doing this. So it creates jobs, we know, for local contractors and supports small business. So my question to the member was the member surprised that the budget doesn't include any home energy retrofit program so that people in our communities and homeowners can be partners in tackling climate change?
Well, member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you for the question, and indeed it seems a bit unusual the extent to which we find agreement across these opposition benches, but such is the budget we have at hand that seems to bring everybody but the Liberals together. I'm not actually surprised that they did not include that. The Liberals, in the same vein, this is the same Liberal government that has repealed all kinds of useful tax credits in a variety of fields, including in this same budget the public transit tax credit. Are, I guess, trying to nickel and dime Canadians any way possible, whether it's to whether it's on the retrofit of a home for energy efficiency, or the transit tax credit, the arts and fitness credits. They've never met a tax credit that they wouldn't gladly take away in the interest of generating more revenue for the state.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John, Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say how thrilled and pleased I am to be able to stand here in the House and speak about Budget 2017. It's a budget that gives much hope and much promise for middle-class Canadians. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, just let me digress and go back to when I did start to run in the past election, Mr. Speaker, and started door-to-door, going from community, going from neighbourhood to neighbourhood. And actually, I started, Mr. Speaker, in one of our priority neighbourhoods, Crescent Valley. Let me say the work that's being done in Crescent Valley is absolutely magnificent. The Crescent Valley Association, led by Ann Driscoll, is doing a fantastic job. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing that was loud and clear to me going door-to-door in Crescent Valley was the fact that this was housing that needed upgrading. It needed rebuilding, and really a total overhaul in many, many instances, Mr. Speaker. These families were living in conditions and are living in conditions that certainly need to be upgraded. There were many people, Mr. Speaker, that talked to me about their current situations, and then I went back and talked to a lot of the nonprofit organizations in St. John and surrounding areas, and there was concern, Mr. Speaker. There was concern about a lot of the operating agreements with these housing co-ops was expiring, and there was a lot of uncertainty in the future. So, first and foremost, with respect to housing, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend and compliment people in my riding and in my region that are doing outstanding work on housing and helping those who need affordable housing in my riding obtain that. People like Kit Hickey, Randy Hatfield, Narendra Singh, Brian Marks, and many, many other people, Mr. Speaker, that are working tirelessly every day to help those who are looking for housing in my riding. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not proud to stand here today and talk about the fact that we have 1,300 people from my riding on a wait list for affordable housing. That's not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. So let me say, I'm absolutely delighted to speak in support of Budget 2017. I'm excited about the commitment of $11.2 billion. Let me say that number again. $11.2 billion for a national housing strategy for our country. This is something, Mr. Speaker, that I advocated for. We have worked tirelessly towards. I am a proud member, Mr. Speaker, of the HuMA committee that has just got done traveling from coast to coast to coast. And certainly one thing that was very, very evident traveling across this country was the absolute need, Mr. Speaker, for affordable housing and the fact that we needed as a country a national housing strategy. Mr. Speaker, our government signaled its intention to reestablish a federal leadership role in housing, started in Budget 2016. As honourable members will recall, in addition to the existing baseline annual funding of over $2 billion, our first budget included funding of $2.3 billion over 2 years to address urgent housing needs across this country. This included a doubling of the investment in affordable housing, as well as targeted funding, Mr. Speaker, to improve housing for seniors and low-income households, Northerners, Indigenous people, and those fleeing situations of domestic violence. I'm proud to say that this funding has already benefited more than 58,000 households, Mr. Speaker. That is significant and transformational. 58,000 households across Canada. Budget 2016 also provided funding for low-cost loans and new financing tools to encourage municipalities, housing developers, and nonprofit housing providers to develop more affordable rental housing units. This funding will significantly expand the stock of affordable rental housing in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I am also remiss. I want to mention I will be splitting my time with the member of Brampton South. We made it clear a year ago that these investments were only a first step as we took the time needed to develop a new, inclusive national housing strategy to help guide the way forward. Budget 2017, I'm thrilled to say, affirms this. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. This is the largest single spending commitment in our budget. It's historic, and it will be transformational for many, many families across our country. When formally launched later this year, the National Housing Strategy will provide a roadmap for governments and housing providers across the country, as well as focused support for those who need it the most, those living in poverty, Mr. Speaker. In the coming weeks and months, we will be meeting with provinces and territories, housing stakeholders, Indigenous leaders, discuss how we can best work together to ensure a coordinated and truly national strategy. This is key and is of utmost importance, Mr. Speaker. This strategy will be delivered by Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation through a number of initiatives I'd like to highlight for honourable members. Let me begin with our commitment to renewal housing partnerships with the provinces and territories. Our government recognizes that housing needs vary across this country, and we are committed to working with provinces and territories to ensure that the unique needs of all communities are met. These priorities may include the construction of new affordable housing units, the renovation and repair of existing housing, rent subsidies, and other measures to make housing more affordable, and initiatives to support safe, independent living for seniors and persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, The National Housing Strategy will also include new housing fund to address critical housing issues and prioritize support for vulnerable citizens, including seniors, Indigenous peoples, victims of domestic violence, persons with disabilities, those dealing with mental health and addiction issues, and veterans. Administered by CMHC, this fund will receive $5 billion in federal funding over the next 11 years and signals the government's renewed role, finally, Mr. Speaker, in a housing policy for our country. Further details will be announced when the National Housing Strategy is launched later this year, but it includes a new co-investment fund to encourage greater collaboration and investment among diverse partners to prioritize large-scale community renewal projects. It will also support innovative approaches to housing development, a strong, sustainable, affordable housing sector. CMHC's direct lending activities will be expanded to include low-cost loans for renewal of social and affordable housing. This in addition to the Budget 2016 lending program I mentioned earlier, which will support construction of new rental units. In addition to these new investments of $11.2 billion, the government is also preserving baseline funding related to the expiry of long-term social housing operating agreements. The use and renewal of these funds will be determined over the next year. Honourable members who represent northern ridings will know that the housing challenges in this region are unique and complex. Budget 2017 proposes to invest $300 million starting in 2018-19 to provide stable and predictable funding to territorial governments to help offset the higher cost of construction and improve housing conditions across the north. Budget 2017 also includes an additional $4 billion over 10 years starting in 2018-19 to build and improve housing water treatment systems, health facilities, and other community infrastructure in Indigenous communities. This builds on the $554 million provided in last year's budget to address urgent housing needs on reserve, and more than $10 million we are investing in new shelters for First Nations families affected by domestic violence. We'll be working with First Nations, Inuit, Métis partners in the coming months to determine how Budget 2017 funding will be allocated. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2017 includes a proposed investment of $241 million through the National Housing Strategy to help CMHC improve housing data collection and analytics, expand housing research, and strengthen our ability to make informed policy decisions. Long-term funding, Mr. Speaker, will also be provided to Statistics Canada to develop and implement a new housing statistics framework. Mr. Speaker, I have talked primarily about the proposed investments in Budget 2017 that relate specifically to the National Housing Strategy. Again, Mr. Speaker, it is key and critical for my riding to have this National Housing Strategy. I was proud to travel the country, coast to coast to coast, to help be involved in implementing this. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand today that our government is actually backing a National Housing Strategy, which will be good for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Pleased to listen to my colleague from Newfoundland, and I appreciate the fact that as a businessman, you know what you're talking about. And I have some issue that I would like to address to him. First of all, what you think about the NHL decision to cancel the participation in Olympic, but unfortunately, it's not the issue today. But seriously, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to know is, as a businessman, what does he think about the Minister of Finance who had no plan to zero deficit?
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to stand up today and talk about hockey, and certainly my St. John Sea Dogs hockey team that is blowing through the first round of their playoff series on to the second round in chase of another Memorial Cup for the organization. But, Mr. Speaker, to answer my friend and colleague's question, investment over the past 10 years before we were elected in Canada in infrastructure in particular, Mr. Speaker, was at a deficit. We saw it in St. John Rothsay. We saw a lack of investment in a lot of our critical infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, that was investment that needed to be done. I stand behind our finance minister. He's doing a fantastic job. He has a vision for our future, a vision for our country, and I have absolutely no problem justifying how we're moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, we have organizations in the riding of Courtenay Alberni working hard to end homelessness, like the Comox Valley Coalition to End Homelessness, Dawn to Dawn, the Port Alberni Shelter Society, the Task Force in Oceanside to End Homelessness, all working hard to get people off the street into housing so we can save money and reduce costs in our healthcare system, our criminal justice system, and help support our economy. This member talked about historic investments in affordable housing. Right now, we're learning that they've committed to billions of dollars, over $8 billion in housing. But in fact, 90% of the money for housing won't go out the door until after the next election. Why are the Liberals playing political games on this file while there's thousands of vulnerable Canadians that are struggling to find affordable housing, especially in rural communities which are being forgotten?
St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank my friend across the way for his question. But, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. You talk to people who run shelters in St. John Rothsay. You talk to people involved in the nonprofit sector in St. John Rothsay. They are absolutely thrilled with this budget, Mr. Speaker. And what was needed, Mr. Speaker, was a long-term investment. We are committing to a 10-year investment, Mr. Speaker, and you can say it's back-end loaded. Maybe I'm going to say it's front-end loaded, Mr. Speaker. When you pay rent over 10 years, it depends on which way you want to look at that. So I will say this, Mr. Speaker. I think our investment is strategic. I think it's historic. And the fact that we make this investment, as opposed to the party opposite that was going to run an austerity and wouldn't have a cent to invest in affordable housing or those living in poverty, I'm very proud to stand and support our budget. Thank you.
Good job. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to pick up on the point made by my friend from Courtenay Alberni. And I'm not out of sympathy with the efforts of the government to emphasize affordable housing. It's really nice, after 10 years of the previous government, to have a government that understands affordable housing. I certainly know that there are many members opposite who care about it as passionately as we do in the opposition benches. But it really is difficult to have it described as a long-term vision when it's so clear in all the categories, whether climate spending, infrastructure, child care spaces, help for the homeless, that very little money is spent before the next election. If it had been described differently, if we're making an historic contribution to fight homelessness of $300 million before the next election, that would be honest. But I have to say it feels like a bit of a shell game to say we're spending $11 billion on helping deal with the crisis of homelessness, but only $300 million will be spent before the next election.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, I thank member opposite for her question. But, Mr. Speaker, again, to run a government, to look at the big picture, there has to be a long-term investment. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm absolutely thrilled that our minister and our government stood up and put their money where their mouth was in a long-term, 10-year investment, a strategic investment, an investment, Mr. Speaker, in a national housing strategy. You talk to people, Mr. Speaker, across our country on the front lines, and I just got back from traveling coast to coast to coast, and, Mr. Speaker, those people on the front lines dealing with people in need day in and day out are absolutely thrilled with our commitment. They're thrilled with our investment. And, Mr. Speaker, this is going to change the lives for tens upon hundreds of thousands of families living across our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Budget 2017, our government's next step to building a Canada that works for the middle class and those working hard to join it. Take Noor and Kate, a young couple, who are headed towards settling down, getting married, and having their first child. Let's just say they live in my riding of Brampton South. For them, our budget means that if they choose, Kate can receive EI maternity benefit up to 12 weeks before the due date, up from the previous 8 weeks. And once the baby is born, there are more flexible EI parental benefit available, including the choice of stretching the benefit period out over 18 months. To respond to one of the biggest costs for parents and families, we will be investing $7 billion in affordable childcare spaces, looking to create 14,000 spots for children like Noor and Kate's little one to go to. Kate takes the GO train to work, Noor takes the bus. For that, we will be investing $20.1 billion in public transit over the next 11 years, which means that the buses and GO train that Kate and Noor use will improve. These are the kinds of investment that make a difference in the day-to-day lives for hardworking families in Brampton South. And this is on top of all the things that came to Budget 2016 for families, like the more generous, automatic, monthly Canada Child Benefit. According to data from the Department of Economic and Social Development, with approximately 23.5 thousand children in Brampton South, these are average monthly payment of $680 they are receiving. This total of over $9 million being sent to low to middle income families in Brampton South in 2016 to help with the cost of raising kids. On top of that, approximately $860 the Kate and Noor will be getting once the baby is born. They also benefit from the middle class tax cut we unveiled in 2016. On average, single individual who benefit will see an average tax reduction $330 every year, and couples who benefit will see an average tax reduction of $540 every year. So for Kate and Noor, there is an extra $540 more in their pockets. All of these things focus on putting more money in people's pocket and investing directly in our best Canadian resource, our middle class. And if things get tough for Noor and Kate, Budget 2017 has a number of measures that build a stronger safety net for them. We are thinking of how to get people back to their feet solidly and quickly so they can get back to supporting their family, building towards their retirement, and contributing to the Canadian economy. In fact, we are already seeing in the 7 months preceding the budget 250,000 new jobs created in Canada. The unemployment rate dropped from 7.1% to 6.6%. Our plan is working, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2017 has measures to help those who are struggling. So in the case Kate unfortunately loses her job, our budget has committed to significant amount, $2.7 billion to the provinces and territories to help those unemployed or underemployed to access training or employment supports to find and keep good jobs. Our EI benefits for the unemployment are also geared towards those like Kate so they can go back to school to get the training they need. Without fear of losing the critical benefit, they depend on the support themselves and their families. We are increasing the EI in total by almost $900 million over 5 years to make it more flexible for families like Kate and Noor's family. If Kate has any issues with their EI claims, we are putting tens of millions into improving access to EI call centers and to improve claim processing times. As Canadians know, so be successful in this day and age, there need to be opportunities of lifelong learning so that the next job is also a better job. We will better support adult working, returning to schools, and face the high cost of post-secondary education, along with the financial pressure associated with daily life and raising their families. So if Kate goes back to school part-time in order to get the skills she needs for a good job, her EI benefits and still be there for her. And under Budget 2017, she also now qualifies for financial assistance from the federal government, unlike the previous system which did not support students with their dependent children or part-time students. Therefore, she can apply for Canada student loans and grants to help with the cost of going back to school. We are investing $225 million over 4 years to identify skill gap to be best prepared for the new economy. Kate will be able to find a place where she can make a long career because it is something that we are lacking enough talent in right now. This will help to promote job security for her. She will be needed commodity in a field that needs more newly trained and ready to work people. In fact, as a student again, Kate will also possibly be able to get a co-op position, something that Budget 2017 is investing $221 million in. We hope to create 10,000 work integrated learning placement that link people from their education into an industry that they can succeed in. So far, I have talked about how Budget 2017 speaks to the experience of many in my downtown riding with young kids who commute into work and who need flexibility in how they decide to arrange their life when things get difficult. On top of that, we are thinking about how families actually work. When times get tough, they turn to family and they turn to those around them. In my riding of Brampton South, family and communities go hand in hand, Mr. Speaker. That is why we are making significant measures for caregivers. We are creating the Canada Caregiver Credit to better support those when they need it most. This is a new non-refundable credit to help caregivers, whether or not they live with their family member, to help pay for the burden of caregiving responsibilities. $310 million in total tax relief of families with caregiving responsibilities over the next 5 years. So if Noor's mom lives up the street and he goes there to take care of her, and he has to take time off of work where he could have been at work making money, he can get credit on his taxes for that important work. And more than that, if Noor and Kate think it is the best to bring in a medical caregiver to Canada from elsewhere, in Budget 2017, we have eliminated the $1,000 LMIA fee. Also, since Noor and Kate's total income is less than $150,000 to altogether, they don't have to pay LMI fee for caregiver anymore either. Then Noor's mom can have regular medical attention, which means he can be at work while Kate is at school. As their current living space is draining their savings, they put in a request to be placed for affordable housing with our historical investment, $3.2 billion in affordable housing. We are going to bring down the long wait times for a placement and help the provinces and territories to build new projects to increase access. And over the years, their little one will grow up doing things we would not have imagined, like learning code in elementary and high school. We are investing $50 million over the next 2 years in that. And the opportunities of the future will be global leading through our investment in strategic innovation, supercluster, clean tech, artificial intelligence, smart cities, and future entrepreneurs. While the budget has so much for infrastructure, veterans, public safety officers, community infrastructure, and other important measures, and I could speak about so much more time, I find myself thinking about how it will help people like Noor and Kate. And there are so many people like them across Canada that are at the core of our success. People in my riding will benefit greatly from Budget 2017 now and into the future. I'm so pleased to have had the opportunity to talk about this, and I look forward to continuing to share this news in the weeks and months to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her speech today. But she speaks a lot about young couples and benefits for them. But these young couples are going to be watching this government, and this government has no understanding of fiscal responsibility, no idea of when they're going to balance the budget. And in fact, some of these new parents that she was speaking about aren't going to see this government maybe balance a budget by the time they become grandparents. What kind of a lesson does this member think this government is providing to those young families that are now learning to balance their own families' budgets? Thank you.
Good question. Honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for their question. What my question should really be focused on the number of things, Budget 2017, that benefit our riding. on top of the Canada Child Benefit and the middle class tax, among dozens of other measures in Budget 2016, Budget 2017 make a real difference for the middle class and all those working to join it. Mr. Speaker, it also affects everyone. Like the new 2017 budgets, like there's so many affordable housing affects everywhere. It's also affect on members' riding too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her speech. One thing that the Liberals have failed to mention in this budget is their promise to close the stock option loopholes for the wealthiest CEOs in our country that cost Canadian taxpayers over $750 million a year. Mr. Speaker, they talk about their record investments in housing, how they're going to spend over $8 billion, but when we find out the details, it's only going to be $20 million in this year. That's about 20 homes in Toronto and Vancouver. Mr. Speaker, people are living on the street in my riding, and Canadians aren't fools. They're not fools. They're seeing what the government's doing in their choices. The government talks about budgets are about decisions and about making choices. Why is the government choosing CEO tax loopholes over people living on the street? That's the question I have for this government, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my colleague, for that question. Mr. Speaker, this budget is focused on middle class, how to grow the economy. And I think our government did a very good job. Budget 2017 helps build a stronger Canada, and it also helps invest in things that we are neglecting over the previous government for 10 years. I think this will help build up our infrastructure, and it also help to all the communities, and communities will thrive with this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Brampton South for her speech and interventions today, and all the work that you're doing on behalf of your constituents. I wonder if you could comment on the investment in Canadians, where you've mentioned about housing, you've mentioned about daycare, you've mentioned about the Canada Child Benefit, and the need to build up our country by making sure Canadians are successful wherever they're living in the country, whatever their background is, that everyone has a chance to be successful within the country, given the investments that Budget 2016 and now Budget 2017 is putting forward.
Honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honourable member. This budget is historic budget, Mr. Speaker, and I will tell you why we put $5 billion on the table for mental health, which is really need of our communities. And I'm so thrived, and I think everyone is thrived for that investment, and I will applaud to Health Minister for that. I think that is something we can all come together to support. And every year, even though Bell's Let's Talk and World Mental Health Day, we speak up about the issues. 1 in 5 our peoples are affected with this issue. And I'm really thrilled about this investment. Also, there's a historic investment in affordable housing, in childcare, and in medical caregivers, also a big effect on our communities. And there's so many co-op placements, and it's really historic budget, and we should all support for that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
I'll be splitting my time. Thank you very much, Chairman. I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. The Liberals claim that this budget is all about the middle class and those working hard to join it. So let's talk about precisely that subject and examine some of the systematic wealth transfers the government is undertaking to move money from the middle class and those working to join it to the most wealthy and well-connected people in Canada. Let's start with the carbon tax. Carbon tax, which will charge $30 a ton at the beginning and rise to $50 a ton of emitted CO2 by the time it is fully implemented. That will undisputedly increase the cost of almost everything. According to Finance Department documents, it will increase the costs of gas, home heating, groceries, and create, quote, a cascading effect of higher prices throughout the economy. Who will that affect? Well, according to Stats Canada, poor families spend a third more of their household income on the things the tax applies to than do rich households. That's because many of the costs I just laid out are fixed for families. Doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, you have to heat your home, turn on the lights, you have to eat. The more discretionary products that people enjoy, like going on long vacations or enjoying a luxurious time with one's family at a fancy resort, would not consume nearly as much percentage-wise of the resources that are taxed under this regime. So the percentage impact on the incomes of poor families is much higher than on the incomes of rich families, the very definition of a regressive tax. And who will get the money? Well, we know that in none of the provinces across the country will this tax be revenue neutral. Even British Columbia, which has the least damaging regime, is taking more in taxes than it's giving back in tax relief. Other provinces have convoluted schemes that require lobbyists, consultants, and political influence for anyone to get that money back. For example, in Ontario, you can get some of your carbon tax money back if you apply for a rebate on a $150,000 electric car. Now, that's going to be great for the millionaires and billionaires who drive Teslas. Not so great if you're a minimum wage earning secretary or hairstylist struggling to pay for your kids' basic needs. So we know that those who are well lobbied for, well organized, well connected, and just plain wealthy will get the lion's share of the proceeds of this tax. It is a wealth transfer from the middle class and those working to join it to the wealthiest 1%. Then let's move to the national debt. This budget adds $25 billion to the national debt. What does debt bring? Interest. Interest to whom? Interest to those who can afford to buy government bonds. And who are those people? Are minimum wage earning people buying government bonds? Are single mothers struggling to pay for their groceries setting aside money to buy government bonds? No, of course not. In fact, the budget gets rid of the Canada Savings Bond, which used to be a vehicle of savings for Canadians. And that is an acknowledgement that it is not everyday Canadians who lend to the government anymore. It is wealthy institutional investors who like the risk-free return that government bonds offer because they are backed up by a taxpayer guarantee. So the higher income people will necessarily benefit more from the billions of dollars in interest payments taxpayers will fund on this year's $25 billion deficit. And then there's the infrastructure bank. The Liberals have proposed an infrastructure bank that would offer loan guarantees and subordinated equity to large institutional investors building public infrastructure in Canada. Now, I have no problem with the private sector building public infrastructure. I don't even have a problem with the idea that they might benefit from the value that they add to the economy. But profit cannot come without risk. At the end of the day, the profit maker must be the risk taker. But the infrastructure bank is designed to lift the risk off the balance sheets of the wealthy investor and put it on to the backs of taxpayers. That's what loan guarantees do. If the project fails and it can't repay its funds, there's a guarantee from the taxpayers to pay it back into place. A subordinated equity position would ensure that the taxpayer's contribution to an infrastructure project is the first dollar lost. and the last dollar to get a return on. So, for example, if the infrastructure bank led to the construction of a toll bridge, and that toll bridge made money, well, the private investors would get the profit of that money. But if that bridge lost money by going over budget or coming in under revenue, then the taxpayer would take the loss. That's what subordinate equity means. It means the taxpayer would be subordinate to the wealthy interests that profit from this program. And then there's all this talk about innovative, accelerated, synergistic superclusters, all the science fiction in the budget. And Mr. Speaker, they give as an example of that the $372 million taxpayer-funded loan to Bombardier. It was supposed to be really innovative, create lots of innovative jobs. In fact, 4,500 Canadian Bombardier employers have or will be losing their jobs, while executives, 6 executives, are sharing in $32 million in current and deferred compensation. Mr. Speaker, if the government had required that the executives only make $200,000 a year, which is the Liberal definition of rich out of their platform, then there would have been enough money to hire hundreds of additional employees at the median income rate that is defined by the budget to which I'm speaking right now. So if this corporate welfare were really about jobs and not about lining the pockets of well-organized, well-lobbied for, well-lawyered, and well-connected insiders, then there would have been guarantees for that public money to translate into real jobs for middle-class workers. There were no such guarantees. In fact, precisely the opposite occurred. The 1% of the 1% of the 1% made off like bandits. The billionaire Bombardier Baudouin family got reinforced with the taxpayer dollars funded by middle-class people in this country. These are but 4 examples of how this big and growing government has created a feeding frenzy with those who have the influence and money to benefit from all the proceeds that are going out the door. Mr. Speaker, we know that if you want to help the middle class and those working to join it, you do it by lowering taxes, opening up free enterprise, getting rid of all the favors, and allowing people to achieve great things based on their merits.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Hear, hear. Alors, comme il est 13h.
As it is 1:59, pursuant to the order adopted on April 3rd, 2017, this is deemed to have been voted, and the vote is deemed deferred until later today at the expiry of time provided for oral questions.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Ajax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our Great Lakes are indeed one of our greatest natural resources. 20% of the world's surface fresh water exists in our Great Lakes, and it represents, for 10 million Canadians, our drinking water, and for 25 million Americans, their drinking water. It's why I'm so proud in this budget that the government has committed $70.5 million over the next 5 years for our Great Lakes. And I want to highlight for the community of Ajax and for Durham just how important that is, and that we look at our watersheds, in our case the Carruthers and Duffins watersheds, but Durham is home to some of the most dynamic watersheds in the country, and how important they are in cleaning out water and remediating that water before it gets into Lake Ontario and playing an essential role in water quality. I'm proud of the government's commitment, and I'm proud that Ajax is home to such an important resource.
Honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tax on tax. Sounds like a taxpayer's worst nightmare. But this government is the boogeyman. Budget 2016 projected GST revenues to increase by 21% over 5 years. Budget 2017 projects GST revenues to increase by 24%. The reason? Well, when the Prime Minister said carbon taxes would stay with the provinces and territories, he forgot to tell Canadians the GST collected on carbon taxes will go to Ottawa. I'm proud to be working with the Vernon City Councillor Bob Spears, promoting petition E713 to fight this tax on tax plan. I also thank the member from Langley Aldergrove for introducing his private member's bill C342 to end the Liberals' tax on taxes. While this government searches for ways to extract taxes, Canadians can count on Conservatives to stand up for what is right. Help us fight tax on tax. Support e-petition 713 and Bill C-342. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate all of the volunteers who participated in a day of fundraising for Maison des Collines on March 15th. The steering committee has been working very hard on the Maison des Collines project, designed to build a palliative care center with 6 beds for our region. This center will serve patients, members, their families, and the entire community. Thanks to a partnership with Vieux de Lutte, 620 meals were served and over $20,000 raised in donations. Congratulations to the volunteers, Denis Joannis and others, as well as the organizing committee in its entirety. Thank you to everyone who made a donation to Maison des Collines.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, last break week I took the opportunity to go door knocking and canvass constituents in my great riding of Vancouver Kingsway. I visited one of the many cooperative housing complexes in Vancouver, the Still Creek Caslow Gardens Co-op. Folks raised a variety of issues with me, ranging from climate change to childcare to public transit. But by far the most common was the pressing need for affordable housing and the solution that cooperative housing offers as a proven model of providing quality homes in a community setting at reasonable prices. Still, Creek and Caslow Gardens are shining examples, with spacious 2-, 3-, and 4-bedroom units grouped around common green spaces. They provide safe play areas for children, foster close neighbors, and mix residents of every age, income level, family type, and culture. Co-op housing is a fabulous way to provide stable, affordable, and attractive housing. I call on the federal government to invest land and funds to bring this outstanding model to as many Canadians as possible, as soon as possible.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Today is one of the best days of my life because since this morning I've been accompanying on Parliament Hill Mr. Sébastien Lepierre, who on January 9, 2017 became the first Canadian to reach the South Pole on a solo expedition. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, traveling by ski with all of your equipment, 1,200 kilometers, 42 days and 5 hours, braving violent winds, temperatures of -50 alone. People in the Quebec City region are fortunate to benefit from the courage of this man who works as a firefighter. Like Mr. Lapierre, I'm from the Saguenay region. Both of us shared time in the cadets when we were younger, and we both have been strong promoters of healthy lifestyles. Mr. Speaker, allow me to congratulate Mr. Lapierre on behalf of all Canadians.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, last week my first great-grandchild was born. My granddaughter Stephanie and her husband Justin welcomed Emma Rose Muzz into this world. Baby Emma Rose had some internal problems and her birth needed close monitoring. Like so many rural Canadian families, her parents stayed at the Ronald McDonald House in Vancouver. Baby Emma Rose is doing fine. 15 Ronald McDonald houses across Canada give families a place to stay, close to a hospital where their child is being treated. Ronald McDonald family rooms are located at strategic hospitals, giving families a place to rest and recharge. McDonald supports these facilities, Mr. Speaker, by contributions from every Happy Meal it serves across Canada and through McHappy Days. From my family and all Canadians, I want to say thank you to the Ronald McDonald Foundation for the help, compassion, and family support they give to rural Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, last week I visited Thunder Bay's own Sleeping Giant Brewery Company and learned about their campaign to support women in business and the arts. On International Women's Day, the company invited women to come in and brew their Campanero beer. $1 for every Campanero beer will be donated to start an education bursary for female entrepreneurs in memory of Janine Ross Armstrong, who was tragically taken from us all far too soon. Janine contributed a great deal to the community of Thunder Bay, and this is the start of what will become an annual tradition to honor her. Thank you, Sleeping Giant Brewery Company, for giving back to our community and supporting women in Thunder Bay and Northwestern Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, on April 1st, I had the honour of hosting a town hall on our government's national housing strategy with a member for Spadina, Fort York. Les gens sont très
People are very grateful for the historic $11.2 billion investment in Budget 2017 for affordable housing, because they're having more and more difficulty affording housing in Toronto and Don Valley East. The government listened to people, the provinces, and the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. We hope that the provinces and municipalities will move quickly to take advantage of this investment.
We're very happy with our government's commitment to improving housing across the country. My constituents know that the National Housing Strategy will have a positive impact on not only millions of Canadians, but on their neighbourhoods and communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I invite colleagues to join me in welcoming the Canadian Chiropractic Association, whose members have come to Parliament today to meet with decision makers and raise awareness of the role that back pain and other musculoskeletal conditions play in Canada's opioid crisis. Currently, Mr. Speaker, Canada is the second highest consumer of prescription opioids. Every year, over 2,000 Canadians die from the overuse of opioids, which accounts for 50% of all annual drug-related deaths. Canada's new draft opioid prescribing guidelines call for all health providers to prioritize non-pharmacological alternatives before making the decision to prescribe. With back pain as a key driver of opioid prescribing and excellent evidence supporting the use of clinical alternatives as first-line therapy, Canada's chiropractors are here to talk about a better approach to pain management for Canadians. Canadian chiropractors, as spine, muscle, and nervous system experts, play an important role in helping relieve the burden of back pain and MSK conditions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share my thoughts and concerns, and indeed those of all members of this House, for the communities of Manitoba affected by the flooding of the Red and Assiniboine rivers. To the First Nation communities impacted, our first priority is ensuring that you are safe, secure, and out of the path of floodwaters. Over the weekend, with the aid of the Canadian Red Cross, community members impacted by rising waters were evacuated to Winnipeg, Brandon, and other local centres until levels recede. Mr. Speaker, officials are in contact with the communities in the region and are providing additional support for ongoing flood preparation. The thoughts of all Canadians are with the residents of Manitoba affected by the flooding, as well as with the first responders who have been working to keep them safe. As Manitobans, we are resilient and have a strong tradition of community and cooperation.
The member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
It's exciting to recognize Canada's 18 world-class port authorities in recognition of Western Hemisphere Ports Day, because our ports create 250,000 direct and indirect jobs and are responsible for $400 billion in trade each and every year. Half of that, $200 billion, flows through Vancouver, creating $6.1 billion in wages for Canadians. Recently, a Deloitte report benchmarking European maritime hubs against global leading maritime hubs named Vancouver for the first time in our history as a global giant. Vancouver is becoming a maritime investment hub and a competitive jurisdiction for maritime companies to locate jobs and invest. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a Pacific nation. It is and always has been a trading nation, and our ports benefit Canadians each and every day. Thank you.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, Sunday night was the Juno Gala, which recognizes the efforts of Canadian artists who stand out and distinguish themselves in music, and it shines a bright light on Canadian culture. I congratulate all of the winners, and above all, I thank the Minister of Heritage for her passionate, heartfelt, and emotional speech in French. Now, that's what I would have liked to have been able to say today here in this House, but I can't. What I must say is this: the Minister of Official Languages, oh, no, that title was taken away from her, didn't bother to speak French. A Quebec minister who boasts about defending Canada's 2 languages failed in her duties and obligations. What a missed opportunity. Defending French is just a screen covering empty words. Each time she speaks publicly, she must do so in both.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the St. Petersburg Metro was the scene of a terrible bomb attack that killed 14 people and injured many more. Many remain in critical condition. Mr. Speaker, we strongly condemn the use of violence in any form. Canada is home to over 550,000 Canadians of Russian descent and with Russian ties. I rise today to share our deepest condolences with the families and friends of those killed in this cowardly attack, as well as our thoughts and prayers with all those injured, and of course, with the Russian people. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Starting today, the City of Hamilton and Vibrant Communities Canada are hosting the 3rd Annual Poverty Reduction Summit. The summit will bring together major business leaders, community organizers, mayors, municipal, provincial, and federal governments, Indigenous leaders, and most importantly, persons who have experienced poverty. We all know that one of the most important pieces of poverty reduction is safe, affordable housing. There are 5,700 families on the waiting list for affordable housing in Hamilton. A recent United Nations committee called on the government to substantially increase the availability of affordable housing. In Hamilton, the 5,700 families, this is unacceptable. I am encouraged by the government's promise to fund affordable housing in both Hamilton and across the country. Let's hope this is a promise they can actually keep. But the funding has to start now and not after the next election. 5,700 families in Hamilton are counting on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, spring has sprung and the snow is melting and Alberta is still true blue. The residents of Calgary Heritage and Calgary Mindapore sent a clear message to the Liberal government yesterday. The voters said goodbye to the Liberals' so-called sunny ways, which for many Albertans has only led to darker days, and look ahead with hope in their eyes to many more days of clear blue skies. In yesterday's by-elections, Albertans broke through the buzzwords, ignored the selfies, and took a strong stance against this Liberal government. Albertans clearly rejected the Liberals' massive deficits, reckless spending, and plans for a job-killing carbon tax. I know that running an election is incredibly grueling, and I want to thank Stephanie Kuzy, Bob Benzin, and their teams for all their hard work. Bob and Stephanie, congratulations. I know you will both be outstanding representatives for your ridings and a strong voice for the Canadian taxpayer.
The honourable member for Bourassa.
Mr. Speaker, soon 5 new members will join us here on Parliament Hill and the seats in this place. I will take this moment to speak to all the candidates and the campaigns that have been working so hard on behalf of the constituents, to congratulate them for their hard work, their diligence and their commitment to public service.
I too, Mr. Speaker, was elected during a by-election. Like all parliamentarians, we devote a great deal of time and energy to a campaign.
Doors and made phone calls. Thank you to all the candidates who called and listened to the people of the ridings. Thank you.
To our 5 colleagues, including 3 women, who will be sworn in shortly, congratulations. And now let the real work begin.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claims
claims he's frustrated with Bombardier for using tax dollars to boost the paychecks of their executives. Frustrated. This is his deal. This is actually the Prime Minister's deal. So if he's frustrated with anyone, he should look in the mirror, because he's the one who did the deal with no strings attached. He gave them hundreds of millions of dollars while they were laying off thousands of people. So why is the Prime Minister giving millions of dollars to CEOs and leaving taxpayers with the bill?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the investment that was made, the repayable contribution for $372.5 million was to promote research and development. And the strings were very clear. It will help create 1,300 good quality, high value added jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what our government is committed to doing. We're focused on innovation. We're focused on the aerospace sector. We want to support the small and medium-sized ecosystem of businesses that are connected with that industry. We are going to continue to invest in this sector and make sure we create good quality, high value added jobs.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did this while he was telling Canadians to send more of their tax dollars to Ottawa. His latest budget nickel and dimes Canadians for everything, from beer to their bus passes. Wow. You know, it would be one thing if we knew that that money was being used to create jobs, or maybe to balance the budget. But instead, part of it is going to Bombardier so they can pay their CEOs millions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, why, with all of this, should the Canadians give one more cent to this Prime Minister? Why should they trust him with their money?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we have a plan, and it is working for Canadians. That plan is to make sure that we focus on jobs. And just the member opposite talked about jobs. In the last 7 months, there was 250,000 good quality jobs created from coast to coast to coast. 900 jobs at Bell Helicopter plus an additional 100. GE Welland, 220 jobs. Thomson's and Reuters, 1,500 jobs. GM Canada, up to 1,000 engineer jobs. And most recently, Mr. Speaker, at Ford, 800 good quality jobs were secured because of this government's investment in the automotive sector.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, how can this minister or the Prime Minister continue to defend this deal? They gave public money to a company who is giving millions of dollars in bonuses to their executives while they're laying off 14,000 people. How can he possibly continue to defend this deal?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we always have and we always will continue to defend the aerospace sector. This sector is so critical to the Canadian economy. It contributes $28 billion to our national economic prosperity. Over 211,000 jobs are connected to the aerospace sector. That is why we made a repayable contribution worth $372.5 million in research and development, which will help secure up to 1,300 good quality jobs. We will never shy away from focusing on investing in Canadians, focusing on supporting the aerospace sector, and growing the economy and creating good quality jobs.
Chef de l'Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, people are shocked by the agreement between Bombardier and the Liberals and the lack of respect for taxpayers. Meanwhile, thousands of jobs, of workers at Bombardier have lost their job. The Prime Minister is responsible for this deal and continues to defend it. How can the Prime Minister give CEOs millions of dollars and stick taxpayers with the bill? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I understand the concerns of Canadians. At the same time, it's very important for our government to support the aerospace sector. That is why we've invested $370 million in research and development. This investment will create jobs and help small and medium-sized businesses, Mr. Speaker. This is a priority for our government and still is.
Mr. Speaker, the arrogance is staggering when it comes to this issue, but now we're seeing it here in Parliament, where the Prime Minister has decided that question period in Parliament is nothing more than an inconvenience for him. He doesn't like the idea of being questioned or being held to account for his actions. That's why he is now trying to use his majority power to ram through changes to the rules of this House. And the only purpose for those changes is to make his life easier. Why is the Prime Minister so scared of the accountability to face the accountability that every other Prime Minister before him had to face?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
committed to modernizing Parliament and making it a 21st century workplace. As a direct result of the Harper government's approach to Parliament over 10 years, we promised Canadians we would bring a new approach to Ottawa to ensure that their voices were also heard in this place. In our discussion paper, we put forward some ideas that would bring about this change. I have been meeting with the other House leaders, and I'm hopeful that we can build off these conversations. As promised to Canadians, we are committed to modernizing the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député d'Outremont.
Member for Outremont.
The Prime Minister committed to forming a government that, unlike the Conservatives, would be, quote, open to discussion and debate. He also vowed that he wanted to end the concentration of power initiated by his father. The Liberal proposals include the Prime Minister showing up just once a week. Ha, imagine that. So I'm forced to ask the Government House Leader a question that she'll likely get a lot if the Liberals force through their parliamentary power grab. How does she feel having to cover for the Prime Minister?
Honourable Government House Leader.
I'm actually very proud to be serving alongside a Prime Minister and a team that has taken a different approach doing government. I'm proud to stand with a government that has taken on unprecedented levels of public consultations.
Order, order. Can't hear the answer. We need to hear the answer. Honourable Government House Leader has the floor. Order.
I'm proud to be part of a government that is listening to Canadians and actually responding to the very real challenges that they are facing. In the discussion paper that we released, that I released, it's a conversation worth having. We all know that this place can function better. We know what the previous government's attempts were in this House. We believe that we can improve the conditions of this place so that every member of Parliament has the opportunity to be part of a conversation, to be part of a debate. I will continue to advance and have those important conversations.
The honourable member for
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government could simply have said they wouldn't unilaterally change the way our democracy works. But instead, they're fixing to force through this power grab. Do they at least understand the precedent they're setting? Are they actually prepared to abandon the tradition of consensus in order to further their own short-term interests? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as I said in English, during the election campaign, we committed to modernize Parliament and make it a 21st century workplace. As a result, in contrast with the Harper approach, we have said that we would bring a new approach to Ottawa and make sure that Canadians' voices were heard here in the House. In our working document, we put forward some ideas to support those changes. We would encourage all members to work together on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Outremont.
Themselves, there's more news today regarding the Prime Minister's illegal vacation to a private island. On apprend.
It has come to light that the Liberal government gave taxpayer money to one of the Prime Minister's cronies to cover the costs of a technician on this private island. This payment shows that the rest of the trip was indeed a gift the Prime Minister and several other Liberal cronies accepted. Will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility for breaking the law? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is constantly in contact with his office and receives information documents both in Canada and abroad. The Prime Minister must always be able to perform his official duties. As was said, the Prime Minister was on a family vacation with a long-standing friend whom he has known for a very long time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Outremont. A long-standing friend that he's known for a long time.
He tried to hide the details of this illegal vacation. When it was revealed, the Ethics Commissioner started not one, but two official investigations. And the Prime Minister continues to claim it's all okay, move along, nothing to see here because the Aga Khan is a close family friend. Well, are Canadians supposed to believe that the trip would have been more inappropriate if they weren't so close.
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as has always been the case for previous Prime Ministers, the Prime Minister is always in contact with his office and is routinely provided with necessary resources during all travels, domestically and internationally, and whether on personal or governmental business. The Prime Minister must always be ready to do the important duties that he has as Prime Minister, and this has been the case for this office always. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, while we celebrate our 150th birthday, it's incredible to see a Prime Minister under investigation like he is currently. When they took office, they said they would do things differently, but we're a far cry from there. Sunny ways, transparency, cooperation. We're actually dealing with a parliament. The Liberals want to promote their own self-interest, and that's no way to celebrate our 150th. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Celebrating Canada's 150th anniversary of Confederation. This is a really important year. For the first time in the history of our country, we have gender parity in our cabinet. For the first time in the history of our country, we have a woman in the role of a government house leader. For the first time in our country, we have people working together, a government responding to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. We will continue to work hard for Canadians. We will continue to respond to the very real challenges that they are facing. And I'm very proud of the leadership of this Prime Minister and the work that this government is doing. Thank you, Mr.
Sadly, we still...
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we're in the House of Commons where Canadians elect people to express themselves, and that's the kind of answer we get? The Prime Minister doesn't seem to realize it's our 150th because he's tossing aside everything Prime Ministers previously have done. Never have we seen a Prime Minister show such flagrant disregard and disrespect for our traditions. During the campaign, they said we'd have a deficit of $10 billion and we would balance the books by 2019, that there would be democratic reform. None of that is happening. They're not walking the talk. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Our top priority is to invest wisely and responsibly in order to strengthen the middle class, grow the economy, and prepare Canadians for today's economy and tomorrow's economy. Over the past 7 months, the economy has created more than 250,000 new jobs, and the number of people on EI has dropped from 7.1 to 6.9%. We're very happy with this progress.
Canadians are outraged and they are expressing their concerns about this Prime Minister's power grab. Even the media has condemned his actions. Today, after question period, we're going to be voting on a motion calling on the Liberals to finally commit to not changing the standing orders unless they have agreement from the opposition parties. Will the Liberals do the right thing and once and for all stop this attempt to ram these changes through? Will they agree to our motion?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have mentioned time and time again, in the election campaign, we committed to modernizing Parliament and making it a 21st century workplace. As a direct result of the Harper government's approach to Parliament over 10 years, we promised Canadians that we would bring a new approach to Ottawa to ensure that their voices were also heard in this place. We respect the work of the committee. We respect that the Conservatives yesterday wanted to have a debate on standing orders, something we've been asking for quite a long time, rather than discussing the very good budget that we introduced, Budget 2017, that will be helping middle-class families and those working hard to join it. We look forward to working with members opposite. We will continue to work.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's those kind of non-answers that are eroding our democracy. What gives the Prime Minister the right to disrespect Parliament and ram these changes through? What gives him the right to silence anyone who dares criticize him? What gives him the right to trample all over this House of Commons? At a minimum, will he allow his backbenchers a free vote on this motion that affects them so directly, or is he going to trample all over your rights too?
I remind the Honourable Opposition House Leader, of course, to always direct your comments to the Chair. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we encourage all members to have a voice in this House. We encourage them to represent their constituents. That's exactly what we were elected to do. That is not the...
I think the voice we want to encourage is the voice of the person who has the floor, not everybody else's voice. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor. Let's have a little order.
We will always encourage our members of Parliament to represent their constituents. That's exactly what we were elected to do. That was not the approach of the previous government. We know that the Harper government did not take that approach when dealing in this House. We believe that we can modernize this place. We will continue to work better together. We encourage all members on all sides to have this very important conversation, but we will not give a veto to the Conservatives over our campaign commitments. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, the ethics of the Prime Minister's Bahamian billionaire island holiday bash are getting murkier by the day. We now know that the government reimbursed the Aga Khan for at least one government employee's stay on this private island. Why are government per diems being paid to the Prime Minister's billionaire friend? Will the Prime Minister admit, finally, that his middle-class boasting doesn't wash with when he treats the public purse like his personal piggy bank?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have answered this question, I will remind the member that what has been the case for previous Prime Ministers, the Prime Minister is always in contact with his office and is routinely provided with necessary resources during all travel, domestically and internationally, and whether on personal or government business. What Canadians have elected this government to do is to deliver on a plan to grow the economy and to create jobs. In the last 7 months, over 250,000 jobs, full-time, good jobs created for Canadians. That's exactly the growth that they are expecting. We will continue to advance that they mandated us to.
The member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
The Prime Minister brought a government technician with him on his trip to the Aga Khan's billionaire island. We also know that the employees' per diems were paid out to the Aga Khan, which is, of course, flying in the face of accountability. Did the employee actually do any work for the taxpayers? That's what we want to know. Are the taxpayers on the hook, or is the government's position that the Aga Khan is merely an Airbnb?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Government was elected on a plan to grow the economy, to support middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. That's exactly why we lower taxes on middle-class Canadians by increasing taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. Irrespective of the Prime Minister's schedule or planned events, the Prime Minister must always be prepared to carry out his official duties. And that's why he's always given the necessary resources, regardless of when he's traveling, whether for personal or business reasons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
Island was an all-exclusive. Les gens sont tannés.
People are fed up with seeing the rich stash their money in Barbados or the Cayman Islands. If the government were serious about tax havens, government revenues would be up by $8 billion at least. That would cover universal free university or pharmacare. For the NDP, getting our money back is a priority. The Liberals voted for our motion, but haven't done a thing about it since. Is that the old Liberal trick? You present an attractive image and then help out your millionaire cronies. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to note that my colleague opposite, the member opposite, is coordinating his ways of doing things with us. In the last budget, we invested millions in cracking down on tax evasion and tax havens. Last year, we recovered $13 billion with the $444 million we invested. We're going to continue working on that. Thank you very much.
West.
Mr. Speaker, last week reports were released that CIBC is cutting 130 Canadian jobs and outsourcing them to India in a move to save money. This comes from a bank that made $1.4 billion in profits last year. Will the minister agree with me that this is completely unacceptable when so many Canadians are still looking for work with a budget with investments that are ringing hollow for many? What is this government doing to create jobs in Canada?
Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we presented a budget that focused on Canadians, that focused on skills and innovation to create opportunities and to create jobs. This is to build on the first successful budget that has really shown a clear indication that jobs are getting better. The job market is getting better in Canada. Over 250,000 jobs have been created over the last 7 months. But in particular, this budget is going to focus on additional opportunities built on the past, which is about creating jobs and opportunities. And I'm confident that we'll continue to see positive trends going forward in the economy, in trade, in the retail sector, and in the job market.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, when the Defence Minister was in Iraq in 2015, he said, and I quote, "I haven't had one discussion about the CF-18s. However, an email from Global Affairs states that at a December 2015 meeting, the Iraqi Defence Minister pleaded with the Liberal government to reconsider withdrawing Canada's fighter jets on numerous occasions." Mr. Speaker, how can the Defence Minister blatantly ignore the requests of the Iraqi government and then turn around and knowingly mislead Canadians about it?
The Minister of National Defence.
We revamped our mission in Iraq, and whenever we send troops on operation, our government and myself take it very seriously. That's why I spent 2 separate trips going into the region, talking to our coalition partners, talking to the regional leadership there, to making sure that we have a plan that's actually going to have an impact, Mr. Speaker. And that's the plan that we had, making sure that we have the right troops on the ground, the right intelligence, Mr. Speaker. And the results are showing now the work that's happening on the ground now of defeating ISIS in Mosul is happening, and that's the plan that we had, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud of that. Thank you.
Honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the minister implies that when the Liberals announced the withdrawal of our CF-18s from Iraq, it was in response to an urgent request from our allies. But a heavily censored report from Foreign Affairs indicates that the Iraqi defence minister was very concerned about the decision and repeatedly asked Canada to reconsider it. The Iraqi government's reaction, in an official Government of Canada document, is a significant departure from the minister's version of events. Who's telling the truth? The defence minister or officials at Foreign Affairs?
Mr. Speaker, I have numerous discussions with my coalition partners and the Iraqi leadership, and including the Peshmerga as well, to get a good understanding of what's happening on the ground, to look at what we needed to do in the future, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we have done. Put a plan in place that's actually going to provide value to the coalition, and Mr. Speaker, and that's the results that we're having right now. And we will continue to be a responsible partner to any coalition that we belong to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister isn't listening to our coalition partners. You know, nobody can believe him anymore. Let me just read a direct quote from the foreign minister of the Kurdish regional government from November 2015, who said, "We'd like to tell Canada that the airstrikes have been effective. They have saved lives. They have destroyed the enemy. And if it were for us to decide, we request that that continue." Only in the defense minister's fairy tale land of alternative facts could this be interpreted as support. Why is the defence minister blatantly misleading Canadians yet again?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member opposite, when it comes to being a good coalition partner, you have to talk to the coalition, look at what the situation on the ground, to be able to actually understand what the needs are. They ask for intelligence and making sure that we have the right type of trainers, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to be able to also respond to the member opposite, saying that this is the reason why we're having impact on the ground. This is the reason we're having the good results in the Mosul operation, because of the great work that we have done on the ground and the right intelligence that we put on the ground, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the question today was not whether they're doing a good job in the field, our forces, but the question is whether the Iraqis pleaded with us to keep our CF-18s, yes or no. The Iraqis say one thing, the defense minister says another. Who's telling the truth?
Like I said, I had many discussions with the previous Minister of Defense from Iraq and the current one as well. We spoke to the coalition partners and also taken a regional approach, Mr. Speaker, because that's what you need to do, to making sure that to be a responsible coalition partner, and I've worked in the coalitions before, you need to be able to provide the right resources at the right time, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we have done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, when we first heard the expression Canada's back, we didn't realize that it also meant Canada is going backwards. Because when it comes to international aid, that's exactly what's happening. Instead of being among the leading countries who are investing 0.7% of their GDP to fight extreme poverty, the finance minister is plunging us into an age of austerity to the refrain of do more with less. Does the Minister of International Development approve of her colleague's words? Or will she fight for more funding? The Honourable Minister of International Development. Mr. Speaker, we undertook wide consultations last year, and our partners asked us for three things: leadership, political will, and funding. Leadership, we've proved that on a number of occasions. Look at, for example, the World Fund. We've worked with partners to accumulate $13 billion to end AIDS and tuberculosis and malaria. They've asked for good policy. $650 million have been invested for sexual and maternal health, and we've been congratulated around the world. And funding, yes, we are showing leadership when it comes to innovative funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Given the escalating human rights and humanitarian crisis in Iraq and Syria and the growing famine in Africa, it's hard to imagine how this government's going to provide leadership with no new humanitarian funding in their budget. Last Friday, the Liberals quietly announced in press release that our mission in Iraq would be extended in a way that draws Canadian forces further into combat. Had Canadians been asked, many would have called for a larger and more urgent focus on humanitarian assistance and stabilization efforts rather than on new contributions to combat operations. Will the minister commit to debate and a vote here in this House before extending our mission in Iraq beyond June 30th?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, making sure that we have the right information and the situation on the grounds before we make a decision. That's the reason why we made a decision to extend the mission 3 months, to making sure that we have the right information, to have good discussions with our coalition partners, and allow us to make an appropriate plan so that we can continue to have a good impact on the ground as we've done in the past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, today is National Family Caregiver Day. Caregivers deserve great recognition for their devotion to helping sick and dying loved ones. Budget 2017 contains new measures to support those who sometimes have to leave their jobs to care for family members. Could the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development please inform this House about the new program for family caregivers? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank and congratulate the member for Vimy for her work to help family caregivers. We are happy to respect our commitment to those who are helping family members by offering more inclusive and flexible benefits. It will soon be easier for Canadians to leave their jobs to take care of family members with health problems. These improvements will offer financial support to caregivers and protect their jobs in these difficult moments. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that I can count on the support of all members when these changes will be put forward.
Carleton.
The salary for a Canada Post CEO is set out in a cabinet order at $523,000 a year. Yet Bombardier executives will earn 10 times that amount each in current and deferred compensation, just as the Prime Minister hands them $400 million tax dollars.
Did what?
If these executives had earned the same amount as the Canada Post CEO, the company would have saved enough money to hire over 500 middle-class Canadians. Why didn't the government require them to do that before handing over such a big chunk of change?
Well, Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the investment that we made, the repayable contribution of $372.5 million will help secure 1,300 good quality jobs and will help position the aerospace sector to create new technologies, new solutions, so we create additional jobs as well. And this investment was not only about one company, but it was about a supplier base to help the small businesses that support the aerospace sector. We will continue to support the aerospace sector. It's important to our national economy. It creates good quality jobs, and we will always defend the sector, Mr. Speaker.
For Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the company's actually laying off jobs after it received taxpayers' money. In fact, these 6 executives will earn more than the average 600 Canadians. That's what they meant, I guess, when they said they were going to help the middle class and those working to join it. This budget forces middle-class taxpayers to pay higher taxes for groceries and gas, for beer and bus passes, for almost everything, while the wealthiest 1% make off like bandits. Mr. Speaker, will they finally admit that their whole middle-class agenda was a fraud?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the member opposite that it is this government that has lowered taxes for 9 million Canadians, and we've increased taxes for the wealthiest 1%, Mr. Speaker. We have also introduced the Canada Child Benefit Program that has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. We've also increased the Guaranteed Income Supplement by 10%, Mr. Speaker. That certainly will help many Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased with our plan. It will continue to be going ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, you know, when the budget was brought forward, the government was very proud to say that it was a green and feminist budget. And yet, Mr. Speaker, by cutting the public transit tax credit, a tax credit that helped Canadian workers, well, they're directly attacking the green policies put in place by the Conservative government, and they're also attacking some of the most vulnerable Canadians. The Department of Finance, I know this might shock you, but this is the truth. Mr. Speaker, we've also learned that 53% of those who benefited from the tax credit were women. So why is the government attacking green policies and women? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Our government will devote $20 billion to public transit in the coming years. This will offer... The public transit tax credit helped the wealthiest Canadians, but offered little tax relief to low-income Canadians. Our investments in public transit will transform the way Canadians live and go to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, hang on, Mr. Speaker. What did we just hear? Green tax credits for public transit helping the wealthiest? Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker, I've never seen a Bombardier leader take the bus to go to work. So Mr. Speaker, could the government finally recognize that by that taking away this excellent credit for public transit is an incredible mistake? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Once again, Mr. Speaker, our government cut taxes for the middle class and raised taxes on the wealthiest 1%. Mr. Speaker, it's our government that introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which has helped thousands of children get out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to make investments to help the middle class, and we are moving forward. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the clock is ticking and we still have no plan B for softwood lumber. The budget is a missed opportunity to defend the industry and workers. By April 24th, an additional tax of up to 30% will be applied on Canadian wood sold in the United States. The UMQ is now calling for loan guarantees to help the sector through the tough times we're going to see. We need to act before the industry is brought to its knees and thousands of jobs are lost. Will the government finally act and stop just talking? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague, and I want to reassure her that the Government of Canada has been in a very close conversation and cooperation with all of the regions who would be affected by that action. And I am particularly impressed with the cooperative spirit that has been displayed by the Quebec government in this matter, because the government understands that working cooperatively with Canada is the best way that we can protect very important jobs in the forestry sector.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the military ombudsman has reported that DNT retaliates when reports critical of the department are released by his office. DND has also called the ombudsman low influence, low interest in initiatives to fix the failed transition process. It's unacceptable for a department to interfere with the work or be dismissive of the ombudsman. Will the minister honour the Ombudsman's request and make the office independent from the department so he reports directly to Parliament to fulfil the mandate and effectively serve the military and veteran community?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the Ombudsman Office does really good work for our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces. In fact, I mean, with him on a number of occasions, based on his report, a lot of his recommendations that we took into place, especially when it came to the Valcartier cadet incident from 1974, some of the great work that also been done regarding the transition. We have incorporated a lot of those recommendations into the defense policy, and the independence of his office is very important for them to do the work, and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Jennifer Stebbing has been named a director at the Hamilton Port Authority. She's a failed Liberal candidate and has already said she's going to run again. She's also a self-described politico and outdoor enthusiast. And while that might make her a wonderful Liberal candidate, it's not clear how she meets the job requirements as posted on Transport Canada's website. Will the Minister of Transport tell us what accepted stature within the transportation industry this failed Liberal candidate has?
Minister of Transport.
Speaker, of course, our government has adopted an open and a transparent process that aims to recognize that it's important to find the best qualified people to ensure.
Order. I had no trouble hearing the question. I'd like to hear the answer. I'm sure members would like to hear the answer. The Honourable Minister of Transport has the floor.
An open, transparent system that identifies the best people and also takes into account diversity and gender balance. That is what we have achieved. On her specific question concerning Jennifer Stebbing, she has vast legal experience serving in leadership positions in the Halton Law Association, the Hamilton-Halton Women's Lawyers Association, and the Hamilton Taxpayers Coalition, for which she is president. We're very pleased.
Mr. Speaker, how can anyone believe the Liberals are being open and transparent in filling appointments? Liberal appointments are like a fixed backroom poker game, and on this Western Hemisphere Ports Day, Jennifer Stebbing and Darren Deschamps seem to know how to play the game after being appointed to port authorities. Stebbing ran for the Liberals in the last election while Deschamps played his cards right, pushing over $5 grand into the Liberal Party pot. Mr. Speaker, why don't the Liberals just come clean and admit only donors are getting appointments?
The Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, of course, nothing can be further from the truth. We are adopting a system that identifies the best and the most qualified people. It is an open and transparent process, and I'm glad to say lots of very well-qualified people are applying for it. We look at it from that point of view, open, transparent. We're trying to achieve diversity and gender balance. I think we're doing a great job if you look at the people who've been appointed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I ask member for Brant to restrain himself so we can hear his friend, the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil, who has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the ante on Liberal patronage keeps going up. Jim Spatz, a developer who paid $1,500 to attend a Liberal Cash for Access fundraiser with the Finance Minister, is also in on the game. Last week, he had the winning hand and was reappointed to a 3-year term as a director of the Halifax Port Authority. The Liberals' press release said the new appointments follow the Government Canada's open and transparent appointment process. And, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to appointments, shouldn't the Liberals be using the disclaimer, only donors to the Liberal Party need apply?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I love this opportunity to talk about Jim Spatz. Jim Spatz has vast community experience serving, for example, NDP Premier Darrell Dexter's Advisory Council on the Economy, and also for 5 years he was chair of the board of Dalhousie University. He was voted an outstanding businessman in Halifax, and we're very honored and lucky to have him on the Port of Halifax Authority. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Mr. Speaker, we all know how vital the transportation system is to Canada's economy.
Continually improving our transportation system is crucial. Can the Minister please update Canadians on how investments in Budget 2017 will strengthen communities like the ones I represent and help Central Nova, help Canadians move faster across our country and get goods to markets more efficiently?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the member from Central Nova for his important question. Of course, trade corridors are vital to Canada's economy and a very important part of our mandate. In fact, in the 2017 budget, $2 billion was identified for a National Trade Corridors Fund, and we're using that money for prioritizing important transportation investments that will minimize congestion and remove bottlenecks in our vital trade corridors. We want our trucks and our trains and our planes and our ships to move across this country as efficiently as possible and out to world markets. That's what we're doing.
Honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Today, the Liberals are allowing more and more criminals to go free because they are incapable of making judicial appointments. While we were in office, in 1 month, we appointed more than they have appointed in 16 months, Mr. Speaker, and those appointments were inclusive of Canadian society. What is it about this government that makes them so comfortable with endangering the lives of Canadians by allowing dangerous offenders to go free? Could they answer that?
Order. I encourage the honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt to restrain himself. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to stand up to speak about the new judicial appointments process that our government has instituted to ensure openness and transparency. I am pleased to talk about the new judicial advisory committees that we've put in place to ensure that our judiciary reflects the diversity of Canada, that are merit-based. We have made substantive appointments to the Superior Courts, and we will continue to do so.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
The Liberal budget removed an important transit rebate. In Nanaimo, Ladysmith, coastal ferry users were greatly aided by this tax credit. Now, given that the BC Liberals have hiked coastal ferry fares at over 10 times the rate of inflation, the federal rebate cut the cost of daily ferry travel and helped make ends meet. Now, for a government that talks a lot about how it supports the middle class, this move doesn't make any sense. Will the Liberals reconsider and restore this important rebate?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
$20.1 billion in funding to provinces and territories to improve public transit. This funding will make it possible for Canadian communities to build a new urban transit network and service extensions. The public transit tax credit delivered the highest benefits to the wealthiest while providing little or no relief to the lowest income Canadians. That is why that we are making the investments in transit that will transform the way Canadians live, move, and go to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Social justice. Honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that transit is very important and critical to a high quality of life, getting to work on time, getting home after work to meet your family. In British Columbia, many communities rely on ferries in order to do this kind of communication and transportation. Can the Minister of Infrastructure tell us how and what the government is doing to increase connectivity and safety for ferry users?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member, all of our BC MPs, including the members of the NDP, for advocating changes to new Building Canada Fund to include ferry infrastructure, which was excluded by the Harper government from funding. Working with the province of British Columbia, we are funding $201 million toward 3 ferry projects. Once completed, these projects will increase safety, make it faster and easier for passengers to travel, and promote tourism and economic growth in British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the criteria and objectives of the Canada 150 Fund were changed in the summer of 2016. In Part G of the General Application Form, Question 50 asks the applicant to give a summary of the project and explain how it will meet the objectives mentioned previously in 20 lines or less. The form changed, as if by magic, in summer of 2016, discrediting in one fell swoop hundreds of projects. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm that the criteria and objectives of the Canada 150 Fund were changed in the summer of 2016? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are very enthusiastic about the celebrations for Canada 150. We have received thousands of applications of a value of about $2 billion for a fund of about $200 million. We want to see projects and celebrations across the country which meet 4 themes. Members of this House are aware of these: youth, diversity, Indigenous people, and the environment. And our goal is to ensure fair regional distribution, and it will be a great year for all. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the greed of Bombardier's leadership is generating fury in Quebec. They're cutting jobs, they're begging for subsidies everywhere, and then they give themselves 48% raises. That's more than cynical, it's indecent. Quebecers are furious, and they're damn right. Will the Prime Minister stand with Quebecers and call on Bombardier's leadership to give back their 2016 raises? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I understand the concerns of Canadians and Quebecers. At the same time, it's very important that our government support the aerospace sector. That is why we invested $372 million for research and development. This investment will create jobs and help small and medium-sized businesses, Mr. Speaker. This is a priority for our government, and we will continue to work hard for the aerospace sector. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, once again, Ottawa's negligence and laissez-faire attitude is doing damage to Quebec's interests. Once again, Ottawa is demonstrating why Quebec would be much better served if it was independent. On February 17th, a Rio Tinto ship was imprisoned in the ice for 2 days because of the cruel lack of icebreakers on the St. Lawrence River. There are 5, and there should be 11. Will the government stop hurting Quebec's international reputation and listen to the government of Quebec, which is calling for twice as many icebreakers on the St. Lawrence? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Canadian Coast Guard icebreakers ensure the safety of our water and the accessibility of our water for transport ships. The Coast Guard is working in close cooperation with the maritime industry, the United States, and the board that manages the St. Lawrence to meet the needs of our clients. And with this fleet, Mr. Speaker, of 17 icebreakers, the Coast Guard is offering essential services on the Great Lakes, the St. Lawrence, and in the Atlantic and the Arctic. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to ensure that this navigable water is navigable at all times.
To a point of order, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, we're debating in this place changing our standing orders, but I would like to refer, for my point of order, to our existing rules, Rule 16, Sub 2, and Standing Order 18. The combined effect of these 2 standing orders is that interrupting a member or speaking disrespectfully of them violates the rules of this place. The amount of heckling, which I know many members say they'd like to curtail, is getting completely out of hand from my little corner. The Liberals no longer heckle, but the Conservatives and the New Democrats are heckling fiercely, and it is a violation of this place.
Thank the Honourable Member for raising this point of order and referring to standing orders. And I remind members that those are the rules. She's quite correct, those are the standing orders, and I ask members to abide by them on all sides. Members will know that I, in fact, called upon members from at least 2 sides today to restrain themselves. But I would like it if everyone did it all the time. So as I was saying, it being 3:06 now, pursuant to order made Monday, par le règlement, l'honorable député de Bourassa.
A point of order, the Honourable Member for Bourassa. Yes, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would refer back to my statement that I made earlier about 5 candidates, and I mentioned that there were 3 women. However, there are 4, and I want to apologize, and with the indulgence of the House, I would like to have that corrected in the record. I thank the honourable member for Bourassa for the correction.
307. Pursuant to order made Monday, April 3rd, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded vision on the amendment of Mr. Rankin to the motion at third reading of Bill C-22. Call in the members. The question is on the amendment. Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. McKenna, moved that Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Rankin, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following: Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security for the purpose of reconsidering clauses 8, 14, and 16 with a view to assessing whether the investigatory powers and limits defined in these clauses allow for sufficiently robust oversight of ongoing intelligence and national security activities. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltay.
Mr. Deltay.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebed.
Mr. Lebed.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladden.
Ms. Gladden.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormatunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormatunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Midcar.
Monsieur Milcaire.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Suite.
Boutin Suite.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quach.
Madame Quach.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bercelot-Duval.
Monsieur Bercelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Monsieur
North.
Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jevsnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alice.
Ms. Alice.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Nanda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayub.
Monsieur Ayub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bratina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Brucy.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Roomy.
Mr. Roomy.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Sede.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Cervera.
Mr. Cervera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Van Damme.
Mr. Van Damme.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Aid.
Mrs. Aid.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 129, 129. Nays contre 166, 166.
Declare the amendment defeated. Le prochain mise au voix porte sur la motion.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Ms. Jagger, seconded by Ms. McKenna, moved that Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my view, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr.
Ms.
Easter.
Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan-Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan-Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr.
Ms.
Varani.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et les Sarres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon,
Monsieur
Gatineau.
McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislett.
Ms. Alislett.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anna de
Monsieur
Sangre.
Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruce.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Coody.
Mr. Coody.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Schultz. Mr. Seti. Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu. Mission Matthew Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mrs. Sidhu, Brampton
Ms.
South.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Van Dal.
Mr. Van
Ms.
Dal.
Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Deltel.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Lebel. Ms. Watts.
Mr.
Kent. Mr. Straw. Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormatunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormatunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr.
Mr.
Dreeshen.
McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold. Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Monsieur Godin.
Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lightford.
Mr. Lightford.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor
Mr.
West.
Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans
Monsieur
Souci.
Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Berceau du Duval.
Monsieur Berceau du
Monsieur
Duval.
Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Yeas pour 166, 166. Nays contre 128, 128.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment to the motion for concurrence in the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in the name of Mr. Schmale. The question is on the amendment. Mr. Schmale, seconded by Mr. Workington, moved that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on Wednesday, June 15, 2016, be concurred in. Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on June 15, 2016, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it amend the same to clarify that in all of its reviews of the procedures and practices of the House, the committee will only make recommendations to the House that enjoy the support of all the members of the committee. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebed.
Monsieur Lebed.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukisky.
Mr. Lukisky.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Treshan.
Mr. Treshan.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Genevieve.
Mr. Genevieve.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk. Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr.
Mr.
Yurdega.
Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lightford.
Mr. Lightford.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Milcat.
Monsieur Milcat.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor
Mr.
West.
Massey Windsor
Mr.
West.
Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame
Monsieur
Sanssouci.
Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Foote.
Ms.
Foot.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur
Ms.
Garneau.
Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Ms. Paradzi.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalatia.
Mr. Scarpalatia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest île des Sarres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anadasangari.
Mr. Nandasangari.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Arsenault.
Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayuk.
Monsieur Ayuk.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMott.
Ms. DeMott.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diodio.
Mr. Diodio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Yadkuri.
Mr. Yadkuri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Yakinov.
Mr. Yakinov.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamatis, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamitis, Matan, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr.
Ms.
Rusnak.
Soda.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Van Dab.
Mr. Van Dab.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 120, 120. Nays contre 175, 175.
I declare the amendment defeated. La prochaine mise au voix porte.
The next vote is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Mr. Schmale, may I dispense? No. Seconded by Mr. Workington, moved that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on June 15th, 2016, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. All those opposed will please say nay. Carried.
Pursuant to the Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lake is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that there was some no's. I know there was a little bit of a noise here in the House, but there was a number of members who did indicate that they wanted to oppose the motion.
Well, in fact, I only heard a sort of a very faint no, and then I asked again, and when I asked a second time, there were none. So some members are insisting they said no, so I'm going to accept that. So perhaps if there are more than 5 who rise, we'll have a vote. Fine. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms.
Mr. Sadgin.
Mr. Sadgin.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Foote.
Ms.
Mr.
Foote.
Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bivot.
Madame Bivot.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavannes.
Mrs. Caesar Chavannes.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr.
Mr.
Scarpalegia.
Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Vertanzi.
Ms. Vertanzi.
Mr. Jasnevsky.
Mr. Jasnevsky.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislow.
Ms. Alislow.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. Debruzin.
Ms. Debruzin.
Ms. Demont.
Ms. Demont.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Pudi.
Monsieur Pudi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Ms. Lockhart.
Ms. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Aid.
Mrs.
Mr.
Aid.
Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warrow.
Mr. Warrow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr.
Mr.
Clark.
Police.
Mr. Police.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abulteyev.
Mr. Abulteyev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon Stormatanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormatanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Bertha.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Mitch.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton North.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur
Madame
Choquette.
Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Johns.
Mr.
Mr.
Johns.
McGregor.
Mr.
Ms.
McGregor.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Martial.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 295, 295. Nays contre aucun, nil.
Declare the motion carried. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le...
Pursuant to an order made on Monday, April 3rd, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the sub-amendment of motion number 10 under Ways and Means Proceedings. The question is on the amendment. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Monsef, moved that the House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: the House not approve the budgetary policy of the government as it A, includes a further deficit of at least $29 billion, B, contains no plan to return the books to balance, C, nickel and dimes Canadian taxpayers to death by hiking taxes on public transit users, Uber, and ride sharing, beer and wine, donated medicines, childcare, and small business owners, and D, demonstrates that the government's economic plan has failed to create the jobs it promised. Mr. Boulris, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves the following sub-amendment: that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the word as it and substituting the following: A, maintains stock auction loopholes for wealthy CEOs and refuses to ask large corporations to pay their fair share, and B, fails to allocate any of the funding needed to end racial discrimination in the provision of Indigenous child welfare services. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Martial.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sadgett.
Mr. Sadgett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar
Mr.
Chavan.
Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Pedazzi.
Mr.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alisla.
Ms. Alisla.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr.
Graywall.
Mr.
Graywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yakima.
Mr. Yakima.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Amethyst, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Amethyst, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Siddy.
Mr. Siddy.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Van Dijk.
Mr. Van Dijk.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poirier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr.
Mr.
Clark.
Podis.
Mr. Podis.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Gladue.
Mrs. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon Stormatenda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont-Dundas, South
Mr.
Glengarry.
Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr.
Mr.
Yurdega.
Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 44, 44. Nays contre 251, 251.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated.
Orders of the day. I have notice of a question of privilege. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. Perhaps he'd like to wait a moment. Wait a minute. I ask members to leave quietly and carry on the conversations outside in the lobbies. Give it a order. I ask members to join me by saying shh. And I invite members who are having conversations to, again, take them out into the lobbies. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman on a question of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a question of privilege to address comments made by the Minister of National Defence in this House and information provided to the House through an order paper question. On January 30th, the Minister signed and tabled a response to order paper question number 600, which states that all Canadian Armed Forces personnel serving at all Operation Impact Kuwait locations receive tax relief effective the 5th of October 2014, date at which the original risk scores became effective, to September 1st, 2016. Operation Impact Iraq has had tax relief since 22nd August 2014, date at which the original risk scores for this location became effective. Operation Impact Baghdad has had tax relief since 17th of April 2014, date at which the original risk scores for this location became effective. Mr. Speaker, the answers to this question means that the troops that were deployed by the Conservative government had all their danger pay and tax relief benefits. In response to questions during question period on March 8th and most recently March 21st, the Minister contradicted himself. Specifically on March 8, 2017, the Minister said, and I quote, "I would also like to correct the member in terms of the previous government's actions on this. It actually sent troops into Kuwait without the tax-free allowance, something we had taken up," end quote. And then on March 21st, 2017, the Defence Minister said, and I quote, "I just wish he had the same passion when he sent troops to Iraq without the tax-free benefits, and the previous government was the one that actually sent our troops to Iraq without the tax-free benefit," end quote. Mr. Speaker, I've engaged the Minister several times in this House attempting to get the Minister to correct the record. Time and time again, the Minister ignores the fact that the submitted information through the order paper question to this House has said one thing and continues to leave on the Hansard record something entirely different. On February 1st, 2002, Speaker Milliken ruled on a matter in regard to the former Minister of National Defence. The honourable member of Portage Lisgar at the time alleged that the Minister of National Defence deliberately misled the House as to when he knew that prisoners taken by Canadian JTF-2 troops in Afghanistan had been handed over to the Americans. In support of that allegation, he cited the Minister's responses in question period on 2 successive days. The Speaker considered the matter and found that there was a prima facie question of privilege, and he said, "The authorities are consistent about the need for clarity in our proceedings and about the need to ensure the integrity of the information provided by the government to the House." End quote. The authorities to which Speaker Milliken was referring include the following from page 115 of O'Brien-Bosque, which states, "Misleading a minister or a member has also been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie breach of privilege." Mr. Speaker, while Speaker Milliken in 2002 accepted the minister's assertion that he had no intention to mislead the House, he stated that, nevertheless, this remains a very difficult situation, end quote. The Speaker then referred to the first edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice at page 67, and it says, "There are affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament which may not fall within one of the specifically defined privileges. The House also claims the right to punish, as a contempt, any action which, through not a breach of a specific privilege, but tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, or that obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties." End quote. Speaker Milliken went on to say that, "On the basis of the arguments presented by honourable members and in the view of the gravity of the matter, I have concluded that the situation before us, where the House is left with 2 versions of events, is one that merits further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air. I therefore invite the honourable member Portage-Lisgar to move his motion." End quote. Mr. Speaker, I would argue that we have before us today, the issue that we have today is identical. The Minister of National Defence has informed the House that the previous government provided tax relief to our shoulders through an order paper question signed by the Minister himself, and has provided oral information in our debates that say the complete opposite. On page 63 of the 22nd edition of Erskine May refers to a resolution passed by the UK House. It reads, "Ministers have a duty to Parliament to account and to be held to account for the policies, decisions and actions of the departments. It is of paramount importance that ministers give accurate and truthful information to Parliament." Mr. Speaker, how can the minister explain signing off on information that is tabled in this House that completely contradicts what he is saying in the House almost on a daily basis? Only one of these statements can be true. Now, I've given the minister many chances to correct the record, and as recently as March 21st, he has refused. On February 17, 2011, the member for Scarborough-Gilwood and other members argued that a minister has made statements in committee that were different from those made in the House or provided to the House in written form. These members argued that the material available showed that contradictory information had been provided. As a result, they argued that this demonstrated that the minister deliberately misled the House and that, as such, a prima facie case of privilege exists. In his ruling on March 9, 2011, Speaker Milliken said, "The crux of the matter, it seems to me, is this. As the committee has reported, when asked who inserted the word 'not' in the assessment of the Carios funding application, in testimony the minister twice replied that she did not know. In a February 14th statement to the House, while she did not indicate that she knew who inserted the word 'not', the minister addressed this matter by stating that the 'not' was inserted at her direction. At the very least, it can be said that this has caused confusion. The minister has acknowledged this and has characterized her own handling of the matter as unfortunate. Yet, as is evident from hearing the various interventions that have been made since then, the confusion persists." And it goes on, "As the member for Scarborough-Rouge River told the House, this has confused me, it has confused Parliament, it has confused us in our exercise of holding the government to account, whether it is the Privy Council, whether it is the minister, whether it is public officials. We cannot do our job when there is this type of confusion." End quote. In a ruling given on March 21st, 1978, at page 3975 of Debates, Speaker Jerome quoted a British Procedure Committee report of 1967, which states in part, The Speaker should ask himself when he has to decide whether to grant precedence over other public business to a motion which a member who has complained of some act or conduct as constituting a breach of privilege desires to move, should be not, do I consider that, assuming that the facts are as stated. The act or conduct constitutes a breach of privilege, but could it reasonably be held to be a breach of privilege, or to put it shortly, has the member an arguable point? If the Speaker feels any doubt on the question, he should, in my view, leave it to the House. Mr. Speaker, there are two versions of events before this House by the same source, the Minister of National Defence, and no effort has been made to clarify this matter. I ask that you find a prima facie case question of privilege, and I am prepared to move the appropriate motion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on the same question of privilege.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on all accounts, whenever I've witnessed the Minister of Defence stand in his place, I have found him to be very clear, transparent on all the statements that he has in fact made. At this point, what we'd like to be able to do is review the matter and bring it back at a later time after we've had the opportunity to go over what it is the member has stated.
I thank the Honourable Member for Selkirk Kinder Lake Eastman for raising this question of privilege. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. I look forward to hearing further from him or someone else on his side, and then I will take, of course, the matter under advisement and come back to the House. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, consideration of Ways and Means motion number 10 and consideration of the amendment on it.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that due to the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 43 minutes.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the late Liberal Senator Keith Davey purportedly said during the 1980 election campaign, "Screw the West, we'll take the rest." Budget 2017 doesn't just regurgitate the bad fiscal policies of that period, but it also regurgitates the divisive anti-Alberta policy approach which defined the last Trudeau government. Now, my constituents are proud Albertans and also proud Canadians. We work hard, we do our share, sometimes we do more than our share, and during good times, that's okay. But Alberta is hurting right now. Unemployment has surged and investment is drying up, partly due to commodity prices, but also because of tax increases of every shape and size from multiple levels of government. Now, from this federal government, before Budget 2017, we had all kinds of different measures that have substantively negatively impacted the Alberta economy. The introduction of a tanker ban off of northern BC, limiting our export options at the same time as Alaskan tankers are constantly flowing through that area. We have the withdrawal of support for vital energy infrastructure like the Northern Gateway Pipeline. We have the effective federal small business tax hike, which went completely against a commitment made in the Liberal platform. We had the elimination of the hiring credit for small business, an important incentive to help create jobs. We had the expansion of CPP, effectively a significant increase to the tax on jobs, again, creating a greater disincentive for prospective employers. We had the introduction of the carbon tax. We had the overall fiscal instability characterized now by a second budget with a deficit of over $20 billion and the impact that that has on investor confidence. But we had that instability even again before this budget. And finally, a failure of the equalization formula to update in response to the realities on the ground with respect to Alberta. Those are a number of key ways already before this budget that we were seeing the impact of federal policy on Alberta. Now, the Alberta Conservative Caucus recognized these challenges and worked hard through an Alberta Jobs Task Force process. And I want to recognize the leadership of my colleagues from Edmonton Riverbend and Calgary Nose Hill on this process, a process where we presented constructive feedback to the government about what they could do to help Alberta. We did our job as the opposition, Madam Speaker. We didn't just oppose, rather we proposed constructive solutions. We did that, but all of these suggestions were ignored. What's in this budget for Alberta? Well, nothing, in fact, but more tax increases, targeted punitive tax increases that are going to negatively affect our energy sector. This government chose this budget at this point in time to remove vital incentives for small companies engaged in energy exploration. These incentives allowed these companies to defer taxation by writing off capital investment in the first year. These incentives were not a subsidy or even a tax break for the energy sector. They were a tax deferral measure which encouraged investment, which would actually make more money for the government in the long run. The removal of these incentives in this budget, the tax hike uniquely targeted to our energy sector, is not going to increase revenue. It is a purely punitive measure which will discourage exploration and investment. It will reduce government revenue by reducing investment in the energy sector. It reflects no plausible policy other than this government's clear anti-energy ideology. There is just no other explanation for the removal of tax deferral incentives which benefit not only workers, but which benefit the government in the long run. What is this government's message to struggling middle-class families in my constituency and across Alberta? If you're struggling, we'll increase your taxes. If you're unemployed, we'll kill off business investment that could have given you a job. If you're down, we'll kick you again. The budget begins. The story of Canada is the story of hardworking people, from fisheries workers in Atlantic Canada to forestry workers in Quebec, from farmers who feed us to the tradespeople who build our cities to the teachers who give young Canadians the tools they need to embrace their own future. From fisheries workers in Atlantic Canada to forestry workers in Quebec, Madam Speaker, even in their colorful, fluffy opening paragraph, they can't spare a mention for the entire western half of this country, or for the hard-working women and men who get their hands dirty pulling the stuff out of the ground that they use to drive their limousines and ride around in helicopters. The budget repeatedly talks about a so-called innovation and skills plan, which from the start excludes any investment in or support for our energy sector. It repeatedly mentions advanced manufacturing, agri-food, clean technology, digital industries, health and bioscience, and clean resources as being the only places where this spending will go, even though our energy sector is one of the most innovative on the planet. Our innovations are helping to create jobs as well as reduce environmental impacts. All discussion of innovation, of so-called superclusters, highlight these 6 arbitrarily selected sectors only, and they make no mention of the critical value of Canada's energy sector. Now, I want to say that I think the government's approach of state-managed innovation is the wrong way to go about things anyways. It hasn't worked before, and it won't work now, especially when the government is simultaneously undercutting our competitiveness through tax hikes. But it is telling that in the midst of this, the government explicitly excludes our energy sector from any of its proposals. The exclusion of Alberta and the energy sector from this budget cannot have been an accident. Repeatedly, proposals are discussed, but Alberta is passed over. A further example, page 93 of the budget proposes the extension of the mineral exploration tax credit, a tax credit for junior companies who invest in mineral exploration. Sound familiar? It's exactly the same kind of tax measure that they are cutting for the energy sector. They're extending exploration incentives for the mining sector while killing them for the energy sector. What other possible conclusion could Alberta families draw from this, Madam Speaker, than that they were left out of this budget not by accident but on purpose? It is the same old 1980 Keith Davey Liberal election formula, screw the West. Now, their approach harkens back to an old and dangerous view of Canada which many Westerners had hoped had been put to bed, a view that sees Canada as a compact of central and eastern Canadian provinces who then acquire the territory of Western Canada as a sort of colony with which they could decide how to dispose, a view that sees the project of national reconciliation and agreement as including only urban central Canada. But this is a view that on this side of the House we firmly reject. We believe in Canada as a union of equal provinces. Some provinces may seek different kinds of accommodation or arrangement, and that is certainly fine. But we believe that the project of national cooperation and reconciliation stretches from sea to sea to sea. We believe that the representation of perspective, of culture, and support for economic development must include every Canadian in every region from every kind of industry. When Conservatives were in government, I am proud to say that we did not favor the West over the rest of the country. We presided over the lowest ebb in Quebec separatist sentiment in a very long time. We invested in shipbuilding in Atlantic Canada. We bailed out the auto sector in southern Ontario. We engaged and grew our seat total in Quebec, in part by supporting the forestry sector. We did our best to listen to and govern Canada as one nation for the common good. We created jobs from Newfoundland to British Columbia to Nunavut and everywhere in between. We believe in Canada as a union of equal provinces. That the Prime Minister himself rejects this view is well established. He said this during the last government. Canada isn't doing well right now because it's Albertans who control our community and socio-democratic agenda. It doesn't work. That's what the Prime Minister said. Now, we know the Prime Minister's view, but what about the Liberal MPs from Alberta? What about the member for Edmonton Centre and the member for Calgary Skyview, the ministers for Infrastructure and Veterans Affairs? Do they at least think that Alberta should have been included in Budget 2017? But wait, Madam Speaker. There is a headline in the budget that refers to supporting jobs in the resource sector. It says, the government understands the challenging economic circumstances arising from weak commodity prices affecting the oil and gas sector. Budget 2017 proposes to provide a one-time payment of $30 million to the government of Alberta to support provincial actions that will stimulate economic activity and employment in Alberta's resource sector. Wow, Madam Speaker. That's almost 10% of what Bombardier got. In fact, that's less than the total proposed executive compensation paid to Bombardier's board chair and top 5 executives. More for the executives of Bombardier than for the province of Alberta to address the energy sector. Madam Speaker, last year Alberta had a budget deficit of $10.8 billion. With this spending, it could have been $10.77 billion. Now that would have made a difference. Madam Speaker, this is a screw the West budget indeed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As an Atlantic Canadian, I remember acutely the former leader of that party, the former Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper, calling Atlantic Canadians, saying that Atlantic Canada had a culture of defeat. Atlantic Canada certainly did not forget that in 2015 when they elected 32 strong Liberal members of Parliament who are working to ensure, in concert with our colleagues right across the country, that we have a plan that helps middle-class Canadians right across this country and support those working hard to join the middle class. I think that's been exemplified through this government's approach to balancing both the economy and the environment and the approval of 3 pipelines that emanate for Alberta. I wonder what the member opposite has issue with if you take the totality of our plan, which includes both last year and this year's budget, in supporting over 8,000 families in the Fredericton riding of 13,000 plus children, injecting $4.88 million into a riding. That's just one example. Also supporting seniors through a strengthened guaranteed income supplement program in a province that sees the fastest aging population, enhancing benefits for veterans with a commitment to returning to a lifelong support system. Why does this member continue to work against this plan that the government has put out that is supporting Canadians right across this country?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I certainly recognize the result of the last election and the work that we are doing in Atlantic Canada, but I will say this. The investments that this government made in Atlantic Canada with respect to shipbuilding were significant. And after the last election, it wasn't that member or that government who was fighting for Atlantic Canada's place on the Supreme Court. It was only after repeated questions from members on this side of the House who don't even represent ridings in Atlantic Canada who stood up for the people of Atlantic Canada because they weren't getting that representation from that side of the House. But my speech was about Alberta, and that member is a member of the government, a parliamentary secretary. He should have actually posed a question about the situation in Alberta, about the fact that there is nothing in this budget to address the situation in Alberta. There are specific sectors named for focus of their investments which do not in any way consider the specific sectors that are suffering in Alberta, that do not address at all the energy sector. The government thinks that energy is a dirty word. That's the issue. They don't care about Alberta, and the best they can do is this paltry discussion of $30 million to the government of Alberta. And at least in questions and comments, we should have a question from the government about what they are doing for Alberta. They can't even stand up and defend it. That's per telling.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for talking about this being the Screw the West budget, because I share those sentiments. You know, when we look at our salmon on the West Coast, the forecast for salmon in our region is critical. And the following is an excerpt from the Fisheries and Oceans Bulletin for the West Coast of Vancouver Island. For 2017, the recommended management forecast for Somas sockeye, which is in the Alberni Valley, is the critical zone for harvest management, corresponding to an expected return of less than 200,000 adult fish. Key factors in the sharp decline of expected abundance relative to recent return years are 1, very low observed smolt production, and 2, very low marine survival rate for the 2014 and 2015 key sea entry years associated with this year's adult return. So right now would be a really good time to invest in some habitat restoration, salmon enhancement programs, and habitat protection when we're facing really what is a threat to our most important food source on the West Coast. This is a steep decline, 200,000 fish. Just in perspective, we typically get about 750,000 returning fish in that salmon area per year. At the top end, it's about 1.9 million. This is so important, and it's critical that we do something now. I'd love to hear from the members' comments on that.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is precisely the issue, that when you have a budget, say there's only 6 sectors that we're going to be talking about with respect to innovation, there's needs across a wide range of sectors: fisheries, the energy sector, which I focused on, and the member's right that the West just doesn't get the attention that it should be looking at. Agriculture sectors, exactly, very innovative sectors that are important, not just in Western Canada, but that are important in Western Canada, that are totally ignored. We had a member of the Liberal Party say during the opioid crisis, which is ongoing, say that if the center of that crisis wasn't in the West, perhaps the government would have reacted faster. So it's comments like that that come from Liberal members that are very telling about what the mentality of this government is. We need a government that's governing for the good of the whole country, that's considering the national common good, the good of every region, and that's just not what we're seeing.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the very dynamic member for Shefford.
Amazing change. The rate of change that we see in our society is quite frankly mind-boggling. We have supercomputers. We have the era of big data. We have artificial intelligence, which now rivals or can surpass human intelligence in so many functions. This all started right after the Second World War. 1947, William Shockley at Bell Labs, along with his team of scientists, invented the first transistor. That small invention, 70 years ago, has set us on a course that has not stopped, and it will not stop for a long time since. My father's an electrical engineer, and he tells me the first computers that he worked on would fill a room. They'd have to have all types of fans to cool the systems down, and the amount of electricity that was drawn was incredible. Today, my cell phone has infinitely more computing power than the ones my father worked on. I, too, am an electrical engineer, and I remember my first job, we had to buy a hard disk, and this was a big expense, and it had to sit underneath my desk. It was so big because it would save our engineering drawings. And today, for example, this USB key, which someone gave to me, has 3 or 4 times its value.
So I just want to remind the member you can't use any props during the debates.
Yes, my USB key has infinitely more data. Now my son, you'll see a pattern here, Madam Speaker, who's also an electrical engineer, when he uses something like Microsoft and he goes to save, he's asked me about that save button, which is a floppy disk. He doesn't know what that is because he's never used one. That's the rate of change that we're living in. That's the speed at which things are happening. And I'm an electrical engineer, trained in this area, and I have a hard time keeping up. So when this is happening, we have 2 courses of action. People can resist or embrace change. And there are people that always resist technological change. They're called Luddites. And Luddites come from the name Mr. Ned Ludd, who over 240 years ago or so had gone in and smashed up what we call stocking frames. These were knitting machines, new machines that were introduced to automate knitting. And the textile industry picked this up, and he was against automation because it was going to cost him his job. So this is where we find ourselves. We either embrace technology and move forward, or we fight against it. Now, Canadians embrace technology. If we look at the rate of usage, say, on the internet, 8 out of 10 adult Canadians is on regularly. They say once a day. In fact, the amount of time on, Canadians lead in the entire world, the amount of time we actually spend on the internet. If we look at things, say, like non-cash payments, cashless payments, whether it be debit cards, credit cards, online payments, again, we're in the top 2 or 3 in the world. So Canadians see and understand this need, and they embrace technology. We understand this too. Our government understands that we must embrace technology. And that leads me to our innovation budget. To embrace technology is to understand that the rate of change is constant. As that example I gave about my father's changes in his life, mine, and my career, and my son's little pass in his electronic engineering career. It means we need lifelong learning. We have to make a commitment to always be learning. And this is why I'm so excited about this budget, because it makes a very, very strong, clear commitment to helping Canadians constantly be learning. It starts with this phenomenal investment of $2.7 billion over the next 6 years into the labor market transfer agreements. This means people will be able to upgrade their skills. They'll be able to gain experience. They'll be able to start a business, help plan their careers. A phenomenal amount of investment to ensure that they can stay à jour, up to date. We're going to create a new organization for Skills Gap. This means that we're going to be looking where the needs are from companies, and we're going to be looking at where the people should be studying and put them together. Because we have people looking for work and we have companies looking for people, we need to make sure they share those skill sets. We're going to help adults return to school. And we're going to do this by looking at new ways to support them. If you're a part-time student, we're going to give you access to funds. If you're a parent with dependents, we're going to help you again so that you can go back to school and gain that experience. If, for example, you're receiving unemployment insurance and you find yourself needing to upgrade your skills, you'll no longer be in a conflict of interest. You'll be able to continue to get your unemployment insurance and upgrade your skills at the same time. We're going to invest in cooperative training, a lot more. We're going to seek to put in maybe 10,000 more positions for cooperative training so that people not only learn books, but they get the experience hands-on in the working field. And finally, we're going to do something that's particularly close to my heart. We're going to teach children digital skills. We're going to teach them to code. Why is this close to my heart? Is because our government underwent a series of consultations. At some point, we were criticized for doing too many consultations, but what have you, we did an awful lot of them. At one of my consultations on innovation, we did the round table, and at the end of all this 2 hours of talk, I asked each one at the table, if you could give one message to send up to the minister, what would it be? And one fellow said, teach kids to code. That's it. He said, don't write anything else. Teach kids to code. So I wrote it down, and I sent it up, and sure enough, I was particularly pleased to see in this budget teaching kids to code and an investment of $50 million to ensure that from kindergarten right up to grade 12, they're going to learn this new language. They're going to have the resources to get that done. So if we look at the ensemble of these innovation training programs, we see that we're capturing adults that need to be retrained. We're capturing older people that have been in the workforce, maybe on unemployment, and need to get back into the workforce. We're going to help people that need to get experience by helping them with their cooperative training. We're going to help young people. We have an ensemble of products to help make sure that Canadians have access to innovation. And that is a fundamental aspect of moving forward in the innovation economy. The second thing we're going to do is help business to innovate. And there, again, we've brought in a whole platform of programs to help our companies be more successful in this world. What are we going to do? We're going to support superclusters, an investment of $950 million into these high-tech areas to ensure that Canadians are always leading in specific areas of high-tech. We're going to put a lot more money into venture capital. As new companies get formed and they need to be financed, we're going to put $400 million towards financing new capital. We're going to put money into an innovation program. Right now, There's so many programs that are out there, it's hard sometimes to find your way. So we're going to consolidate all these, simplify them, and make it easy for our businesses to find these innovative products. And finally, we're going to invest in clean tech, which is another great opportunity for the future. So as you see, Madam Speaker, we live in a world of constant change. We live in a world where we know today what we know will have to be augmented or learned upon. I've seen that in my own career. My father's seen it, and my son will see it. Each of our careers as electronic engineers will change. Our commitment to ensuring that Canadians are up to speed, have access to the education in whatever form they need it, and our commitment to helping businesses innovate will ensure that Canadians have prosperity for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, also a fellow engineer, for his speech. But, he talked about two things, skills and training, which is very important, and innovation and the need to really take a quantum leap there. And I think that's very important as well. But if I look at the budget document, the spending for skills and training has been delayed out till 2018, 2019. And so it seems odd that if it's so important that it would be put off like that. And in the same light, although there's a lot of words about innovation in the budget, the additional funding is really, a very small amount in order to get the kind of quantum leap that we'd like to see to keep up. And I wonder if the member could comment on that.
L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
In life, someone can always say you could do it faster and you could do more of it. And that's fair criticism or fair critique. Can we do more? Can we do faster? That's to be seen. But the important thing is we are doing both of those things. We are doing it, and it is coming. Obviously, when it comes to skills training, a lot of this has to be integrated with provincial programs. So we alone don't set the pace. We have to work with our provincial counterparts. But the good news is we're moving in the right direction.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. You have to admit, in terms of marketing, it was quite a success. And if the only way of looking at the budget was the way my colleague does, I'd be tempted to even applaud because he makes it sound so good, but the facts are quite different. And the Liberals have a habit of spinning these half measures. Just by way of example, Madam Speaker, he talked about the importance for a worker who's lost his job, the importance of having access to training to broaden their skill set and their options without necessarily losing any benefits. And you can only applaud that idea, but you have to realize that the training comes under provincial jurisdiction, so it's not going to happen overnight. And when it comes to something that's purely under federal jurisdiction, EI, there are still 6 out of 10 Canadians who, when they become unemployed, they don't qualify for EI. And on that score, this budget is totally silent. Can my colleague, does he not feel that it would have been better, first of all, to see to it that workers qualify for EI benefits and then give them training? The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is right. I couldn't talk about everything in the budget, but the budget is good news. So he's also right that there are overlapping jurisdictions between the federal government and provinces, so it'll take time to negotiate deals, but we will do that. We'll do the job so that if you need social assistance and at the same time you need to be able to work to earn a living, you will be able to do that. We'll see to it. Questions and comments?
Comments. The honourable member for, I know it's Guelph. For Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague from Pierrefonds-Dollard and also from the Industry Committee, where he's exceptional in his technical background and what he adds to our discussions in that committee, similar to what he's done this afternoon. I was really surprised to hear the member from Edmonton-Sherwood Park comment on how this is a budget that doesn't apply to all of Canada. And one area of the budget is in superclusters, which by definition help all of Canada, all regions of Canada, in areas where we could be world leaders. A $950 million commitment to develop superclusters. I'm wondering if the honourable member could give us his thoughts on the superclusters that are in the budget.
Une brève réponse.
A brief answer from the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Is perceptive as always, and he's absolutely right that this is a phenomenal investment of $950 million in superclusters. And these clusters are not regionally based. They are going to cover the full span of our country. Therefore, to say that it's one region or another is quite patently false on the part of another member who said such a thing. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor in the House today to speak to Budget 2017. The title of the budget, Building a Strong Middle Class, says a lot about our government's intentions. Madam Speaker, I think it's critical for my constituents in Shefford, as it is for all Canadians, to understand that Budget 2017 is a significant step in our long-term plan to create jobs and bolster the middle class and those working hard to join it. When we took office, we promised Canadians that we would put the priority on middle-class families. That's what we've done, Madam Speaker, and today families can clearly see that their government is there for them. After the Canada Child Benefit, which is more generous, better targeted, and non-taxable, and after reducing taxes by 7% for the middle class, this affects 20,000 families in my riding, we continue to help those who are the most in need. The measures we've taken to date have truly had positive effects on our economy. The facts are plain to see, Madam Speaker. We can confirm that our plan is working with over 250,000 jobs created in the past 7 months, and the unemployment rate, which has dropped from 7.1 to 6.6% since we took office in 2015. The IMF uses us as an example all around the planet and says we have the best economic growth of G7 countries. We're on the right track, Madam Speaker. Now, Budget 2017, which was tabled by our government, proposes a number of measures that meet the needs and priorities of my constituents, particularly those who form part of the middle class. The budget promotes success for small and medium-sized businesses, or SMEs. Job creation enables people to get skills and tools they need to succeed. With the creation of the new Strategic Innovation Fund, we are going to attract, support, and grow Canadian businesses in dynamic and emerging sectors. Sectors like agri-food, digital, clean tech, and cutting-edge manufacturing are particularly targeted through an investment of $1.26 billion over 5 years in Quebec. The new Strategic Innovation Fund will have a wide-ranging impact. It shows our immediate willingness to strengthen our communities with a long-term vision, Madam Speaker. The budget also invests in society, and this affects people very close to home. Budget 2017 provides greater support for home care and mental health initiatives. Through an investment of $11 billion over 10 years, the government will be spending $1.4 billion more on improving home care and $1.1 billion to support mental health initiatives. Another social measure that our government has implemented is a national strategy to address gender-based violence. This will help make sure that Canadians live in safe communities, welcoming and inclusive communities. With an investment of $100.9 million over 5 years, we expect to make substantial progress. People in my riding also need access to affordable housing. And with the new National Housing Strategy, which will support construction, renovation, and repairs to the affordable housing to the stock of affordable housing. Historic investments, without that unprecedented investments of $11.2 billion over 11 years will be made. These monies will help build better communities with a real substantial increase in the number of affordable housing units in Canada. I'm proud of this second budget because we are investing where the actual needs are for the people of Shefford, like affordable housing, home care, mental health, and fighting homelessness. As you know, Madam Speaker, Canadians take care of their loved ones, and they face a system of tax credits which can be very difficult for caregivers to understand. Clearly, Canadians deserve better than that. So Budget 2017 provides tax credits for caregivers that are harmonized at a time when families need them the most. Additionally, improvements and enhancements to the EI system through maternal and parental benefits, maternity and parental benefits that are more flexible, and the creation of a new benefit for caregivers are also substantial progress that will significantly help people out. This budget will give everyone a substantial and fair chance of succeeding. This budget also provides for investments in fields like skills and training so that all Canadians have access to what they need to succeed now and in the future. Our government's investments through this budget will help workers do professional development activities. It will support young people acquiring skills and experience that they need to launch their careers, and will also ensure that the unemployed can get training while remaining eligible for EI benefits. What's more, Madam Speaker, with Budget 2017, we're also sending a clear message to improve our neighborhoods and make them healthier, safer places to live by investing in infrastructure. So I'm sure that communities in my riding will be stronger. They're stronger when we can provide them with cultural centers, sports facilities, and public spaces that are more accessible to children and families. When I look at the efforts our government has made with major investments along these lines, I'm proud of the way we've listened to Canadians. We are demonstrating that we are truly in touch with their lives, and people in my riding have expressed their great satisfaction with the budget and the things our government is doing. Madam Speaker, I should also talk about the significant progress the budget brings to agriculture and agri-food. This is an industry that I'm particularly sensitive to, considering that 80% of my riding is in an agricultural zone. Budget 2017 shows how much support our government is providing agriculture and agri-food. These industries not only employ 1 in 8 Canadians, but they also generate quality jobs all across Canada, as well as in my riding of Shefford. It's also worth pointing out that Budget 2017 establishes agri-food as one of the 3 main areas for growth and the creation of good jobs that are well paid here in Canada. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we know that the demand for foodstuffs will continue to grow around the world. Our farmers already have an excellent reputation internationally, and our products are safe and high quality, but we need to be prepared to meet the increasing world demand for agri-food products, and we need to take advantage of this opportunity.
That's why Budget 2017 sets an ambitious goal of growing our agri-food exports to at least $75 billion by 2025. That's an increase of 35% compared to 2015. Today's agri-food sector is more global than ever, and it's focused on technology. Budget 2017 supports science, innovation, and global competitiveness in the agri-food sector. We want to grow Canada's agri-food sector thanks to an investment of $10.1 billion over 10 years for exports and growing investments in value-added processing. Madam Speaker, to conclude, we know that we can always do more to help the middle class and those who are working hard to join it, and that's what we will continue to do. Our government knows that it's always possible to do better, and we know that the best way to ensure greater prosperity for the greatest number of Canadians is to make intelligent, responsible investments in people and the economy to ensure that we can all prosper over the long term. I'm convinced that this budget is excellent for the people of my riding, and they have confirmed that to me, so on their behalf, I congratulate the government for this historic progress for our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. He mentioned during his comments about standing up for the middle class, he also referred frequently to the farming or the agriculture sector. Well, Madam Speaker, I wonder if he's had a chance to look at page 111 of the budget in the English, because it's clear there, he talks about advancing agricultural science and innovation. And there are $60 million budgeted for agricultural science and innovation. Madam Speaker, the fine print shows only $4 million of that is budgeted for the coming year. Now, does my colleague really think that an investment of $4 million spread across the entire country, which his colleagues have all agreed to today, this is a budget for all of Canada, does he really think that an investment of $4 million this year and only $9 million next year spread across the country of Canada is going to make a significant impact on the ability of our farmers to innovate and improve their operations? I'm hoping he doesn't, Madam Speaker, and I think if he's honest, he'll have to admit this is a pretty embarrassing budget when it comes to supporting our agricultural sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. The agri-food sector and the agriculture sector is an extremely important sector for our government, and we are proud to support it. As I said earlier, $10.1 billion over the next 10 years will be invested in exports and investments in innovation. The agri-food sector and the agriculture sector is at the heart of that investment. 1 job in 8 in Canada depends on agriculture. We are proud of that, and demand is going to go up in the coming years, and our government will support our farmers, our producers. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm always a little bit surprised by the words that I hear from across the way. Now, my colleague gave me a number of examples in things that I can talk about when it comes to employment insurance. For example, there's new help for maternity leave, for caregivers, and training, but we need to remember that 6 Canadians out of 10 don't qualify for employment insurance. And in addition to that, I'd like to remind my eminent colleague that the EI fund is entirely funded by payments made by employers and workers. So what's the government's role in all this? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, this is a question that's similar to a question that was asked earlier. We can always do better. We can always do better. I think that what's interesting in the budget here is that there are substantial improvements that are being made to the flexibility of EI benefits and the ease of accessing them for maternity and paternity leave for caregivers. These are important steps in the right direction that are found in this budget. And this is the fruit of a number of consultations that were undertaken in recent months, and I'm very proud of these initiatives. Questions and comments?
For Yorkton, Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to refer a bit to what this government has committed to as far as national defence spending, which is nothing. Despite the clear need for investments in Canadian national defence, the Minister of Finance has stated this week that the government believes the military is appropriately provisioned. And yet, day after day in this House, we have battled back and forth with the government saying we have a capability gap. So my question to the member would simply be, what happened to that gap?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. My honourable colleague is asking questions which are very specific, and I thank her for that. Obviously, there are many elements in this budget, many elements that are investments in the middle class, and the security community is very happy with this budget. The minister has shared the comments from the security sector, and I am proud that these investments are very important to our national security. Thank you.
À l'ordre, conformément.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Shepherd, Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, Public Services and Procurement, et l'Honourable.
And the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, Canada Revenue Agency.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Wausau. Madam Speaker, I'm honored to stand in the House to discuss Budget 2017 and its potential impact on my riding of Richmond Hill. This year's federal budget follows in the footsteps of Budget 2016 and offers a roadmap to individual prosperity for Canadians and economic success for Canada. This budget provides detailed provision as to how the Liberal government has listened to Canadians and is taking action to make the necessary financial commitments that will ensure that each and every Canadian has a real and fair opportunity to improve their lives. I'll focus my remarks today on 4 key areas. Firstly, I will highlight how Budget 2017 provides new opportunities for Canadians, including our youth, to strengthen existing skills, develop new ones, and to build a qualified workforce of the future, while also providing our seniors with the ability to sustain a better quality of life. Secondly, I will explain how Budget 2017 encourages business innovation and economic progress for Canada. Thirdly, I will discuss how this budget will provide infrastructure support for the modernization and resiliency of our neighborhoods. Fourth and final, I will describe how Budget 2017 provides for more and enhanced home care, mental health services, child care services, and affordable housing for those who need it the most. With this budget, the Liberal government upholds the promise of progress that will benefit all Canadians. Madam Speaker, on the topic of youth and senior and digital skill, our government will be allocating $50 million over 2 years so the digital skill trainers can apply to teach digital skill to students from kindergarten to grade 12. This is excellent news given the Canadian economy is rapidly changing, and my colleague before me talked about that change. This commitment will prepare individuals starting from a young age to gain the proper skills to prepare for the jobs of the future. Madam Speaker, seniors will also benefit from digital skill training as Budget 2017 will provide $29.5 million over 5 years for a new digital literacy exchange program to support non-for-profit organizations to implement initiatives that teach basic digital skill with a focus on groups who can benefit from acquiring these skills. As noted in the 2016 Town of Richmond Hill Economic Development Strategy, youths up to age 24 comprise 32% of the population. The population of seniors age 70 and over was 8%. Together, they make up 40% of the Town of Richmond Hill entire population. Therefore, Madam Speaker, 40% of Richmond Hill population could benefit from the federal funding provided in Budget 2017 for digital skill training. Madam Speaker, on the business innovation side, another aspect of Budget 2017 that would greatly benefit Richmond Hill is the provision of funds to encourage business innovation in Canada. Madam Speaker, the budget allocates $950 million over 5 years, starting in 2017 and 18, to support a number of business-led innovation superclusters that have the greatest potential to accelerate economic growth. By investing in superclusters and also providing the Strategic Innovation Fund, SIF, with $1.26 billion over 5 years to consolidate and simplify business innovation programming, including the Strategic Aerospace and Defense Initiative, the Technology Demonstration Program, the Auto Innovation Fund, where there's actually an extra $200 million over 3 years in new funding. Our government is leading the way. Budget 2017 also provides for a venture capital catalyst initiative with $400 million over 3 years for the late-stage venture capital to young, established businesses with revenues to enhance their operations. Budget 2017 has recognized an identifiable need in our economy, and the business will benefit from it. Madam Speaker, this represents the innovative leadership that is this government and the Budget 2017 delivers for Canadians. Madam Speaker, on the topic of infrastructure, Budget 2017 provides funding for infrastructure support for the modernization and resiliency of our neighborhoods and communities. The budget has made a significant investment in public transit projects that will shorten commutes, decrease air pollution, and allow Canadians to spend more time with their families. Through an investment of $20.1 billion over 11 years, that will be allocated to provinces and transit system based on ridership and population. I'll get to that shortly. I'm confident that Richmond Hill and York Region Transit will receive a fair share of the funding to put forward local priorities such as subway line from Prince Subway to Highway 7 extension for Richmond Hill. This will help a significant portion of my constituency that will benefit from the expansion of the subway line. Madam Speaker, I will now talk about Budget 2017 contribution to healthcare, home care, childcare, and affordable housing for Canadians who most need it. I think I speak for all my colleagues in this House when I say that Canada's publicly funded universal healthcare system is a source of national pride. It is also an essential foundation for a strong, fair, and prosperous nation. As of today, the federal government has reached new health funding agreement with 12 provinces and territories who have accepted their share of $11 billion over 10 years to provide enhanced health care for all Canadians, including funding as well for home care and mental health support. Madam Speaker, $1.9 billion of this funding will be allocated in support of mental health initiatives in Ontario. Improving mental health services directly impacts the riding of Richmond Hill, giving support where it's definitely needed. In addition, $2.3 billion will be dedicated to better home care in Ontario, including addressing critical home care infrastructure requirements. I know that this funding will help to break down barriers for individuals, families, and communities such as mine that prevent them from receiving better care and with reaching their fullest potential. In addition, the budget allocates $3.2 billion to provinces and territories for the federal-provincial partnership to support affordable housing. This will be helpful to Canada's seniors, persons with disabilities, and others needing accessibility modification, helping them to live independently. Furthermore, $5 billion will be invested over the next 11 years for a new national housing fund to address critical housing issues faced by most vulnerable members of the society. In addition, the government will be allocating $7 billion over 10 years to support and create more highly qualified, affordable childcare expenses across the country. I know many hardworking individuals and families in my riding that can benefit extremely from this funding by making it easier for them to find safe, adequate, and affordable places to live with quality and affordable childcare. In conclusion, Budget 2017 puts people first. It delivers the help that Canadians need. It's an essential step to restoring prosperity to Canada's middle class. It provides new opportunities for our youth and seniors by equipping them with the skill that they need. Budget 2017 encourages job creation, entrepreneurship, and business innovation. The budget also provides much-needed assistance for infrastructure. It also supports more and better home care, mental health support, childcare support, and affordable housing for all Canadians. I am proud to stand behind Budget 2017. It's the right roadmap for our country and the efforts of our government to restore prosperity to middle class. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I was happy to listen to my colleague as he talked about many things that is within the budget, but actually I think we need to talk about what's not in the budget. When we look at homelessness, there's zero for this year, zero for next year. Cultural recreation infrastructure, zero for this year, zero for next year. Disability accessibility, zero for this year, zero for next year. Creating Canada's growth economy, zero for this year, zero for next year. Skills training, nothing for this year. Skills training and innovation, nothing for this year's. Also, too, talking about when we look at the transit tax and purporting that it is only for the rich. And then we look at innovation, and I thank the member for bringing up innovation, because I can certainly see that when the Conservatives were government, we started our science and tech cooperation agreements in 2007. And I'm glad to see that they're building on the manufacturing and auto sector innovation, as well as a foundation for innovation. And when we look at all of the programs that were underway under the Conservative government, I see that there's a lot of repackaging. So I'm just wondering, when we look at all the things that are happening now for the middle class, and nothing's going to be funded over nothing's going to be funded over the next 2 years, the budget's back-ended. Can the member please comment on that?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across. Let me focus on what's actually included in the budget. Let me talk about $1.9 billion in mental health for Ontario. Let me talk about $2.3 billion in home care. Let me talk about $3.2 billion in affordable housing. Let me talk about $5 billion in national housing. Let me talk about $7 billion in high-quality, affordable childcare spaces. Let me talk about $50 million in youth skill. Let me talk about $29.5 million for senior digital skill. Let me talk about $950 million in business-led innovation. Let me talk about $1.26 billion plus another $200 million for a strategic innovation fund. Let me talk about $400 million on late-stage venture capitalists. Let me talk about $20.1 billion on transit. Let me talk about $11 billion on home care. And Madam Speaker, they're all coming over the next 5 years, and it's helping us to deliver what we made a commitment to deliver. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech and telling us what's in the budget. As my colleague from the Conservative Party has mentioned, unfortunately there are some things that are not in this budget. He talks about enabling all Canadians then to move forward and have equal access. And yet this government again has refused to deliver on what the Human Rights Tribunal has ordered, and that the government ensure comparable access to services by Aboriginal families, in particular Aboriginal children. So can he speak to, from the bottom of his heart, how he could support a budget that is still refusing to follow what the Human Rights Tribunal has said, and to finally give equal opportunity to Aboriginal children so they too can succeed in Canada?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across. I can assure the member across that there has been investment made and planned for the Aboriginal. The focus is on skill training. The focus is on giving them education and giving them an opportunity to be able to have the skills needed to contribute to development of economy and their community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question, une brève question. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member from Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to ask my question if he could identify how many $billion out of the $80 billion for infrastructure will be put forward this year.
Well, let me tell you that every single, sorry, Madam Speaker, my apology. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across for asking the question. Let me tell the member across the fact that this budget and the budget before it has created what I call confidence in the economy. Confidence to the tune of close to 250,000 full-time jobs. Is my time over? Just about. Okay, well, that confidence has created over 250,000 jobs in the last quarter, majority of them full-time job, and that's the confidence that the budget and the $80 billion has created for the people and for the economy. Thank you.
Reprise au débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, Canadians have long understood that we are stronger when the middle class and those working hard to join it participate fully in the economy and contribute to economic growth that is beneficial for us all. Budget 2017 contains measures to eliminate obstacles hindering our economy and holding people back. It also contains measures designed to help people who are the most in need, because we are only worth the value of our most vulnerable citizens. Madam Speaker, there are many benefits for the riding of Bourassa that I represent here in the House, and I'm very happy with the budgets tabled by the Liberal government. Allow me to tell you how these budgets help Bourassa. Bourassa is very, very diverse. However, the riding faces serious challenges. Average incomes are among the lowest. Many families live below the poverty line. 73% of homes are rented, and 43% of those people are devoting 30% to paying for their housing. There are many single-parent families, and I don't need to tell you that youth unemployment is also very high. This budget, like last year's budget, will help middle-class families in my riding. Now, I talked about the budgets, but I'd like to also focus here on the Canada Child Benefit, because it represents $8 million per month for 19,000 children under the age of 18. Now, the Liberal government is putting forth measures to help young people. And in January, Madam Speaker, I announced $213,000 to Rond-Point Jeunesse and $332 for Café Jeunesse Multiculturel to create 26 positions in the riding. And in February, I announced $850,000 for the Montreal North Economic and Community Development Corporation to create 40 positions to help young people find jobs or to create their own jobs. And now, Madam Speaker, well, in fact, March has just turned to April, but in March, I announced $718,583 for summer jobs. And those amounts are helping us to create jobs. Money for young people aged 15 to 30 to find a job. And Madam Speaker, when we talk about summer jobs, I'm not referring exclusively to Bourassa, but across the country, the budget will make it possible to help young people through these investments. Now, allow me to quickly remind colleagues, because I'm sure that they've all gone through the budget, but to remind colleagues of what specific measures are included for young people. First of all, making post-secondary studies more accessible and more affordable. To achieve that, we are investing $12.5 million over 6 years for a new pilot project with a view to examining new ways of better understanding the Canada Learning Bond and for reducing barriers to access for low-income families. $38 million over 4 years for Pathways to Education Canada, which will help more people in low-income communities to complete their post-secondary or their secondary schooling and to make a smooth transition towards post-secondary education and the labor market. $59.8 million over 4 years, followed by $17 million to broaden eligibility to student loans and to grants to ensure that more students are eligible for financial assistance. We're also building on skills of the future, $14 million over 2 years to renew funding for Futurepreneur Canada, to continue to support the new generation of entrepreneurs through mentoring and funding. Futurepreneur Canada, a national not-for-profit organization, will invest an equivalent amount thanks to funding received from other private and government partners. In the same category of building skills for the future, we have $15 million over 2 years to offer a program designed to provide coding and digital skills for young people. Funding will be provided to organizations working in this area through a competitive process. $10.8 million over 5 years for practical learning experiences for diversified groups of young Canadians to enhance their knowledge of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We'll also be helping young people to acquire work experience. We need to break the vicious cycle where people don't have experience, don't get a job, don't have experience. So I talked about youth employment in Budget 2017. My colleague, the Minister of Finance, has added an additional amount, $395.5 million over 3 years for the youth employment strategy to create job opportunities and skills development opportunities. This amount over 3 years is in addition to the $396 million, or the $30 million, which is under the youth employment strategy. So once again, this budget contains many measures. I've mentioned some of them, but what I wanted to do was tell this House how the budget would specifically affect people in Bourassa, but across the country as well. And there are many more other measures that the Minister of Finance has put forth to stimulate the economy, for the environment. Some examples include significant funding over 10 years for affordable housing. Now, I talked about Bourassa. I provided some statistics. Funding for affordable housing, $527 million for innovation, $723 for training, $900 for over 6 years for labor market development. And don't forget, Madam Speaker, that some $400 million was earmarked for fighting tax evasion and avoidance, and the Minister has just added $523 million to continue that fight at the CRA against tax evasion and avoidance. I was happy to see, now I'm not sure if colleagues read it, but on page 211 of the budget document, I saw a measure put in place by the minister. It will cost $17 million in customs revenues, but it will enhance market access for countries. This is a measure that the minister put in place for the least developed countries. Haiti is covered by this. Producers there will be able to benefit from this budgetary measure to pay less in customs fees, and will be able to see the good quality products there. We will encourage Canadians to take advantage of that. Now, time is flying by, Madam Speaker, but allow me to conclude by saying that it's important to emphasize this budget, the impact it will have in my riding. There are many problems abroad for acknowledgement and skills recognition abroad. There is some $27 million over 5 years and an additional amount to help with that as well. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a question for the Honourable Member for Bourassa. It's a question that I put to his colleague, the member for Richmond Hill. Of the $80 million announced for infrastructure under Budget 2016, how much money has flowed since that announcement, and how much is contained in this budget? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that he had an opportunity to ask that question of the minister. The minister didn't even have enough time to identify all of the measures. But, Madam Speaker, what's important for Canadians are the investments we're making to stimulate the economy, to ensure that everyone can participate in the economy and contribute to it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I listened with a great interest to the passionate speech made by the member for Bourassa. Now, he referred to Budget 2017, but if we go all the way up to 2027, there are a number of measures, and all of the millions and billions have been put together. Well, for a few seconds there we felt quite rich. However, the reality is that the government has led us to a colossal deficit. It was supposed to be 10 billion, but it's going to be about 29. And I have a very simple question. Since the start of the debate, we've heard all of our Liberal colleagues make up or recite a list of expenditures, but never a list of new revenue streams. What new revenue does the government have? Where is the government going to be obtaining the money necessary to fund these initiatives without hiking taxes for middle-class Canadians? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my colleague who mentioned my passionate speech. I thank him for that. It's clear that my colleague is from Quebec as well. Before I get to the issue of revenue that he mentioned, but these investments are investments that he can see student jobs in his riding. If it hasn't doubled, it's tripled or quadrupled, so he'll be able to announce more summer jobs. There are millions of dollars for middle-class families in his riding with the Canada Child Benefit. And more specifically, I said earlier, there is over $500 million invested at the Canada Revenue Agency to fight tax avoidance and evasion. There is one additional source of revenue that we will have, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker. And I noticed through the budget, and it's a build a strong middle class, and it's middle class right through it, But, you know, and I'm not a proponent of defining people within class systems, but can the member define for us exactly what the middle class is and those who are trying to join it?
The Honourable Member for Bourassa.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker.
For his question. And ce que je peux lui dire, Madame la
Now,
Présidente.
what I can tell her, Madam Speaker, is that talking about the middle class, our leader has long talked about the middle class. So the middle class contains, the definition of it contains certain factors, so with respect to income, etc. But we've talked about the middle class for a very long time. We campaigned on the middle class, and with over 180 members, it's because members of that very middle class understood that they needed to send Liberals to Ottawa to work for them, to create jobs, and to improve the situation for them.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to speak. I will set my timer so that I can keep track of the time that I have available to me. So it's a great pleasure for me to speak today. It's my birthday. I'm 31, and it's the best gift that I've received so far, this opportunity to speak in this democratic chamber on my actual birthday. Now, Madam Speaker, when I asked a question, the same question, in fact, of the member for Richmond Hill and Bourassa with respect to how many billions of dollars of the infrastructure funding that was available had been put forth this year. Now, the reason that I asked that question, Madam Speaker, it's because of the $80 billion announced for infrastructure in 2016. Almost none has flowed at this point in time. Now, it's this aspect, that's going to be what I'm going to be focusing my speech on this smokescreen, as I would call Budget 2017. Madam Speaker, this is a false budget. It's interesting to note, it says that Chimère is a mirage, utopia, a vision, a chimera. And I'd like to, in fact, before I continue, say that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Surrey White Rock. I'm starting to get a good grasp of all of the riding names. I'm proud of that. Now, this budget is an ideological program. It contains terminology that's meaningless, endless. In fact, on page 11, it talks about respecting the promise for progress. Now, I don't know exactly what that means, but almost every page talks about innovation. It's a feminist and a green budget. And today, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent made some exceptional remarks, and he said despite the fact that it's called a feminist and green budget, the tax credit for transit, public transit, was cut. And my colleague very accurately denounced the fact that 60% of people who used that tax credit were women. Seniors, women who were seniors, Madam Speaker. So we're not seeing action taken on promises made. Now, there are no significant investments in certain areas. First of all, we're not seeing a return to a balanced budget. We're seeing a deficit until 2051. That's astounding. With respect to infrastructure spending, Madam Speaker, or procurement, rather, Madam Speaker, for national defense, it's deplorable. In Budget 2016, it was $3.7 billion until 2021. That was outlined in our Canada First defense strategy, which was a strategy put forth by the Conservative Party under the guidance of Prime Minister Harper, which was to take us out of the decade of darkness under the Chrétien Martin regimes. It was to get defense spending back on track, to procure some important equipment for the Canadian Armed Forces.
Instead of getting back on track, the Liberals have now announced under Budget 2017 that there's going to be an $8 billion shortfall. They're going to push the spending back by years. As I said at the beginning, virtually nothing has been spent to date. So I guess all that money is going to be backloaded and come out at the very end, just before the next election, and Canadians will be impressed. The Liberals also said that they were going to run a modest deficit of $10 billion. Now it's almost $30 billion. There's no schedule for balancing the books and no decrease in the small business corporate tax rate as was promised back in 2015. Budget 2017 also brings a significant tax hike. We Conservatives, when we were fortunate enough to govern the country, we were the champions of the taxpayer. We cut taxes in multiple ways. First of all, we cut the GST from 7% to 5%. We created the universal child care benefit, other benefits for children, benefits for children's artistic activities. We cut tuition. We improved the benefits for university students for their supplies and so on. And what we wanted to do was bring Canadian families' taxes to their lowest level since the 60s. After 10 years under Conservative rule, the average Canadian paid about $7,000 less in taxes than before 2004. And we created 1.2 million jobs, net new jobs, over 10 years. That was the best score among OECD countries. The Liberals, unlike us, unlike our record, if I could put it that way, have increased families' small business and children's tax burdens. They've increased taxes on heating, on gas. They've increased the payroll taxes on companies, and they've eliminated a number of tax breaks that I mentioned earlier. Canadians thought it would stop there, but they were very sad a month ago to see that, on the contrary, tax hikes are only getting started. Transit users are going to be taxed because they've gotten rid of the tax credit for public transit. They're going to tax Ubers and carpooling, and there's going to be taxes on beer, more taxes for children, more taxes for owners of small businesses through increases to payroll taxes, taxes for the oil and gas industry, taxes on tourism. The list is quite sad, Madam Speaker. I'm from Quebec City, Beauport-Limoilou, and what is quite frightening and surprising, Madam Speaker, is that there's nothing in the budget for Quebec City. Nothing for Beauport 2020, which requires $60 million in government funding to attract private investors and to implement that project. There's nothing for the Nordic Institute of Quebec for political, social, anthropological, and other research. That's very important, too. There's nothing for the National Optics Institute, which is a beacon in that field. There's nothing for the Port of Quebec. There's nothing for the rapid bus system. But over the past 10 years, for Quebec City alone, the Conservative government under Stephen Harper, we invested almost $1 billion in the Quebec City area alone, in community infrastructure, in the port, Lanceau-Foulon, the terminus, and so on. Many investments were made. I would like to wrap up, Madam Speaker, by saying that the government should focus on what will truly be visionary over the next 100 years. The budget needs to be stabilized. There shouldn't be deficit after deficit. We should pay down the debt. How is it that one of the richest countries in the world has such high debt? Cutting taxes for Canadians should be the way to go instead of increasing them. And what would be wonderful, Madam Speaker, is that if we dealt with the economy properly, we could talk about more important things like Canadians' rights, but all we're talking about is the economy, but we should be dealing with other issues, other more important issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member says that we should be supporting tax cuts, and yet all we need to do is take a look at one of the most significant, sizable tax cuts that was given on the personal income tax in decades, Madam Speaker, was just last year. Millions, hundreds of millions of dollars were put back into the pockets of Canada's middle class. Millions of people were affected. How did the Conservatives vote on that, Madam Speaker? They voted no. They did not want that middle class to get a tax break. Now, then we take a look at what it is this government has additionally done and that they're criticizing. Because this government chose to work with the provinces and got all the provinces to agree that we should invest in workers' retirement, what do the Conservatives do? Completely out of touch with Canadians. They vote against that too, Madam Speaker. You know, they know no limits. And my question to the member is, why does the member not recognize it's time to start listening to what Canadians want, investing in Canadians, and recognizing that there was a lot of good things that they could, in fact, have voted for, including something else they voted against was putting a special tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, any academic can tell you that that 1% story is nonsense. It's just ideology. We didn't vote against tax cuts. We voted against a phony tax cut. It's completely deceiving. The whole Liberal platform is a deception. And I realize that when I go door to door every week, I wonder if they're listening the way we've been listening over the past couple of months. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but there's an obvious question that's very important, and that is the deficit. When the Liberals say that they're spending left and right to the richest, to the poorest, or whoever, what they don't say is that they're doing this at the expense of future generations because they're getting us deeper and deeper in debt. It's incredible. They've lost all control over spending. That's the Liberal reality, Madam Speaker. I'd like my colleague to say, because during the election, it was very, very, very clear the Liberals talked about running two modest $10 billion deficits, and we're already up to $60 billion. We're heading for 120 by the next election. It's a deception. He just said so. It's a total deception. I'd like my colleague to take the ball and run with it and say a little bit more about that. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I fully agree with my colleague, and what's upsetting is that it's a deception because they told Canadians they were going to run infrastructure, a deficit, in order to spend on infrastructure. They were going to spend $120 billion. Rather, we spent record amounts on infrastructure. They're talking about a small $10 billion deficit, but there's almost nothing in the budget. They've spent virtually nothing. They've been in office for 2 years already, and they've spent virtually nothing on infrastructure. So it's just a deception, an election, a vote-getting deception, and they're going to have to account for it in 2019. Questions and comments?
For Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member mentioned that it was their party that brought in such a wonderful Canada Child Benefit Programme. But I'd like to ask him, is he still as proud of it as today as they were before, taxing the benefits that were going to families who needed it and allowing millionaires to keep checks who don't need it? Could you please explain that if you're so proud?
Just want to remind the member he's to address it to the chair and not directly to the member. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. A brief answer. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of the benefit we created. It was responsible, yes, it was taxable, like all, but because that's accountability. I'm very proud of it.
Please allow for the answer.
It was universal, and we knew how to do our calculations. We knew how to index it, but they have been unable to do their calculations. They really, it's ill thought out. Before continuing, I'd like to wish the member for Beauport-Limoilou happy birthday.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I am just very pleased that the drama lessons on this side of the House are paying off. I'm pleased to rise and speak to the 2017 budget that was tabled in the House on Wednesday, March 22nd. You know, during that election, and everybody knows this, including this side of the House, they went door to door and they promised a small temporary deficit of $10 billion for 2 years and then balance the budget in 2019. Well, Mr. Speaker, in 18 months, the Liberals have given Canadians $100 billion in debt and no plan to balance the budget. And even if they started to try right now, they wouldn't balance the budget till 2055. They've missed the target by 38 years. Since budget 2016 was tabled, the Liberals failed to deliver on a majority of the allocated infrastructure funds. 95% of the announced infrastructure projects are still not under construction. So as the critic for infrastructure, communities and urban affairs, I really hoped and I looked at it towards and had optimism at budget 2017 and just really thought there had been a chance for this government to introduce a new infrastructure plan. A plan that actually got infrastructure projects built instead of just announcing and re-announcing them. A plan that included transparency measures to ensure Canadians could clearly see where the infrastructure funds were going and how their tax dollars were being spent. A plan that included performance measures, a framework to measure progress and to ensure that the promised announcements were actually creating jobs and growing the economy. A plan, Mr. Speaker, that included clear funding commitments for Canadian municipalities, a plan that was transparent and accountable. Now, after 2 parliamentary budget officers' reports that identified these shortfalls, a Senate committee report that identified these shortfalls, 2 independent reports that identified these shortfalls, we see Budget 2017 has included none of these measures. What we have is a back-ended budget where Canadians must wait for childcare dollars, housing, transit projects. This is the government of announcements and re-announcements. Several initiatives that support the most vulnerable will not start this year. They won't start next year. And in some cases, not till after 2022, well after the next election. But let's just leave that piece for now. I'd like to switch gears for a moment and discuss infrastructure banks. Now, we heard from the Prime Minister and the Minister, both who stated that we needed desperately to set up an infrastructure bank. Why? To leverage private sector dollars. Well, Mr. Speaker, in 2009, the Conservative government set up P3 Canada, specifically to leverage private sector dollars for infrastructure. And it worked. We leveraged almost $7 billion. The infrastructure is in place, the expertise is in place, and there's a proven record of success. So why? Why does this government need to take $15 billion from Canadian communities, from rural communities, from projects that have already been announced and re-announced? In fact, $1.3 billion in committed funds from P3 Canada has already leveraged in public infrastructure. As well, Mr. Speaker, last August, during the Prime Minister's visit to China, he announced that Canada intended to join the Asian Infrastructure Bank. This is an institution that is backed by the Chinese government and that is based out of Beijing, and is specifically designed to build infrastructure projects in Asia. Upon its inception in 2014, both the Conservative government and the Obama administration decided that this bank was not the best way to use taxpayers' dollars, and both administrations decided to decline joining the bank. Now, fast forward to 2017, and it's clear that times have changed. This clearly shows where the Liberal government's priority is. So it was with no surprise that in this budget, it included $256 million committed from Canada for the Asian Infrastructure Bank. But, Mr. Speaker, what the budget conveniently left out is that Canadians will actually be on the hook for approximately $1.3 billion if the projects default, not just the $256 million that has been promised. Nowhere in this budget is this mentioned. Now, Mr. Speaker, back to Canadian infrastructure. 95% of the announced infrastructure projects in Canada have not started construction. But instead of focusing on building projects here at home, this government is sending billions of dollars to build roads and bridges in Asia. Canadians need a government that is focused on their needs first, not spending their hard-earned taxpayers' dollars overseas. And to note, Liberal commitment spending outside of Canada has exceeded over $9 billion. This Liberal government excels at telling Canadians how much they're spending on infrastructure, how they are creating jobs, how they're growing the economy, how they're growing the middle class. Words are only words, Mr. Speaker, if there are no actions to back them up. Furthermore, Budget 2017 announced that the public transit tax credit will be eliminated starting July 1st, 2017, Canada's 150th birthday. This common-sense tax makes public transit more affordable for low-income workers, for students, and for seniors. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, the Liberals have taken away the public transit tax credit that helps make public transit more affordable for Canadians most vulnerable. Their argument was that this tax did not help low-income Canadians because those who make less than $12,000 per year could not use credit. Well, today we heard from another parliamentary secretary that the tax credit was for the rich. This is astounding because I've never seen billionaires take a bus. Or the rationale for slashing the tax-free savings account. Again, this was because it was only for rich people. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, seniors, the disabled, youth are the ones that are using the TSFA and transit passes. Income splitting, which allowed a parent to stay home with their children. But of course, the Liberals took that away because it was only for the rich. This is a similar Liberal brain trust that believes, and I quote, budgets will balance themselves. I now want to go back to my earlier point. Now, there's a significant disconnect between Liberal announcements and reality, and let me give you some examples. Page 120 of the budget lists 5 upcoming transit projects across Canada. Amongst the list is the Vancouver Broadway subway project in Lower Mainland, which I would note that there is no dollar figures that are attached to that or to any of the 5 transit projects. And just 2 hours after the budget was announced, the mayors came out and said that the federal government had told them that $2.2 billion is committed towards their projects. Now, where did they get the information and where are the funds coming from? The budget states there are no new public transit spending this year, and in fact, most of the new public transit dollars won't flow until 2018-2019. Funny, just in time for the next federal election. The truth is, the Liberals will use existing Conservative infrastructure programs and with the stacking of other green infrastructure programs to fund these projects, which is at the detriment of other promises they've made to Canadians. Furthermore, this announce now but delay funding budget is not just related to public transit, but also social infrastructure. When it comes to daycare, billions of dollars were announced in this budget, but none of these new dollars will be forthcoming this year. And 70% of the new money won't be spent until after 2022. Affordable housing, the same thing. And Mr. Speaker, as I'm running out of time here, I'd also like to point out that there is no new funding in the 2017-18 budget for early childhood learning and childcare, homelessness, home care infrastructure, housing research, northern housing, Indigenous programs, and no mention of funding for the RCMP or Canadian Border Services at all. To note, the Liberal government has allowed nearly $1 billion in infrastructure funding in 2016 to lapse, which means they are unable to fund announced projects. And I know I've run out of time, Mr. Speaker, and I could go on because the budget's that thick, and on each and every page there is something that is not in that budget. So thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question commenta. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's one thing in which I do concur with the member across the way is that there's just not enough time to be able to talk about the budget in terms of what the things that we would like to talk about. For me, it is full of wonderful things in which would do and will make a huge difference in the lives of all Canadians. I want to go to the tax issue that the member makes reference to, the tax credit. And maybe if I may put it in the form of a question. When you have hundreds of millions of dollars that has actually been allocated out to transit, in which we are going to be building the infrastructure of transit, where everything from buying buses to extending routes, Mr. Speaker, significant investments. That will improve the number and the quantity of people actually riding transit. And that's something which we all want to see. Can the member across the way indicate very clearly that the tax credit that the Conservatives had brought in, can she give us any sort of indication that that had anything to do with increasing the amount of ridership? In other words, is it better to have the tax credit or to spend the types of money necessary in order to expand the transit so that all individuals, even the individuals that don't get the monthly passes or the weekly passes, that buy and purchase the daily tokens or put the change in the meter itself?
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And clearly, fairyland is going on over here because the budget clearly states that transit infrastructure is going to be built according to ridership. If you have a community that's fast growing, there is no ridership because there is no transportation. So therefore, the funding does not go to the growing communities. Secondly, if you actually look at their budget, 95% of the transit projects are not underway. They're not under construction. They're not going to even be under construction until past the next election. So what about the people now? What about the people that need to function and live now without all of the taxes that the Liberals have put into this budget and into the lives of everyday Canadians? They need help now. They need help now when it comes to homelessness. They need help now when it comes to affordable housing. They need help now when they need to get to work. They need it now when they're trying to struggle from paycheck to paycheck, and they need those tax credits now.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I represent a community that felt the double hit of the cancellation of the public transit tax rebate. Both ferry commuters who were ferry fares have gone through the roof in my province over the last 12 years of a user pay philosophy around public transit. For the marine side, commuters were able to apply for a 15% tax rebate. And then as well in my community, public transit users, buses and so on, also the working poor that really relied on this transit rebate are very disappointed, and it's all over social media how many people are disappointed about this. I'd like to hear more from the member from her local government leadership experience, her perspective on whether the transit tax program was sufficiently communicated, what the government might have chosen to do to increase ridership and increase take-up of this tax rebate.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Because, I mean, as a former mayor and dealing with the community and dealing with public transit, I heard very clearly when you have students that need to get to school or to university, when you have people that don't have vehicles, that can't afford vehicles, taking public transit, when that's their only option. I find it absolutely outrageous that that the members on this side of the House have categorically stated that that tax credit was only for the rich, and that's why it was taken away. I find it outrageous. I have disabled people in my community that have depended on that tax credit, that have used, in fact, I go back to the tax-free savings account. There's several disabled people in my community, several seniors in my community that were depending on that. And when I hear that all of these tax credits are gone because only the rich get them. Well, I don't know what their definition of rich is, but I think they better redefine what rich is and redefine what the middle class is, because they are clearly out of touch.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great honour and pleasure to talk about Budget 2017, as this is our government's next ambitious step towards investments that will create jobs, grow our economy, and provide more opportunities for the middle class and those working hard to join it. Budget 2017 is focused on fairness for families, workers, taxpayers. It's critical that we continue to invest in affordable housing, infrastructure, high-skilled job training, and the economy as a whole. Particularly, Budget 2017 brings a lot of good news for my riding of Brampton North and the city of Brampton itself. Mr. Speaker, I can't tell you the amount of messages I got from many of my friends that are all at a similar age to mine, having young families and having families on the way, that were really excited to hear about the maternity leave plan. They were excited to know that they can claim up to 12 weeks now before their due date, and that is up from the current 8 weeks. This provides a lot of flexibility, Mr. Speaker, for a lot of women that may work in dangerous jobs, that may have different health conditions, that need to take time off before their due date. And it also provides, Budget 2017 also provides an extended leave beyond the 12-month parental leave. This provides a lot of families with flexibility. Now you can claim up to 18 months with job security. I know that the overall amount is not different, but that is because we need to factor in many things. We need to factor in how this affects medium to small businesses. And we also need to provide our families with the capability of being able to stay at home with a loved one. So I think in Budget 2017, we were able to reach a good, comfortable position where families can take the advantage of the extra time before childcare costs, when childcare costs are very high before 18 months. But after 18 months, they can have that job security and go back to work and go back to growing our economy. And also, I've been hearing, as co-chair for the Entrepreneur Caucus, I've been hearing from a lot of businesses that they were worried at first, but now they are relieved that they will be able to provide their workers with leave and be able to secure good workers and allow them to have leave without it costing them a whole lot more. So I commend Budget 2017 for taking those steps, because it really is helping parents who are in the workforce, and they need to also have families. We don't have to sacrifice family for work. There are many other changes that came in Budget 2017, and tax fairness is one of them, Mr. Speaker. Our government has continued to improve tax fairness for Canadian families by closing loopholes and eliminating measures that disproportionately favour the wealthy, and cracking down on tax evasion so that every Canadian has a real and fair chance at success. The government's plan in Budget 2017 is to close tax loopholes that result in unfair tax advantages at the expense of others. They've also invested $524 million to support the CRA in its continued efforts to crack down on tax cheats. They've taken steps towards eliminating tax measures that disproportionately benefit the wealthy. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have had many taxi drivers in my riding come to my office and show their appreciation for the tax on the ride-sharing program. Like, I know that it may be unpopular, but tax fairness is what we're talking about. If taxi drivers have to pay HST to the government, well, so should Uber drivers. It is only fair that those that provide equal services pay their fair share. And I'm very pleased to say that a big group of these taxi drivers will be coming tomorrow for the budget vote, a group of 40 to 50 people who want to show the government their support, because finally, Mr. Speaker, someone has listened to them. Someone has looked at our tax regulations and figured out that there were those that were evading taxes that shouldn't have been. So I applaud Budget 2017 for doing that. Now, EI caregiver benefits, that's another wonderful thing that Budget 2017 has given to Canadians. They're providing up to 15 weeks to individuals to provide care for adult family members who require significant support that are recovering from critical illnesses or an injury. Now, how this is different from what was previously provided, is that previously you had to have a family member, you had to have a medical note from a doctor stating that a family member was near death, at the near-death stage. Now, in many cultural communities and in many places, it's very difficult for a family member to declare that their family is in a near-death situation, even if there are a lot of superstitions around doing so. So I think Budget 2017 has struck the right chord again by allowing family members who are in critical illness or have an injury. So it once again allows families a flexibility. And sorry, Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention at the beginning of my speech that I'll be splitting my time with the member from St. Leonard's and St. Michel. As I was saying, more flexibility for families. So parents of critically ill children will also continue to have access of up to 35 weeks of benefits with added flexibility for other family members as well. This is fantastic news because, after all, this is what our government is about. It is about supporting families and supporting while growing our economy. Budget 2017, Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited about this because Brampton will soon have a university, and this will help our city greatly. $741 million for investments to accelerate infrastructure projects for universities and colleges through the Post-Secondary Institutions Strategic Investment Fund. This is a key tool for my city of Brampton, Mr. Speaker, as we're looking to expand Ryerson into our city and for all of those opportunities for young people in the city of Brampton. We have a very young, vibrant community. The average age is 34.5. We have a very smart workforce in Brampton, and this university is going to allow us to develop our innovation. There's going to be a lot more businesses brought into our city because of this. And this funding will also help that university to progress. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2017 also provides health care relief that's been long overdue in my riding of Brampton North. I can't tell you the number of conversations I've had with people that are seeking mental health support. Mental health is a serious issue in Canada today. Mental health has been underfunded for years and years. And I know that our provinces, understand the need for mental illness funding, but did not always have the means to fund in that area. So, over $6 billion over 10 years will be provided to home care, and then over $5 billion in 10 years will be provided specifically to mental health. And let me tell you, we've been underserved in Brampton for a very long time. We have a population of 600,000, but we have very few support workers in this area, and Budget 2017 will give us the relief we need in that area. Also, Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited to tell you that Budget 2017 has also made announcements in AI, artificial intelligence. We had the Prime Minister in our city of Brampton just recently making AI announcements. These are jobs of the future and they're jobs of today. We are allowing current companies and manufacturers to advance their skills, advance their technologies, be a leader in the world, and also provide the types of jobs that our youth are craving for, provide those future opportunities that they need. I'm also very happy to announce that today, the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship and the Minister of Employment and Workforce Development and Labour are also in Brampton to announce that there'll be a lot of help provided by Budget 2017 to internationally trained newcomers in Canada who often face challenges, Mr. Speaker, in getting their credentials recognized so that they can find work. I have many people come to my office all the time, and they're working labor jobs, and we're losing those skills. We're losing the skills that we can use here in Canada, and we could benefit from them. So thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to highlight some of the key issues for my city and how Budget 2017 is going to improve the lives of Canadians and Bramptonians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her speech today. She seems to be very proud of this budget, and she's hearing things from her constituents. I'm also hearing things from my constituents, especially when I mention the fact that GST revenues are projected to increase by 24% over the next 5 years. There's 24% more GST that this government expects to draw from taxpayers. I'd like to ask the member opposite how her members or how her constituents are reacting when she gives them that news, or has she given them that news? I highly doubt it. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. And the answer, quite simply, is that our government's top priority is to strengthen the middle class and to grow our economy, and we're doing exactly that. So that is what my residents of Brampton talk about as they open their newspapers daily to see reports showing them that we have the best fiscal position amongst G7 countries currently. We're also seeing positive signs of the government's plan working for Canadians. In the last 7 months, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian economy has created 250,000 new jobs. And since December of 2015, Canada's unemployment rate has dropped from 7.1% to 6.6%. This is what the residents of Brampton are proud of.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With thanks to the member for her speech, I just want to touch on a couple of the parental and family issues that she mentioned in her speech and give a credit for the new employment insurance caregiver benefit. That's something that New Democrats also promised in the election, but we are discouraged that the Liberals are committing less than they campaigned on. Pleased to see the extended parental leave, but discouraged to see that there's no new money for families. So you have to be pretty well off in order to be able to live on 1/3 of your salary for a year and a half. I mean, nice if you can do it, but it's not a way to bring more people out of poverty. But I think the most disappointing parts, I'd like to hear from the member on this. During the election campaign, Liberals said that the New Democrat childcare plan was inadequately funded. So this year, if we had had the honour of forming government, it would have been $1.2 billion into new childcare spaces. In fact, this budget, last year's budget, and this year's budget for Liberals are zero for new childcare spaces. My question is why?
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you. I thank the member for this question. And this budget, Mr. Speaker, has provided flexibility for families. We've also provided the Canada Child Benefit, which is continuing and will continue through our mandate. This provides families with the opportunity to use that money as they see fit. There have been investments into childcare spaces as well, Mr. Speaker. This combination provides families with flexibility in all types of situations. Our childcare benefit also no longer goes to the wealthiest Canadians. It no longer is sent out to millionaires. It is given proportionally to those in need. So families with young children are receiving up to $2,500 more a year under our plan. This is providing relief for families in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And we've got time for one more question, short one. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for her speech. She's chosen to focus on the things that she likes in the budget, but I believe the member has forgotten that the promise of the Liberals to Canadians was to run just a $10 billion deficit and then to balance the budget by the end of the mandate. And the point of that was to try to create growth. And although I hear a lot of talk about growth, the numbers that are shown in the budget show that the GDP growth is actually less now that we're spending all this money than it was projected to be before. And there's talk about new job creation, but really, we've lost more jobs than we've gained. Could the member please comment on that?
Honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you. It's my pleasure, Mr. Speaker. I feel I need to remind my colleague that 250,000 new jobs have been created by this government's plan. And we are going to stick to this plan, Mr. Speaker, because this plan is showing results. The government is committed to providing the support the economy needs in a fiscally responsible way while maintaining Canada's fundamental fiscal strength by ensuring that our debt-to-GDP ratio remains low. This is what the Liberals do. We're fiscally responsible. We've balanced budgets before, but we also know how to take the opportunities that are in front of us. And may I quote, Mr. Speaker, as the IMF has recently stated, look at Canada. They are using all possible levers to actually move the needle towards positive.
Sorry. The time has expired for the honourable member for question comments. Reprise de débat. L'honourable député de Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm enthusiastic about raising some of the very important measures contained in the budget tabled last week by my colleague, the honourable member of Finance. Budget 2017 represents the next step in our government's ambitious plan. This plan aims to make judicious investments that will create jobs, grow our economy, and offer more opportunities for members of the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. This budget places Canadians at the heart of an economy of the future that is more innovative, one that will create jobs today and in the future. As you undoubtedly know, Canada's greatest strength lies in its highly skilled labor force. However, innovation is changing the way that we live and work, bringing with it new challenges and new opportunities. The quick change of technology and advances in areas of artificial intelligence and computer science have made it necessary to invest in training the participants in the labor market of the future. The government has put forth its plan for innovation and skills, which takes into account the changing nature of the economy in order to ensure that it works for all Canadians. According to this plan, the government will strengthen Canada as a world leader in the innovation economy, focus resources on people, and equip Canadian workers with the tools they need to succeed in the economy of the future. Launch a pan-Canadian artificial intelligence strategy to retain and attract the best talent in university research and to increase the number of graduates and students studying artificial intelligence, and promote the teaching of digital skills from kindergarten through to grade 12. Our government's desire to put Canada in a leadership position in the global economy. That's our objective. And to achieve that, investments have been planned in key sectors such as cutting-edge manufacturing, agri-food, clean technology, digital industries, biological and health sciences, and clean resources. The government will also enable Canadian innovators to have easier access to programs offered by the government and to benefit from them. This will increase funds available and will help them turn their ideas into prosperous businesses. The second aspect is our government's commitment to focusing on people and to giving them the tools they need to succeed in the economy of the future. The government is launching an ambitious initiative that each year will support up to 10,000 new apprenticeships in the workplace and cooperative positions. This will enable more young Canadians to acquire the skills and the experience they need to start a good-paying career following their studies. In addition to equipping new workers with these tools, our government will provide additional support to adult workers who go back to school and who have to manage the high cost of post-secondary education while dealing at the same time with the financial pressure associated with daily life and raising a family. In addition, our government will create learning opportunities for a future job so that that future job or next job is a better job. There are a number of measures put in place. They include considerable increases in federal assistance to the provinces and territories by earmarking $2.7 billion over 6 years to helping more unemployed or underemployed Canadians to have access to training and jobs that they need in order to find and keep good jobs. Investing $225 million over 4 years to identify and bridge skills gaps in the economy in order to help Canadians to be as better prepared as possible for the new economy. Ensuring that Canadians who receive employment insurance benefits can obtain the training they need without the fear of losing the essential benefits they may be depending upon to meet their needs and the needs of their families. The third aspect that I'd like to focus on in my remarks today, Mr. Speaker, is the launching of a pan-Canadian artificial intelligence strategy. This strategy will make Canada a global destination for companies seeking to invest in artificial intelligence and innovation. In addition, it will help to maintain and attract the best university talent, to promote innovation, to create jobs, and finally, it could help to enhance the quality of life for Canadians. An initiative like this is necessary to retain and attract the best talent in university research and to increase the number of graduates and student researchers in artificial intelligence, thanks to an investment of $125 million. The strategy proposed by the government will make it possible to encourage collaboration between specialized centres in Montreal, Toronto Waterloo, and Edmonton. It will enable Canada to position itself as a destination of choice for scientists and entrepreneurs who want to work together to make important breakthroughs in areas that will have beneficial change for our lives. The government is proud of the accomplishments of scientists and people innovating in Canada. Their contributions will help build a more prosperous, promising future for all Canadians. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to raise the issue of digital knowledge and skills among young people, in addition to favoring and promoting the development of qualified labour market participants through university and college training. The government, through its budget, will offer training on digital skills and coding for girls and boys from kindergarten to grade 12 so that they are familiar with the impact of digital technology on their futures. In summary, Mr. Speaker, the budget tabled by the Honourable Minister of Finance is a common-sense budget focused on the future. Investing in research and innovation shows that our government is investing in the Canada of the future. This is also a budget based on human factors because, yes, it's investing in innovation and technology, but it's also ensuring that people working in Canada are at the cutting edge of this technology and have the skills they need to become world leaders in these sectors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time, and I realize that I'm the last to speak on this today. I'd like to thank everyone, and I wish everyone a good evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nous avons le temps juste pour un bref.
We have time for one brief question or comment. In the time allocated for government orders, the Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-Toulouse. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member opposite a question. My colleague said they've invested or increased, as he said. He emphasized the word increase money for innovation and research. There's a company in my riding that's working on a project for several $100 million in the agricultural sector, and I hope that they will see some of that funding We hope it will be spent on innovation outside of the large centers, because we know that outside large centers it's often hard to attract significant amounts of money. So I'd like to ask my colleague if he can confirm today that the funding will be invested not just in large urban centers but in the regions as well. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are blessed in my riding. I would like to point out that we have an important question that was raised by the member opposite. Our government is a government for all Canadians. We have made a deep commitment through our investment program. It's one of the most visionary in this country, and I want to ensure him that on a daily basis our government makes decisions that are in the best interest of the entire country, whether we be talking about rural regions or urban centers. It being 6:13 p.m. pursuant to order adopted Monday, April 3rd, 2017, the amendment is deemed adopted. The vote is deferred until the expiry of time provided for oral questions.
Now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, affaires amenant des députés.
Private members' business, second reading of Bill S-230. An act to amend the criminal code, drug-impaired driving. Standing in the name of Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes, appuyé.
Mr. Reyes, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves that Bill S-230, an act to amend the criminal code, drug-impaired driving, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise today to debate Bill S-230, an act to amend the criminal code, drug-impaired driving. This bill is of critical importance to protect Canadians from a growing problem. Drug-impaired driving, people driving after having taken drugs. It's a problem that is becoming increasingly urgent, Mr. Speaker, given the Liberals' project to legalize marijuana. Allow me to start by thanking and congratulating Senator Claude Carignan and his team, who worked very hard on drafting this bill and who have shown vision on this file by bringing forward this legislation in the Senate last year. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work done by all senators who studied this bill. They adopted it unanimously, all parties combined. It was a collaborative, constructive, nonpartisan approach, and I hope to see the same here in this House. This bill amends the criminal code to enable police officers to use a screening device in the same way that a breathalyzer test is used, and that is currently impossible under current legislation. Now, in order to establish some context and to illustrate the problem, allow me to talk about a study that was conducted by the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse dealing with drug-impaired driving. The Institute published a report which contains percentages of drivers who are killed in road accidents after having taken drugs, used drugs. It's 40%, and that exceeds the percentage of drivers who had consumed alcohol, which is at 33%. In addition, the study indicates that a driver having used marijuana is 6 times more likely to cause an accident than a sober driver. After having used opioids, a driver is 8 times more likely of causing an accident, 10 times higher in the case of cocaine. So drug-impaired driving is a plague. It's as significant a problem as alcohol in Canada, if not more of a problem. So it would be normal to see the number of arrests for drug-impaired drivers to be at similar levels as they are for drivers having consumed alcohol. But that's not the case. And that's where the real problem lies. In Canada, despite the fact that drug-impaired drivers, or the number of drug-impaired drivers, are similar to drivers having used alcohol, the number of arrests is not comparable. According to the Government of Canada, 97% of proceedings undertaken in Canada in 2013 were linked to alcohol and drinking and driving. 3% of the cases dealt with drug use and driving. Why is that? Simply because currently there is no check-stop device to screen for drug-impaired driving. For example, as we all know, if police officers suspect a driver of having drank alcohol, he can ask the driver to submit to a breathalyzer test. But when it comes to drugs, if a police officer suspects a driver has used drugs, there isn't at present a tool that can be used. The criminal code in Canada works this way. If a police officer suspects a driver of being impaired, there is an initial breathalyzer test administered. If that test, the individual fails that test, but the police officer has reasonable grounds to believe that the driver has used drugs, he can put in a request for a normal sobriety test, and that could be requiring someone to walk, to stand on one foot, or to remain balanced. Following that test on the roadside, the police officer can decide if the driver can drive or not by having that person evaluated by a drug expert. And if a driver is taken to the police station, they can do some observation tests, take blood pressure as well, look at the pulse, dilated pupils, etc., call for the person to stand on one foot, extend their arms, close their eyes, remain balanced, and that will last a total of 45 minutes. Now, following that test, if the expert determines that drugs are present, they can demand a urine or a blood sample. And if the tests confirm the presence of drugs following analysis in a lab, there can be a charge for impaired driving under the criminal code, and then following that there will be proceedings undertaken. Now, without a comparable screening instrument similar to the breathalyzer that would enable the police forces, or police officers rather, to easily detect a drug-impaired driver, the approach is highly complex without taking into account the administrative burden. What's even more worrisome, Mr. Speaker, is that there aren't these drug experts in all police stations across Canada. There are maybe one or two at various police stations in Canada. Now, without a screening device to make it possible to quickly detect drug-impaired drivers, the problem will continue to exist and cause additional deaths in Canada. That's why Bill S-230 is so timely, Mr. Speaker, because it directly addresses the problem by making the necessary amendments to the criminal code. It's very simple. First of all, S-230 will give the Attorney General of Canada the power to, not to the political party, the Attorney General, the power to authorize the use of a device that's similar, an approved device that will make it possible to identify the presence of drugs in a person's body.
Such a device would be approved by the Attorney General of Canada upon consultation with legal experts. And that's the same process as is used to approve breathalyzers. Secondly, the bill would provide for police officers, upon reasonable and probable grounds, to require a driver to take this drug detection test. The device would not be used without reasonable and probable grounds. That is similar to the procedure that is applicable roadside when a driver is suspected of being alcohol impaired. Thirdly, in obvious cases of drug-impaired driving, a police officer could require that a blood or urine sample be provided without going through the 12 steps. This last part of the bill would require that the coordination test and observation and so on, as well as the result of the detection devices test, would would allow a police officer to dispense with some of the formalities when there were reasonable grounds. I also had the opportunity to speak to a senior member of the school that trains police officers in Quebec, and I can tell you that the current approach is very complex, and many assessment officers, the number is insufficient to meet the demand. The detection advice would therefore be welcomed by police forces and save valuable time. These changes will make it possible to detect drug impairment, similar to the way alcohol impairment is currently detected. Police officers would be able to detect wrongdoers more quickly. Time is of the essence because, as you know, drugs are rapidly processed by the body. It's also worth noting that Canada would not be the first country to adopt this approach. A number of other countries already use this device in Australia, in the UK, in Spain, in Italy, in France, in Finland, in Germany, and other Western countries. These devices are already being used. They enable police officers to do their job better and to prevent multiple accidents and fatalities. Ultimately, it's public safety that will be improved and lives saved. What's more important still is the use of drug detection devices by police officers would provide a powerful deterrent to drivers who might think about driving after taking drugs. Currently, many who use drugs instead of alcohol think this is a way of decreasing their chances of getting caught. That said, if the risk of getting caught increases with the use of this type of drug detection device, this deterrent would reduce the number of drug-impaired drivers on the roads, as was the case with breathalyzers and alcohol-impaired drivers. Although awareness campaigns and outreach are important, the risk of getting caught and convicted for endangering public safety is certainly more effective than a TV ad. This evening, and I would invite those listening and watching, I would encourage you to speak to your teenagers. Ask them what their friends think about drug driving. Surveys have shown that many teenagers don't believe that marijuana use constitutes a danger when it comes to driving, and they drive after smoking marijuana. Many marijuana users don't think that they themselves are a safety risk when they drive. This bill is necessary to deal with a problem that is already clear. There's no need to tell you that the Liberal government is planning to legalize marijuana by July 1st, 2018, and that makes the need to pass this legislation even more pressing. The figures are already alarming. Imagine what they'll be once it's legal for Canadians to buy, grow, and use marijuana. I can only imagine a significant increase in use and in the number of drug-impaired drivers. That's what happened in other jurisdictions that have legalized marijuana. And let me give you some examples. Since Washington State legalized marijuana, over 1/3 of impaired drivers are impaired by drugs. There are over 13,000 cases annually. That's Brian Caprone, director of the Toxicology Lab in Washington. And Dr. Chris Rumball of the Nanaimo General Hospital said Justin Trudeau's plan to legalize marijuana should take into account the sad experiences in the U.S. In Washington state, fatalities caused by marijuana-impaired drivers doubled, going from 8% in 2013 to 17% in 2014. In Colorado, the number tripled between 2005 and 2014, jumping from 3.4 to 12.1%. Kevin Sabet, a former advisor to Barack Obama on drug policy, was very clear, and I quote, he said, "We've seen an increase in the number of car accidents in Colorado due to marijuana use." And a Department of Justice Canada document obtained under Access Information revealed some troubling facts. Here's what the document, the minister's briefing document, said. On Colorado's roads, in the year following the legalization of marijuana, there was an increase of 32% in mortalities related to marijuana-impaired driving. Colorado police also issued a warning. The law and order should prepare for an increase in drug-impaired drivers if the government legalizes cannabis. When Colorado legalized marijuana in 2014, police forces were not ready to deal with the difficulties. So there you have it. This quotation from the Colorado police chief really puts the finger on the problem. Colorado, after legalizing marijuana, was not ready to deal with the increase in the number of drug-impaired drivers, and that led to an increase of 32% in fatalities. So that's what we want to avoid, and that's why we need to go ahead with this bill. If this bill has already successfully made its way through the Senate, it could become legislation in a few months, even weeks, if the government had the will to do so. Police officers have been calling for this type of device. They don't want to wait until July 2018. They want them now. And that's why this bill is needed now. And that's why I would ask you to put aside partisanship, those of you on the other side of the House, and support this bill in order to save lives. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is very clear that Canada has the highest rates of cannabis use among its young people of any country in the world. And the issue of impaired driving by drug has been an issue in our country for literally decades. And certainly, as we now do the important work of turning our attention to making sure that law enforcement has not only the technology, but the legislation, the tools, the training, and the resources they need to keep our roads safe, I just wonder if the member has any comment or wanted to expand on what additional things that he believes law enforcement and our prosecutors will need and which the public needs in order to make more socially responsible and safe decisions with respect to the very important issue which has been with us for decades, but one which I think public safety requires that we address in a very urgent way. If he has any comment on some additional things that he believes, to not just the legislation before us today for discussion, but other things that might be more appropriately provided to the police, to our courts, and to the public.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the first step would be to equip police cars and train police officers all across the country. Despite what the government members think, police officers are crying out for help. They don't have sufficient training. There aren't enough of them who are trained to react if the government were to legalize marijuana. The government has already announced that it intends to do that. No one in Canada suggests that this is the place, a country that has a lot of young people. But imagine the increase in incidents if this happens. The chiefs of police have sounded the alarm. We shouldn't wait for legalization before equipping our police officers. We should do that before we even take one step further with legalizing marijuana.
Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's efforts at bringing this bill forward. I've recommended to my caucus that we support the bill, and we think it deserves further study at committee. In the backgrounder that was handed out to all MPs in this House, it extensively quoted from Mothers Against Drunk Driving Canada. However, when my office contacted the organization, they stated to my office that this kind of piecemeal approach that the legislation brings does not make sense, and they would rather see a more comprehensive approach from the government dealing with drug-impaired driving and all that comes. So while I support the bills in principle, I'm just wondering if he could comment on that reaction by Mothers Against Drunk Driving Canada, the need for a more comprehensive approach to this issue from the government side rather than a piecemeal approach. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which is a good one. Yes, I think it'll take a comprehensive approach, and that shows how complex this file is, the marijuana legalization file. But as a member of the House of Commons, I'm not on the government benches. I can sponsor Senator Carignan's bill that simply says that before going any further, we should equip our police forces so that if, of course, the government is a majority government, they can go ahead with whatever they like, but it would be totally irresponsible to legalize marijuana before even training our police officers, to doing an education and outreach plan for the public. We fight to reduce smoking in society, and we have a Prime Minister across whose priority right now in this session appears to be legalizing marijuana. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I don't have much else to say. This is just my little effort in this larger debate to see to it that our police officers are equipped. I've met with them. I've heard them. They're not trained. The action plans for training are not ready. There's nothing in the budget. There's $9.6 million over 5 years for legalizing marijuana. And very little for prevention and education. Mr. Speaker, it's ridiculous. So this is just a small step to help Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Again, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak to Bills S-230. And I'd like to begin by expressing my very sincere appreciation to the Honourable Member from Richmond Athabasca in sponsoring this bill in this House to bring impaired driving to the attention of members for this important discussion. And I'd also like to express my respect and gratitude to the Senator from Mille Isles who sponsored the bill in the other place. Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that drug-impaired driving is a serious and growing problem. Like alcohol and driving, drug driving is present in all age groups and across every socioeconomic strata. It is seen particularly, but not exclusively, in young males in their 20s who are far too often driving after smoking cannabis. Frequently, they combine this activity with the consumption of alcohol, and the scientific evidence indicates very strongly this to be significantly more dangerous than driving after consuming either alcohol or cannabis alone. Mr. Speaker, impaired driving, whether by drugs or alcohol, is a serious crime, and we are all too aware of the cases of death, injury, and property damage resulting from people who make the decisions to drive while impaired. This is not a victimless crime, but a crime that can quickly victimize other drivers on the road, the innocents, without warning. The difficulty is that too many people seem to think that this will not happen to them, and they go ahead and they make the choice to drive while impaired by a drug or by alcohol or both. And we need to become a society in which the attitude is to never drive while impaired by drug or alcohol. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to advise that our government is firmly committed to strengthening the appropriate laws and enforcement measures to deter and punishment serious offenders on the road. And while we support the intentions behind the Senate public bill, the government, and I know my friend from Cowichan, Langford, will be very pleased to hear that the government will be bringing forward its own comprehensive response to the issue of drug-impaired driving as part of its approach to the legalization and strict regulation of cannabis, which we have indicated we're bringing forward in the spring of 2017. The issues to be resolved in developing a comprehensive strategy to combat drug impairment driving are complex, Mr. Speaker, and it is far too difficult to address this through amendments to the non-government Senate public bill before us today. On that note, the Department of Justice has requested of the Drugs and Driving Committee of the Canadian Society of Forensic Science, which is its scientific advisor on drug-impaired driving, to assess the validity of oral fluid drug screening technology. The Drugs and Driving Committee has reported that the technology reliably detects delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, the active ingredient in cannabis, as well as for cocaine, methamphetamine, and several opioids. The DDC is in the process of establishing evaluation standards that will be used to evaluate drug screening equipment submitted by manufacturers by approval to the Attorney General of Canada for use by police across the country. The DDC's research and advice will help guide the government in designing a system of regulation built upon evidence-based policies and science. However, Mr. Speaker, oral fluid drug screeners alone are not a sufficient response and Bill S-230 is simply not sufficiently comprehensive to address the very complex drug driving problem in a significant way. The final report of the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation indicated that drug-impaired driving was a major concern for witnesses who appeared before the task force and suggested that the government address the matter of cannabis legal limit for driving. The difficulty is that Bill S-230 only proposes authorization for police to use an oral fluids drug screener at the roadside as a tool to investigate the existing crime of driving while impaired by a drug or a drug-alcohol combination. Currently, there is no legal limit in the criminal code for drug other than alcohol, and Bill S-230 proposes no drug legal limit offense. If enacted, this bill will provide police with a new drug screening tool, but it will only be used to investigate the existing offense of driving while impaired by a drug, and it's quite understandable that this bill, in its limitations, does not propose any drug legal limits for driving. The Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation itself chose to defer the important work done by the being done by the Drugs and Driving Committee of the Canadian Society of Forensic Science. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully question the sense of Bill S-230 proposing oral fluid drug screeners without proposing some mechanism to create legal limit offenses for drugs, at least for the most prevalent drugs found in drivers, which of course includes THC, the psychoactive active ingredient that is present in cannabis. Mr. Speaker, the drug screener has a disposable oral fluid collections kit and an analyzer phase. It checks for the presence of particular drugs in the oral fluid and not for impairment. The oral fluid drug screener would be used by police at the roadside under Bill S-230 for the sole and limited purpose of investigating the current offense of drug-impaired driving. By contrast, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the United Kingdom adopted legislation that created legal limits for drugs and introduced oral fluid drug screeners at the same time that aid in the investigation of the THC and cocaine legal limit offenses. The media has reported that drug driving charges in the UK have increased approximately tenfold in the year following the implementation of that far more comprehensive and effective legislation. In the UK, as implied earlier, only 2 drugs are on the panel of drugs searched for by the oral fluids drug screener. They are, of course, THC, which is the active chemical in cannabis, and cocaine. These are the 2 drugs most prevalent in impaired driving found among drivers. Even if THC or cocaine is detected by the oral fluid drug screen, there is no opportunity for a criminal charge based on that evidence alone. What happens in the United Kingdom is the police will demand a blood sample from the driver, and it will be analyzed in a laboratory for drug concentration levels, including some drugs not detected by the screener. If that blood analysis shows that the driver exceeded the United Kingdom's statutory legal limits, then there can then be a legal limit charge or violation of that per se limit. Now, we all know that there is a vast array of other impairing drugs besides tetrahydrocannabinol and cocaine, and so other investigative methods are needed for the drugs that are searched for by the drug screener. In Canada, Parliament enacted in its criminal code reforms in 2008, which gave police a roadside screening tool that is used to investigate the offense of driving while impaired by a drug. If police have a reasonable suspicion of a drug in a driver's body, they may demand that the driver participate in standardized field sobriety testing, or SFST. This is physical testing and includes, for example, walking along a line, turning and walking, doing one-leg leg stand on the roadside. After the SFST, if the driver has performed poorly, the police have reasonable grounds to believe that the driver committed the offence of driving while impaired by a drug or drug-alcohol combination, and they can then demand that the driver participate in a drug recognition evaluation, or DRE, as it's commonly referred to in this country, conducted by a specially trained evaluating officer. This officer checks vital signs, performance of physical tests, observations of eye movement and pupil side, and an alcohol breath test on an approved instrument. And I say approved instrument, that's approved by the, and listed in regulation, approved by the Drugs and Driving Committee. If the evaluating officer identifies a class of drug as causing the impairment, the driver is then given a demand to provide a bodily substance to be analyzed in a laboratory for the presence of the drug, usually alcohol, or excuse me, either blood or urine. Bill S-230 has an aspect that parallels the SFST, because a positive result on the drug screener could lead to a demand that the driver participate in DRE at the police station. However, I do not believe that the enacting authority for police to use a drug screener is sufficient by itself to address adequately the very serious problem of drug-impaired driving. It will be far more effective, Mr. Speaker, if coupled with legal limits of drugs in the system. And hence, the government is firmly committed to bringing forward a comprehensive response to drug-impaired driving. I think we can all agree, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians would be better protected from impaired drivers, including those impaired by drugs, by this more comprehensive approach. Unfortunately, Bill C-230, though well-intentioned, does not provide a workable new legal framework to address drug-impaired driving, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage all members to await the introduction of that more comprehensive bill so that this Parliament can bring forward a more adequate response. Mr. Speaker, in my experience, and I have considerable experience in keeping our roadways safe in the policing community, what the police and our prosecutors need is legislation, technology, training, and resources necessary to keep our roads safe. And we need to invest as well in greater public education so that all of our citizens can make safer and more socially responsible choices not to drink or use drugs and drive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to join the debate today on Bill S-230, and I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate for crafting this bill and shepherding it through its way through the Senate, and also the member for Richmond Athabasca for bringing it forward in this House. As the NDP critic for Justice and the Attorney General, I have recommended to my caucus that we support this bill so that it can get further study at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And I also appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for his remarks tonight, and it is indeed heartening to all members of this House to see that with the government's plans for legalization and regulation of marijuana, that there is a comprehensive approach forthcoming. Now, the member, when this bill was brought forward and introduced to members in this House, it was accompanied with an extensive handout. And we know that, I've recommended that we support this bill because I believe that we do need to do everything we can to ensure Canadians are safe on the road. And the statistics that were provided in that handout are quite illuminating. Mothers Against Drunk Driving Canada found that there were 614 road fatalities in 2012 where drivers had drugs present in their body, compared to 476 fatalities where alcohol was present. So there is an obvious need for this, Mr. Speaker. That being said, however, there are stakeholders who have been consulted on this bill, and that some of them do have some issues with it. We've heard from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, who support the principle of the bill, but they have looked at all of the different pieces of legislation that deal with this subject matter, and they would rather see it combined into a coherent government strategy. And I think it's quite a coincidence that the second private member's bill that we're debating tonight, C-247, which dealt with passive detection devices, that was one of the recommendations that came too, that the government really needs to take a leading role in this to make sure that the Department of Justice and its resources are fully involved. And when you look at the various private members' bills that deal with these issues, sometimes I think they concentrate on fixing individual trees rather than looking at the whole forest. So that is one issue to take note. And of course, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, as I referenced in my question to the honourable member, has stated that there are problems. They would like to come to the parliamentary committee, but they believe that a piecemeal approach to this issue is not the way to move forward. One of the issues in the bill is with the fact that there's no mention of a per se limit on THC, and the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Justice made a mention of that. So it's unclear as to how much THC in a person's blood would be needed to found if to find for impairment. Or indeed any kind of drugs, because as was made mention, cocaine is of course illegal to possess. We still don't know what the amounts are of that drug or THC, which can cause legal impairment as per the criminal code. So if I can compare it to blood alcohol content, like just to explain to members what the per se limit is, blood alcohol contents of a specific amount of 0.05% or 0.08%, depending on which jurisdiction, those are grounds enough to move to prohibitions and to punishment. So it is important to stop impaired driving, but we want to make sure that the amounts have a clear definition as to what constitutes impairment. So, different people of different weights will synthesize drugs in a different way, so we need to really lock down what that basic amount is that causes impairment. So, we've been talking about the need for a comprehensive strategy, and I'm sure we will get new news on that in the following week. But one thing that we can point to is the extensively quoted Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation and the report that it issued. Now, it recommended, Mr. Speaker, many of the steps that I feel that this bill does not cover, among it being that we should invest immediately and work with the provinces and territories to develop a national comprehensive public education strategy to send a clear message to Canadians that cannabis causes impairment and that the best way to avoid driving impaired is simply not to consume beforehand. We do need to invest. It also recommended that investment in research to better link THC levels with impairment and crash risk support the development of a per se limit. It recommended to determine whether to establish a per se limit as a part of a comprehensive approach to cannabis impaired driving, acting on the findings of the DDC, re-examine per se limits, should a reliable correlation between THC levels and impairment be established, and support the development of appropriate roadside drug screening device for detecting THC levels and invest in those tools. And finally, invest in baseline data collection and ongoing surveillance and evaluation in collaboration with the provinces and territories. So we are happy to see that the comprehensive strategy will be developed in conjunction with the rollout of regulation and legalization of cannabis, because what Canadians primarily think that the members of Parliament should be doing is looking at making sure that public safety is a big part of our regulations and the laws that we develop, especially when something is revolutionary, because it is revolutionary like cannabis legalization in Canada. It's got a long history of prohibition and punishment in this country, and this is going to be quite a change for Canadian society. We want to make sure that that's being rolled out in a responsible manner and that we're also looking at the dangers to drug-impaired driving. The Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse states in its 2016 report that we must implement per se drug laws for certain substances as a part of that comprehensive approach to drug-impaired driving. And of course, as was made mention, this includes the enhanced training of all police officers in the recognition of the signs and symptoms of drug use, a strong drug evaluation and classification program, and the implementation of a roadside oral fluid drug screening. The National Institute on Drug Abuse from the United States states that drivers with THC are twice as likely to be culpable for a fatal crash. However, THC can be detected in body fluids for days or even weeks after intoxication. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't want to get into that situation where someone has consumed something on a Friday and obviously by the Monday they are no longer impaired. But if it's still detected in a person's body, that's why it's so important to establish what the exact limits are, the exact amounts that cause that impairment. With these facts in mind, we're glad to see that the comprehensive program and approach to this problem will be rolled out, so we do not miss that mark. However, I think that I've encouraged my caucus to support this bill. I do believe, like in principle, it does deserve further study at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and just simply for the fact that, impaired driving is the leading criminal cause of death in Canada. It causes the deaths of more than 1,200 Canadians per year, Mr. Speaker. And, when it comes to supporting a bill that has this in mind, the principle of the bill, I'll lend my support behind that, and I hope all members will do the same. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude my speech. Thank you.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak in favour of Bill S-230, the Drug Impaired Driving Detection Act. I would also like to thank Senator Claude Carignan for his dedication to the bill and for guiding this piece of legislation through the Senate, and to my colleague for bringing it to this House. This bill seeks to authorize law enforcement officials the use of roadside screening devices to detect the presence of drugs in the body of a driver suspected of being impaired. The authority to use non-invasive drug screening devices, similar to our current alcohol screening devices, will allow law enforcement officers to immediately recognize a driver operating a vehicle under the influence of drugs. About 3,000 of 75,000 impaired driving incidents reported by police across Canada in 2015 involved drugs, 7 of which were fatal. To me, this bill is trying to make our roads and our communities significantly safer. Although there is a lack of statistics on the subject of drug-impaired driving, the information we do have is staggering. What's even more concerning is how the Liberal government is moving so quickly towards legalizing marijuana while not addressing one of the more dangerous effects, this impaired driving. I believe this bill is necessary and timely as we approach the deadlines the current government has set for itself regarding marijuana legalization. Here are a couple statistics from the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse regarding marijuana and road safety. Marijuana was the most common illicit drug present among drivers in fatal motor vehicle collisions. It's also the most common illegal drug amongst young drivers. More young drivers in Ontario drive after using marijuana than after drinking alcohol. In 2011, 13% of young Canadians aged 15 to 24 admitted to driving after taking marijuana, but only 11% reported driving after drinking. Statistics show that there's been a rapid rise in the presence of drugs in fatal motor vehicle accidents. MAD Canada states that drug-impaired fatalities now exceed the number of alcohol fatalities by 25%. We invest a lot of effort and money into the prevention of drinking and driving and in support of groups working to prevent the same. Yet we're beginning to learn that drug-impaired driving is statistically even more common. Law enforcement officers currently have the tools they need to measure blood alcohol levels roadside, but the tools to measure drug impairment are still not available across Canada. As such, it's significantly harder to prosecute drug-impaired driving, which is a necessary first step in preventing further risks on our roads. Without the necessary tools, fatalities and crashes as a result of drug-impaired driving are on the rise. However, arrests and charges are not. This is unacceptable, and it does nothing to prevent this dangerous habit. It needs to become a priority for the federal government, especially before the legalization of marijuana. Other countries have already undertaken this challenge and are responding very well to legislation against drug-impaired driving. There are best practices that we could be using as models, or we could create an entirely Canadian system. Regardless, legislation on drug-impaired driving needs to be finalized as soon as possible. I would like to outline exactly why I believe drug-impaired driving is dangerous and wrong. As a youth leader for over 32 years, I can explain firsthand some of the many consequences drugs can have on the human body. I'll try to stick to drug-related side effects or consequences that would have an effect on driving. Drug-impaired drivers may have a slower reaction time, be disoriented or overly tired. Drug-impaired drivers may have difficulty concentrating, staying in their own lane, judging distances, or judging and maintaining a constant speed. Drug-impaired drivers may be more easily distracted by their surroundings, both inside and outside the vehicle. These consequences are only magnified when alcohol is also present in their system. Drug-impaired drivers may show other signs of poor judgment, such as texting while driving or talking on a phone while driving, both of which are root causes of fatalities. One's reaction to drugs can also evolve over time and can both escalate and de-escalate rapidly. Drugs can impact one's mood, vision, mental state, and even have physical effects on the drivers. Any of these factors can increase the number of accidents, injuries, and casualties on our roads. Legislated screening tools will allow our law enforcement officers to properly patrol our streets and allow them to remove dangerous drivers from the road. The evidence from the screening devices would lead to higher conviction rates and help raise awareness on this issue. According to the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse, just as many drivers die in road crashes while under the influence of drugs as those under the influence of alcohol. MAD had similar statistics that demonstrated in 2016 there were 614 vehicle accident fatalities where the driver had drugs in their system, compared to 476 where alcohol was present in the driver's system. Looking at these numbers, drugs are definitely statistically more dangerous than alcohol. Along the same lines as the MAD study, a roadside survey in British Columbia conducted in 2012 collected voluntary saliva and breathalyzer samples from drivers. Their final results indicated that 7.4% of the drivers were drug impaired and only 5.4% were alcohol impaired. So if we can agree that drug-impaired driving is more prevalent than alcohol-impaired driving, and that drug-impaired driving causes a significant number of fatalities, should we not be legislating drug-impaired driving the same or more severely than we legislate alcohol-impaired driving? Logistically, legislation preventing drug-impaired drivers from operating a vehicle would have a positive impact on our communities. And as we near the date by which the Liberal government has announced their marijuana legislation, we need to equip our law enforcement officers with the proper tools to keep us safe. It's also important to remark that drug-impaired driving cases often take up to twice as long to be completed in court than their alcohol-impaired driving counterparts. Drug-impaired driving cases are also much less likely to result in a guilty offense. The use of drugs while or prior to driving is on the rise and will only increase with the government's legislation. The statistics correlating drug-impaired driving to vehicle crashes are astounding. The crash rate of marijuana users is from 2 to 6 times more often than drivers that are not impaired. Drivers who test positive for the use of sedatives are 2 to 8 times more likely to be involved in a fatal traffic crash. Drivers who test positive for the use of opioids are up to 8 times more likely to be involved in a traffic accident. And drivers who are impaired by cocaine are 2 to 10 times more likely to be involved in a fatal crash. Legislation similar to S-230 is already present across the globe. In the United States, several states that have legalized marijuana have also introduced legislation surrounding its use while driving. Washington and Colorado have set their legal limit at 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood, while Nevada and Ohio have a lower limit of 2 nanograms. Other states have declared zero-tolerance legislation. Determining what is safe will be difficult, and I recommend leaving those measurements to the medical and law enforcement professionals. Other countries with similar legislation include Australia, Belgium, Finland, France, Germany, Iceland, the United Kingdom, and the list goes on. All of these countries have found value in legislation towards preventing drug-impaired driving, and we are behind on this matter. As a country, we have an obligation to respond to this issue, and I hope that a response is ready before we legalize the most commonly used illegal drug in our country. To conclude, I'm pleased to speak to this important and timely piece of legislation. As we move closer to the deadline, there are many issues that need to be addressed, including the testing at the roadside of impaired drivers. I could list many others, and I'm sure when we come to debate, we will. I'm calling on the government to ensure the safety of our roads and of Canadians. We now have good tools available in the world to prove a level of impairment for alcohol, and we could have the same for drugs. We need to equip our law enforcement officers with what they need to keep our roads safe. The social movement against drinking and driving has been tremendous, and I'm hoping that a similar effort will be put into preventing drug-impaired driving in Canada. Until we get screening technology across this country, we're going to continue to do a poor job of detecting drug-impaired drivers on our roads. And as we lower the age and legalize marijuana, these young boys that are most prevalent in terms of the drug-impaired driving will only increase. We need stronger rules, and we need our law enforcement officers with the tools to be able to enforce those more effectively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the House to speak to Bill S-230, which would authorize the use of approved screening devices to detect the presence of drugs in anyone operating a vehicle. First, I'd like to thank the member from Richmond, Athabasca, for bringing this important issue to the floor for debate. This government has been clear on the matter of impaired driving and the hazardous effects on its victims. Canadians cannot tolerate this type of reckless and irresponsible action without consequences. Authorities must have the appropriate tools necessary to ensure the public's safety. This is why our Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness rose in this House on February the 9th and reassured members that the RCMP and other police forces across the country, in cooperation with the Government of Canada, have been testing a number of scientific devices for roadside testing of drug-impaired driving. The Minister also committed the government to having in place both the legal regime and the scientific regime to deal with drug-impaired driving. This legislation arrives at a critical time as the government prepares to fulfill an election promise to legalize, strictly regulate, and tax the production of cannabis. Bringing an end to this unsuccessful prohibition program is long overdue. New legislation will provide more protection for children who will no longer be able to purchase the drug from street dealers. Under the new regulations, the purchase of cannabis will take place in regulated businesses and require photo ID. This will protect our youth and remove control from the illicit market. Cannabis will no longer fund the activities of organized crime. Revenues from the sale of cannabis can then be taken back into the healthcare system, including counseling and education. While this next step in progressive policy is welcomed by many Canadians, I acknowledge that this change will be the cause of concern for some. This is why the government is proposing strict regulations on the production and sale of cannabis. While regulation and legislation are necessary steps, they're not totally sufficient. And while I support the intent of this bill, what is more effective than punishing a driver who drives under the influence is educating people to prevent them from getting behind the wheel in the first place. Teaching youth of the effects of cannabis consumption is the best way to ensure that they never get behind the wheel while impaired by drug or alcohol. The Task Force for Legalization and Regulation heard at length from Canadians on this very issue. This is why the members of the force argued for a whole-of-government approach, specifically that Ottawa work with the provinces and territories to develop a national, comprehensive public education strategy and to send a clear message to Canadians that cannabis causes impairment. The good work of the task force fell on receptive ears, and the government included funds to accomplish this very goal in Budget 2017. Health Canada will support marijuana public education programming and surveillance activities in advance of the government's plan to legalize cannabis. Government will accomplish this by directing existing funding of $9.6 million over 5 years, with $1 million per year ongoing. Mr. Speaker, it is this kind of common-sense policy-making that Canadians voted for in the 2015 election. We made a campaign promise. We announced consultations for Canadians to provide further input, and the government listened, and those concerns have been acted on. Canadians and their government understand that the purely punitive approach is a failed one. We currently have the highest use of marijuana by youth in developed countries around the world. Ottawa must work with the provinces and territories to adopt a plan of action that comprehensively deals with the issues of drug use based upon science as opposed to ideology. Currently, anyone, including minors, can access cannabis with greater ease than alcohol or tobacco. This is because minors do not have to go through a regulated business to get cannabis. As it stands, the dealer is the only supplier who has only one motive, and that's profit. They don't care about age, quality control, or the strength of cannabis. Prohibition, even decriminalization, will not change this attitude. Mr. Speaker, while the members of the official opposition may still look upon legalization with skepticism, those on this side of the House understand that it's long past time for change. A comprehensive policy will allow Canadians the freedom to choose, but also to encourage responsible consumption. At the same time, we'll protect Canadians from impaired drivers using the most up-to-date technology. In conclusion, Canadians can be assured that their government and their representatives in Parliament will not compromise when it comes to their safety and the safety of their community. An important step is providing law enforcement the tools they need now and will need in the future to ensure drivers operating vehicles are not under the influence of cannabis. This is only one step towards effective public safety policy. All orders of government need to work on providing devices and training for our police forces to be able to ensure our citizens and communities are safe from impaired drivers. Governments also need to provide effective legislation for distribution, control and testing, and even municipal zoning regulations. Our government is committed to an all-of-government approach to personal and public safety policy and legislation. We'll work with our provincial, territorial, and municipal partners, as well as our police forces, to provide improved safety and security for communities and the people that are living in them. Mr. Speaker, we have to do better in the future than we've done in the past to provide safety for our citizens, especially our youth, and for our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure tonight to speak on Bill S-230. We have a problem in Saskatchewan. The province of Saskatchewan has had the highest number of impaired driving in all of Canada. It's a problem that has existed for decades, if not century, and we are very concerned in our province of Saskatchewan. I've had many friends. In fact, a former member of Parliament for Saskatoon Blackstrap, Alan Kirpin, one of his daughters was involved in an accident dealing with drunk driving. He is one of many that have taken to the stage in the last couple of years dealing with the effects of not only drinking, but also drugs. This impaired driving under the effect of drugs is an interesting one because we all believe they should be in cars now, if we can have the police in this country to have a way of testing people. We are concerned with the legislation coming forward from this government about marijuana. They haven't thought it out. And it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because on last week I had a chance to go to one of my high schools in Saskatoon. It was actually the biggest high school of over 1,500 students. And I had a chance to talk about the legislation coming forward with marijuana. Well, much to my surprise, in the Assembly, most kids don't want to see the legalization of marijuana, first off. And that was kind of a surprise because we assume with these Liberals everyone's in favor of marijuana. And that was not the case in one of the biggest high schools in my city, Walter Murray Collegiate. The students spoke out against it. They're concerned about it. They have seen what alcohol and marijuana now can do to families. I've just talked about one of my MPs that was in this House of Commons in the 90s and 2000, Alan Kirpin and his family. But we need a way of testing, Mr. Speaker, if this is going to come about. As people know, the municipal police and the provincial police and the RCMP need devices in their cars right now, because we know what is going on in this country and the back roads not only of Saskatchewan, but coast to coast to coast. And I think that's very important when we're dealing with this private member's bill of S230. We have to get out in front of this, Mr. Speaker, and that's why my honourable colleague has brought this forward right now. This is an important part. We have seen families in this country absolutely decimated from the accidents and the deaths that have occurred. And I think for my honourable member bringing this forward at this time, this bill of S230, it's very important. We need our police officials in this country to have the devices now. We have heard coast to coast that maybe the University of BC has a device ready for testing. We need to bring this out right now, Mr. Speaker. UBC is one of many places in this country that is trying to get ahead and trying to get a device that would be able to be put in every police car in this country. And I think that is where we need to go. Get out in front of the legislation that this government is going to bring forward later this year. And in fact, next year, bring it forward for July 1st of 2018. It's important because, you know, you look back through the years, just alcohol. How many families have been affected? And could we have prevented them? We sure could have. The devices needed in vehicles today to know 0.08, and we've brought that number down on almost every province and territories in this country because we know drinking is a problem. This is going to be a problem. We know the drugs, like marijuana, will be a problem when it comes through, Mr. Speaker, and that's why tonight I'm very pleased to speak on my behalf of Bill S30 and give him my support in the House of Commons here tonight. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood will have 5.5 minutes remaining in his time, should he wish it, when the House next resumes debate on the question. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, motions. Consideration of a motion to concur in the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, recommendation to not proceed further with Bill C-247, an act to amend the Criminal Code passive detection device.
Conformément à l'article 80.
Pursuant to Standing Order 97.2 of the Standing Order, the motion to adopt and concur in the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-247, an act to amend the Criminal Code, passive detection device, presented on Thursday, February 16, 2017, is deemed to be proposed. Debate.
For Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to once again have the opportunity to speak to my private member's bill, Bill C-247. Although I respect and appreciate the work of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, I must say I am disappointed by their report. It is clear that impaired driving is a serious problem in Canada. Sadly, we are reminded of this much too frequently. This past holiday season, the Peel Regional Police, the police force that is tasked with keeping my riding safe, caught more than 400 impaired drivers between November 15th and January 2nd. The current laws that we have in place to address impaired driving are ineffective and do not serve as a deterrent, as many Canadians continue to drive under the influence of alcohol. Survey data and criminal justice statistics indicate that on average, a person can drive impaired once a week for more than 3 years before being charged with an impaired driving offense. This is unacceptable and demonstrates the need to increase deterrent measures for impaired driving. Despite what is included in the committee's report, I strongly believe that legislating passive alcohol sensors is an effective means of improving deterrent measures. Currently, Canadian police forces rely on their own unaided senses to determine whether they have the legal grounds to administer a roadside sobriety test. They rely on observations such as alcohol, flushed face, and slurred speech. A sobriety checkpoint where the majority of these interactions between a peace officer and driver take place, they're under immense pressure to speed up the process in order to prevent the impediment of traffic. It may be difficult for an officer to detect some of these characteristics. This increases the potential for impaired drivers to go undetected. Passive alcohol sensors would enhance the officer's ability to detect impaired drivers. Although the committee was skeptical of this claim, research has proven it to be true. Referring back to an academic study, it indicated that in comparison to sobriety checkpoints where passive alcohol sensors were not used, sobriety checkpoints with passive alcohol sensors had an 88% higher detection rate. In their report, the committee stated, and I quote, "Costs of introducing such devices and the time and resources required for developing the appropriate testing mechanism for them outweigh the potential benefits." Let me just say that one more time. Costs of introducing such devices and the time and resources required for developing the appropriate testing mechanisms for them outweigh the potential benefits. Now, please allow me to quote a July 2016 article in which the National Post reported, "Despite years of public messaging about the dangers of drinking and driving, Canada ranks #1 among 19 wealthy countries for percentage of roadway deaths linked to alcohol impairment." The finding by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control should serve as a warning to lawmakers that new strategies are needed to combat impaired driving, which remains the top criminal cause of death in Canada. Moving to the second part of Bill C-247, which proposes to amend subsection 255, subsection 3, and subsection 3.1 of the Criminal Code from impaired driving causing death and blood alcohol level over legal limit death to vehicular homicide as a result of impairment, I was disappointed to see that the committee did not address this portion of the bill in its report. As I have mentioned in my previous speeches, what inspired me to present this bill was a local high school teacher in my riding who lost his life while out on a bicycle ride. Throughout my time conducting research for Bill C-247, I came across Canadians from coast to coast to coast who shared their story on how impaired driving had impacted their lives. While I was doing this, I came in contact with an organization called Families for Justice, led by a woman named Marquita Collias. Marquita created Families for Justice shortly after the death of her daughter Cassandra, who was killed by a drunk driver while driving home from a baseball game. The organization provides support for families who have been victims of impaired driving. In addition to this, Families for Justice is an advocate for government initiatives to prevent impaired driving. I was glad that Marquita was given the opportunity to testify before the committee and share her story. Sadly, every year the number of families that join Families for Justice grows unacceptably. With every family that contacts Marquita to join her cause, she is reminded of her beautiful young daughter, who had her entire life ahead of her. She was engaged to be married, was in school, to be a teacher, and had her whole life ahead of her, which was carelessly taken away by a driver who decided to drive after consuming alcohol. Through working with Marquita, I also got to know a woman by the name of Sherry, who had her own devastating experience with impaired driving, which led to the loss of her son, Brad. For Marquita and Sherry, one of the most difficult aspects of these tragic events are the sentences that were given to the people that took their children from them. The driver in Cassandra's death was released from custody after only 2 years in her 3-year sentence. The driver in Brad's case will be eligible for full parole later this month, 2 years and 8 months into his 8-year sentence. The danger of impaired driving is not a new phenomenon. It is common knowledge that when you drive after consuming alcohol, you are putting everyone else around you at risk. It is for this reason that I feel it is time to call this horrific crime for what it truly is, and that's a homicide. It is time that our government changes our criminal code to better reflect the impact these crimes have on the lives of its victims. For Marquita, Sherry, and the family of the teacher from my riding, the connotation of offenders' actions should be on par with the amount of suffering they have gone through. These families view these crimes as a homicide, and it's about time we do as well. While the Justice and Human Rights Committee have recommended that the House does not proceed further with this bill, I want to call on all my members in our government to implement legislation to address impaired driving. As years go by, more families like Marquita's and Sherry's go through the same devastating tragedy. We as a government have a responsibility to all Canadians to address this very serious issue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-247, a private member's bill introduced by the Member of Parliament for Mississauga-Streetsville. On February the 7th, the Committee for Justice and Human Rights decided unanimously to recommend that the House of Commons not proceed further with the bill. I am here today to speak further to that decision as the Vice Chair of that committee. Bill C-247 is seeking to amend Section 254 of the Criminal Code to allow police officers to use an approved passive detection device to sample the ambient air in the immediate vicinity of a person they have reasonable grounds to believe is impaired. This would be in advance of the police officer taking a sample using an approved screening device. The bill is also seeking to amend Sections 255 subsection 3 and subsection 3.1 of the Code, which would change the offence of impaired driving causing death to vehicular homicide as a result of impairment. The purpose of this bill is to act as a further deterrent for drunk drivers and to increase apprehension rates, as a positive reading would provide reasonable grounds to conduct a breath test on an ASD. It has been referred to as a device that would act as an extension of the officer's nose. I thank the member from Mississauga-Streetsville for putting forward a bill with such commendable objectives. Certainly all of us in this chamber can agree that we should do everything we can to keep Canadians safe and keep drunk drivers off of roads. In politics, we disagree on a great deal of things, but I think that this is one area where we all share a common goal that extends across all party lines. The intent of Bill C-247 is noble, but on further investigation with the help of expert testimony in the Justice and Human Rights Committee, we uncovered some issues in the bill that brought us to unanimously recommend that the House not proceed further with the bill. Some of the most compelling evidence we came across was introduced by Dr. Darrell Mayers, who testified as chair of the Alcohol Test Committee, known as the ATC, of the Canadian Society of Forensic Science. The ATC, or the Alcohol Test Committee, has provided advice to the Minister of Justice about detection and quantification of blood alcohol concentrations for the past 50 years. We learned that the introduction of a passive detection device would need to be tested against the ATC's published standards to determine if they are appropriate to be used in Canadian alcohol testing. This would be costly in both time and resources, and as Dr. Mayers testified, would stretch the ATC's resources well past the breaking point. The chair of the Alcohol Test Committee brought to our attention concerns regarding the nature of these devices. Because they test ambient air for alcohol molecules, they are subject to numerous environmental factors. These devices are unlike an ASD in that an ASD requires a deep lung air sample. They are also administered away from others and from traffic and in a police vehicle where environmental conditions are understood and controlled. For example, the dissemination of alcohol molecules through different sizes of cars will be different. The use of a passive device necessarily introduces elements beyond the control of law enforcement. There are other environmental factors that could result in incorrect response from a passive device. Open alcohol in the vicinity or an intoxicated passenger could alter results. We also discovered that methanol in a windshield wiper fluid could contribute to a positive result. The recent use of mouthwash could result in a false positive, whereas a person chewing gum, which increases salivation and diminishes mouth alcohol, could result in a false negative. In our study of Bill C-247, it was unclear whether a response on a passive device indicating no alcohol was present would render the officer unable to investigate further. Another consideration, which is especially relevant here in Canada, is that the weather could affect the results of a passive detection device. It has been noted that these devices are less effective in windy conditions. Dr. Mayers also indicated that he would recommend devices that use fuel cell technology as a mechanism for detecting alcohol. We learned, however, that fuel cells can be affected by cold weather and can cause a false negative. Here in Canada, we experience extremes in weather conditions, and these vary dramatically from coast to coast to coast. The development of region-specific recommendations for calibration, training, and operational procedures would be onerous, to say the least, for volunteer-led alcohol test, for the Volunteer Alcohol Test Committee. Mr. Speaker, our committee also questioned the invasiveness of the passive devices. There are many versions of these devices on the market, and while some recommend a distance of 6 inches between the device and the driver, some are as few as 2 inches. The close proximity between the device and a driver could be seen as quite invasive and consequently negates the subtleness intended in the administration of such a device. These are all potential intervening factors that arose during the study of C-247 and left us questioning the effectiveness of passive detection devices. We learned that for the Alcohol Test Committee to test new products against the ATC's published standards, to account for all the factors discussed previously, and to develop region-specific recommendations for calibrations, training and operational procedure would be substantial. Even if the committee were provided additional resources, it would still be a lengthy process, and the Alcohol Test Committee would likely need to hire and consult numerous engineers throughout the process. We also need to consider the capacity for human error in the administration of these devices. Dr. Daryl Mayers said the following before committee: "My experience with police officers, and I mean no disrespect, is that if you give officers a tool with all kinds of caveats attached to it, you have to do it this way, that way, make sure the wind isn't blowing, have your back to the wind, make sure you don't have the window open, check the car for spills, and you expect the officer to do it in a very rapid time frame, the more likely it is that 1 or 2 steps will be missed. And that is a very serious thing when we come to litigating the case." Dr. Mayers also brought to the attention of the committee the possibility of litigation arising from a false positive. The burden of lengthy and complicated litigation cannot be underscored. Mr. Speaker, I believe this legislation was introduced in an effort to provide law enforcement with additional tools to get more drunk drivers off the road. However, I fear that because of numerous factors that could affect the device, it would actually complicate matters for law enforcement and litigators. I think it's possible, if not likely, that adding this layer could result in even trickier litigation and potentially result in less drunk driving convictions. I also think a false positive, whether caused by a wind or a stick of gum, could allow for the potential of an impaired person to avoid detection. And I think that would mean, a false negative. Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. In addition, we heard from a Department of Justice official who confirmed that the present threshold for use of an approved screening device is very low. The threshold is simply suspicion of alcohol in a driver's body. That's the way we do things today. That suspicion could be arrived at through things like alcohol odor, glossy eyes, fumbling with documentation, etc. It was also confirmed that nothing presently prohibits an officer from using a passive alcohol sensor. In fact, the RCMP is already in possession of such a device. We never heard whether or not the RCMP use the device regularly, but we know nothing prevents them from doing so. I believe that as parliamentarians, we need to do whatever we can as legislators to protect Canadians from impaired drivers. However, after the study of Bill C-247, I consider the costs, the potential litigation complexity to outweigh the potential benefits. In fact, I think there's reason enough to believe that this bill could work against its very objectives. And for these reasons, I suggest that the House not proceed further with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to join in on this debate on the Justice Committee's recommendation to the House. I do so as the second Vice Chair of that committee. Bill C, and before I start, I would like to commend the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville because I believe his intent behind this bill was very noble. Bill C-247 was designed to allow police officers to use passive ambient air alcohol detection devices to basically detect alcohol in the air near a driver's mouth during roadside sobriety checks. The detection of alcohol by the sensor would then provide the officer with reasonable grounds to suspect that the driver had consumed alcohol and allow them to then request a breathalyzer test to check for impairment. Now, I was not on the committee when it was doing its deliberations on this bill. There were 2 committee meetings on October the 18th and October the 20th, and I was preceded by the Honourable Member for Victoria, who was then a member of that committee. The bill was referred to committee on September 28th before those 2 meetings. Now, we fundamentally believe that we need to support effective measures against impaired driving, because each and every year we lose far too many lives in Canada, and indeed, as has been mentioned many times in this place, it is the leading cause of criminal death in Canada. The proposed devices in this bill would have several benefits if they were to show that they could work as effectively as the claims say they are. Now, the committee has made a recommendation to the House of Commons, and while the committee felt that the intent behind Bill C-247 was commendable, that committee concluded that based on the evidence gathered during its study, that the costs of introducing such devices and the time and resources required for developing the appropriate testing mechanisms outweigh the potential benefits. And we feel strongly that the government needs to consider taking this on with the resources of the Department of Justice and introducing legislation on this topic at the earliest opportunity. Now, we had a chance to talk to stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. Law enforcement has suggested that if these devices were effective, it could be a potentially useful addition to their toolkit, but it is certainly not the one that is most urgently needed. Even Mothers Against Drunk Driving Canada, who was supportive of the use of effective devices, wanted Parliament to make sure that we did not displace the more pressing questions of how to effectively deter impaired drivers and detect drug impairment. Now, during the witness testimony before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, some of the witnesses clarified the issues that these detection devices have. Of particular note, Mr. Speaker, it was the chair for the Alcohol Test Committee who stated that the bill asks us to enact legislation using the approved passive detection devices. If we enact this bill now, it requires that Alcohol Testing Committee to develop standards and procedures for the evaluations. We would have to perform evaluations on the new equipment proposed as passive devices, and we would have to develop operational recommendations. We would need best practices relating to the maintenance and use of these devices. And this means that the scientific aspect of the approval process is going to be extremely costly in both time and resources. The potential influx of numerous new devices seeking approval as passive detection devices would stretch their current resources past the breaking point. Even after this approval process is finally finished, there would still need to be recommendations from individual forensic laboratories to create region-specific recommendations for calibration, training, and operational procedures. Even the introduction of a newly approved instrument can be challenging in and for our courts. The introduction of a novel type of testing with completely unfamiliar devices will undoubtedly be the subject of lengthy litigation involving scientific staff from all the forensic laboratories across the country. Now, we know from questions that have been raised in this House and from media reports and indeed from across the country that the court system is already quite burdened and quite strained. There are already serious criminal charges that are either being stayed or withdrawn in the wake of the Jordan decision, which has fundamentally altered the legal landscape, and something that I hope the federal government and our provincial governments finally take note of and put the resources that we need to see in the system. We want to stop impaired driving, but we do not want to do it at the expense of clogging the very judicial system that's meant to operate efficiently to make sure that we're actually delivering justice for those who do harm. And if we're going to burden the justice system with even more litigation against devices, that's not going to solve the main problem. We know that defense lawyers will probably have a field day challenging these devices because of the reliability of them. Now, we look at the climate issues because that was one of the main things that was brought about in the witness testimony, Mr. Speaker. As we know, Canada in the winter is a country that is affected by cold temperatures and humidity. And unfortunately, I live in a section of the country which is certainly affected by the humidity. Vancouver Island, it's not known just as the West Coast, but indeed the wet coast. And we know that the testimony indicated that the devices may not be appropriate for our climate. And, we go to the testimony of Dr. Daryl Myers, the chair of the Alcohol Testing Committee, who laid it out completely there for all of us. If the weather is windy, if it is excessively damp, or even below 8 degrees Celsius, the reliability of these passive detection devices is brought into question. And the Winnipeg Police Department did a test in the early 2000s that found that these devices did not work very effectively in the winter. So devices that are inhibited by their function in either cold weather or by excessive amounts of precipitation in the air is simply too problematic for us to go forward, and we certainly need a lot more study to make sure that these devices can actually do what they're supposed to do. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, and in light of these findings, I do agree with the committee's report that we need a comprehensive solution to this problem and that the government should consider introducing legislation on this topic at the earliest opportunity. And again, I'd like to compliment the member for Mississauga-Streetsville because I believe his intent was noble and that he really does want to do the right thing. But we had a unanimously backed report that we do not proceed with this bill. There's Liberals, Conservatives, and our NDP member. We listened to the evidence, and I agree with that report, and I hope all honourable members will pay attention to the hard work that the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights did. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm also pleased to rise and speak to the motion concerning Bill C-247, an act to amend the Criminal Code regarding passive detection devices. The motion proposes to accept the recent report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights that Bill C-247 not proceed further. And although I applaud and agree with the intent of Bill C-247, I want to advise this House I intend to vote in support of this motion. In particular, I agree with the concerns expressed by the Standing Committee that the bill may not achieve its intended effect, Mr. Speaker, and I will not go over the very comprehensive explanation provided by my colleagues opposite side of the House, but I also wanted to advise this committee that the Standing Committee, as part of its report, recommended that the government ensure that there be a comprehensive solution to the issues under consideration, and that the government should therefore consider introducing legislation to provide for that comprehensive response to the issue of impaired driving. Mr. Speaker, I share this view. Our government is best placed to consider all of the challenges with the legal framework surrounding the investigation of impaired driving, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice intends to introduce a new comprehensive legislation this spring that will carefully address both drug and alcohol-impaired driving. The new legislation will take a thorough and strategic approach, having regard to the Minister's overall mandate with respect to criminal justice reform. In this way, Mr. Speaker, our government is working to keep our communities safe, protect victims, and hold offenders to account, and I very sincerely look forward to working with the members on the Justice Committee as we go forward with this important work, and we all agree that we have a responsibility in this House to do everything possible to keep our community safe and to protect our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the member for bringing this important issue forward. I'd like to thank the Standing Committee for their thoughtful consideration of this bill, and the members of the committee invested extensively of their time, attention, and expertise in considering the merits of the proposed bill, and I'm grateful to them for their efforts. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the witnesses who appeared before the Standing Committee, who shared their experience and expertise, and in particular, those witnesses who spoke about their personal experience with the devastating impact of impaired driving. I want to thank them for their courage and their support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. That the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-247, an act to amend the Criminal Code passive detection device, presented on Thursday, February 16, 2017, be concurred in.
Pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Yes? Agreed? No noes? Adopté.
Carried.
Accordingly, pursuant to Standing Order 97-1-2D, the proceedings on the bill shall come to an end. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this adjournment proceeding. I had asked a question on February 24, 2017 regarding a Reporters Without Borders index that was created regarding the 2015 World Press Freedom Index. And at the time, it showed that, in fact, Canada had dropped from its 8th rank in 2015 to its 18th rank. So we actually dropped 10 spots. Namibia, Jamaica, Costa Rica, Slovakia were all ahead of us. Now, this questionnaire that this was based on was 87 questions long. Quite a bit of qualitative and quantitative data had been collected in 20 different languages. Now, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs gave me an answer that I would simply define as bafflegab or gobbledygook, something in that matter. It was a mashup of buzzwords and talking points that would not be understandable in any sort of English or a French translation that would be acceptable to me. One thing I also mentioned that, the criterion, categories, and indicators to the question talked about pluralism, media independence, environment and self-censorship, legislative framework, transparency, and infrastructure. So all 6 points that were in this 87 question questionnaire that I was bringing up in the House and seeking further clarification from the government on why, in fact, after a year in power, Canada had dropped to 18th spot in terms of world press freedom. And we have seen over the past 18 months many journalists complain about having been the victims or the targets of police investigations. And I'll switch to French here in a moment. Is Marie-Claude Denis, une journaliste qui a...
A journalist who said on Twitter on November 2nd, 2016, I've just learned that my incoming and outgoing calls were spied on by the SQ in 2013. Alain Gravel said, I've had confirmation that I was targeted by warrants to obtain a list of my calls by the SQ. And Isabelle Richer, the SQ spied on my cell phone following a complaint from Michel Arsenault in 2013. And that was on Twitter, Mr. Speaker, November 2nd, 2016.
Can be returning to English. That wasn't the only case. There were several other journalists in Canada who have been found to have been investigated by a police service of some sort, including Marie-Claude Denis, Alain Gravel, like I mentioned, Isabelle Richer had mentioned, Éric Thibault from the Journal de Montréal, Denis Lessard, Gilles Toupin, Joël Denis Bellavance, who were both Ottawa-based journalists working for La Presse. So I thought my question at the time to the minister that the parliamentary secretary had answered were pretty reasonable. They were just laying out the case that not only were we finding it unusual that so many journalists have been the target of what would be considered limitations on their press freedom, but as well this international organization, a well-regarded international organization that had been producing this particular index at least since 2002 when it had started. So this index had been going on for 14, 15 years now, well respected internationally, one that the government should be aware of, and the parliamentary secretary is simply incapable of providing me an answer to the question. Now, I will mention that when the previous Conservative government took power in 2006, it was indeed an 18th spot. And over time, you actually saw it bounce up and down just a little bit, but it was going in the right direction, which is towards more press freedoms. And in fact, in 2015, it had finished in 8th spot. So, and again, going back to the categories and indicators, pluralism, media independence, environment, self-censorship, legislative framework, transparency, infrastructure, Canada had been going in the right direction, which is towards more press freedom. So my question to the Parliament Secretary, and it's a question I repeat again today, is why has Canada dropped 10 spots and why are we behind countries like Costa Rica when we should be moving ahead, which is moving up in the rankings? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to rise on this issue and to do my very best to respond to the concerns and issues raised by my friend across the hall. First of all, I'd like to emphasize to this House how important this issue is to our government and to all Canadians. As the member opposite surely knows, our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is celebrating its 35th anniversary this year, and one of its most important guarantees is the right to freedom of expression, including freedom of the press and other media expression. Freedom of the press is a fundamental Canadian value protected by our Charter. It is also recognized in some of the core international instruments which are binding upon Canada, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the American Declaration on Rights and the Duties of Man. Our government has and will continue to defend this right assiduously, as well as the underlying values of truth-seeking, democratic debate, and personal freedom. Our commitment to openness and transparency is informed by these values. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to mention that the core role of the media in promoting freedom of expression is not only recognized by this government and our Charter, but it is recognized throughout all of our federal laws and programs. A specific example of this can be found in our criminal code, where courts have recognized that the core role of the media in the context of police search recognized the core role of the media in the context of police search powers. In exercising their discretion, whether to issue a search warrant, there is clear legal authority requiring justices to consider the fundamental nature of the freedom of the press. These considerations are a natural extension of the values the Canadians place upon this important freedom. According to the Supreme Court of Canada, media play a vital role in the functioning of a democratic society, and freedom to publish the news necessarily involves a freedom to gather the news. Because the media advance the search for truth and make vital contributions to the democratic debate on matters of public importance, a free press is essential for promoting the core values contained in our Charter. Of course, I'm not only talking about freedom of expression, but also numerous other rights, such as freedom of assembly, association, and of course, our democratic rights as citizens. And as we are all aware, Mr. Speaker, Section 1 of the Charter guaranteed Charter rights subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Although reasonable limits of freedom of the press are justifiable under Section 1, our courts will scrutinize any such limits carefully in recognition of the crucial role played by the media in Canadian society. Our government is aware, of course, of the most recent complaints that have been raised against the Service de Police de Ville de Montreal and the Sûreté de Quebec with respect to journalists. We look forward to hearing details about these specific instances during the hearings and from the report that will be issued by the Chamberlain Commission when their important work begins this week. At the same time, I want to be perfectly clear to the member opposite and to this House that both the RCMP Commissioner and the CSIS Director have publicly confirmed that such practices are not taking place at the federal level. Mr. Speaker, we are reviewing the safeguards that exist federally to ensure that they are appropriate and sufficient to protect the fundamental Canadian value of freedom of the press.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to thank this parliamentary secretary who did a much better job of trying to address the question, but again, failed to answer the question on why Canada has dropped 10 spots. And, I fear that such an honourable gentleman on the other side who has served honourably our country as an OPP officer for many, many, many years, who had an excellent biography written of him recently, I was reading up on. I know we've had many conversations about judicial issues, but I feel he's been hanging out with too many lawyers. And with all respect due to the lawyers in this House, they are prone to bouts of legalism and the splitting of hairs. So my question is very simple. And, there's a Yiddish proverb that I want to bring up. Truth is a slowpoke. And these complaints started in November. This index was put out in 2017. My question was in late February, and we're here in April, and I'm still searching for an answer on why Canada dropped 10 spots in the index. And it's not about our Charter of Rights. It's not about specific cases. It's a consistent chronic problem. There is no other reason why we would drop 10 spots in the international index, again, from Reporters Without Borders and in the 2015 World Press Freedom Index. It's that simple. Why did we drop 10 spots in the index?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his further inquiry. Quite frankly, I am not aware of all of the issues examined or the events which were under consideration by those who compiled the index, but I think it's a reasonably safe assumption to conclude that most recent events, in particular the allegations concerning the activities of two of our major police services in Canada in their actions and dealings with journalists, may have had an impact on that index. And as the member opposite has already acknowledged, I think it can go up and down in response to recent events. And I'd be reluctant to speculate, frankly, without further information on why that might happen. But I would reiterate for the member and for this House that freedom of the press is essential to the preservation of an open and democratic society. And I believe Canada has an outstanding record of resolutely supporting the right of journalists to pursue and share information. As the member is well aware, there are some rare occasions in which we place reasonable limits on freedom of the press, particularly where public safety may be at risk. But nonetheless, I am very proud to reiterate our government's commitment to the values of protecting the safety and security of Canadians and at the same time respecting our rights and freedoms under the Charter. And I hope that is, Mr. Speaker, a satisfactory response to the member's inquiry.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm rising to address a question that I originally asked back on November 30th of 2016 about the decision by the Liberals to unilaterally change the number of fighter jets that the military needs and the decision to sole source the Super Hornet. And the question was, who wrote those statement of requirements? Was it the Air Force or was it the PMO? As we know, Mr. Speaker, that through this whole discussion, the requests and the desires of the Royal Canadian Air Force have been completely ignored by the government. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, just in the last few weeks, the Liberals announced on March the 14th that they finally wrote the letter to the U.S. government for the decision to go ahead to sole source 18 Super Hornets. Now, that is 5 months that it took them just to write one letter. And what we've been calling on the government to do is to actually hold an open and transparent competition so that we can get the best equipment at the best price for the brave men and women who service in the Royal Canadian Air Force. I just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that other allied countries have done full competitions in very short periods of time. And the Liberals have punted the decision down the road to make a decision on what plane we're going to buy in a competition 5 years from now. That is unacceptable. And they took 5 months just to write a letter to the Trump administration on getting permission to buy the Super Hornet. Denmark ran a fair and open competition in just 11 months. Then we have Norway ran a fair and open competition in 1 year, 11 months. And South Korea ran a fair and open competition in 1 year, 4 months. Why are the Liberals wasting 5 years to hold a competition on replacement of our CF-18s when the previous government and this Liberal government have already done all the surveys and all the analysis on all the planes that are out there? The statement of requirements can be written today and the plane can be selected in a relatively short period of time. And if you talk to defense experts like Alan Williams and former commanders of the Royal Canadian Air Force, they all tell you that we can make this decision in a year and get the best value and the best plane for our troops and for our taxpayers. And at the same time, making sure that we protect Canadian jobs. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Joint Strike Fighter program, the F-35, already employs hundreds of Canadians across this country in over 100 companies that are already making pieces for the F-35, which is in full production and operations around the world. Now, we got to remember that when the minister and the government talks about a capability gap, that it's a manufactured capability gap. It's one that they fabricated on their own and has no reality or basis in logic at all. The Royal Canadian Air Force have always said that we have enough planes to do the job that they are called upon to do, whether it's NORAD or NATO. We also know that in research that was done by the Defence Research and Development Canada back in 2014, a public document, which now the Liberals have classified and taken off their website, showed that we have enough fighter jets currently to do the job. There is no capability gap. That report also showed that running a mixed fleet of 2 or 3 different type of fighter aircraft is too expensive and too cumbersome for infrastructure, training, and operations here in Canada through our rather smaller fighting aircraft that we have in the Royal Canadian Air Force. So it is not in the best interest of Canada. It's not in the best interest of the industry, nor is it in the best interest of our taxpayers if the Liberals proceed with the sole source and not move immediately to an open, fair, and transparent competition.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for not only his speech but obviously his advocacy and that I share for our men and women in uniform, and appreciate his often thoughtful interventions on the issues of the day. That said, as the great Dave Mason once said, there ain't no good guys, there ain't no bad guys, it's only you and me, and we just disagree. So, look, the decision by the government to proceed with an interim fighter solution indeed addresses what we think is a pretty clear capability gap, and it's in fact a capability gap that was left as a legacy by the government which we took over for, a government that during its entire tenure in office failed to be resolute, failed to proceed, failed to make a decision on the future of Canada's fighter jets. They wasted precious years in mismanaged and often, regrettably, highly politicized processes that resulted in failed procurements and suffered from an unfortunate lack of transparency. Now, let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, the overall goal at the heart of this issue. This is to ensure that our men and our women in uniform have the equipment they need to do their jobs. That's what animates this government. That's what animates the military advisors to the Minister of National Defence. That's what animates the Prime Minister and the government, and that's what will continue to animate us, whether it is Air Force purchases or whether it is military purchases generally. Those who serve our country are often in harm's way, and our government is not prepared to take unnecessary risks with their safety. Our government is actually dealing with the reality of Canada's aging fleet of CF-18 fighter aircraft.
We undertook vast consultations to evaluate the risks and to analyze our procurement options. We've made decisions, and we are now implementing a plan that meets the needs of the Canadian Armed Forces, both in the short and the long term. In the context of our plan, the government will undertake an open and transparent competitive process to replace our fighter jet fleet. This is a procurement process that is open and transparent, supervised by equality oversight, which will ensure that we obtain the right plane at the right price, and which will ensure that there are economic benefits for Canada.
Cut corners on this process, Mr. Speaker. The process requires extensive planning and stakeholder engagement to successfully design and implement. We will take the time needed to consult, develop requirements, and assess solutions in order to get the aircraft and in-service support that meet Canada's defence needs and provide best value to Canadians. The CF-18s were purchased in the 1980s, and the fleet is down from 138 aircraft to 76 today. We are no longer able to meet our international commitments with certainty. Therefore, we have undertaken discussions with the U.S. government and Boeing about the potential acquisition of 18 new Super Hornets. These discussions are aimed at determining if an interim solution can be provided at a cost, time, level of capability, and economic value that are acceptable to Canada. Last month, Canada submitted a letter of request to the U.S. government as part of this process. The letter outlines Canada's requirements for the interim aircraft and associated in-service support, and no offer we can assure Canadians will be accepted unless it meets Canada's requirements at a cost, schedule, and level of capability acceptable to Canada. So we've come up with a good solution, we believe, Mr. Speaker. We're very confident in what we're putting before Canadians, and we are confident that not only as I peruse magazines like Skies, where we say the Super Hornet, the right choice for right now, according to experts, we know that this decision is being supported within and outside the government, and I thank the honourable member for his intervention.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I have to address his comment that this was a disagreement just between he and I. And I must say that there's 13 former commanders of the Royal Canadian Air Force that have written that this is a decision that will ultimately damage the nation's defense posture. 13 former commanders who are nobody's more passionate about the Air Force than these retired generals. And this again reflects on how politically naive the Prime Minister was by making this very dangerous campaign promise of buying anything but the F-35. Now, they say they're going to move to an open competition, but it's 5 years down the road, Mr. Speaker. And we know that the CF-18, the current fleet, can only fly to 2025. And they aren't going to replace those planes now until 2030 to 2035. And probably not even the first planes arrive until 2032 after we get these interim buy of Super Hornets. And they also think that they're going to save taxpayers' money, and they're not. They already have had to admit that. In the campaign, the Liberals promised that the F-18 Super Hornets would only cost $65 million per copy. Well, I can tell you, Kuwait is the last country that bought Super Hornets. They bought 40 of them, and they paid over $335 million per fighter jet. That is not a savings on anyone's books. If we went to an open and transparent competition today, we'd get the best plane at the best price in the best interest of Canadian defence.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that we're getting nowhere in terms of resolving our disagreements, but again, I thank the member for his intervention. Look, at the end of the day, this is about getting the right equipment at the right time with the right capability for our fighting men and women, those men and women that protect us and do their jobs every day. But we also want to, of course, maximize economic benefits to Canadians. We've taken active steps to ensure that Canada can meet its international commitments in the short and the long term.
I want to reiterate that the government is determined to launch a competitive process, one that is open and transparent, for replacing the fleet of fighter jets in Canada. The member opposite has talked about the end of the life cycle for our fighter jets. Even though we are in a life extension process, we have this need on an interim basis. We will fill it, and we will proceed following that with the open, competitive process that we have committed to undertake for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be here this evening to follow up on a question that I put to the Minister with respect to an Auditor General's report that shed light on troubling aspects with respect to management at the Canada Revenue Agency. Very troublesome facts, because at the time we talked about the figures, and I'll come back to it with the Parliamentary Secretary. At the time, there were 171 challenges, objections that were outstanding. Taxpayers pay their taxes, taxpayers like you and me, Mr. Speaker. And this is a good time to be talking about taxes, because we are filing our taxes at this period in the year. And once the return is assessed by the Canada Revenue Agency, sometimes they send a note of assessment to point out a mistake and that you owe more money to the CRA. And the taxpayer has an opportunity to say no and to oppose it. To say, no, Canada Revenue Agency, there's a mistake. My income tax return was accurate and all of the data contained in it are accurate. And the Revenue Agency can continue to say the opposite, so the taxpayer can begin a process that can sometimes be very long. And that's what the Auditor General pointed out on some of these files where there is an objection. The delays can be more than 2 years before you receive a reply from the CRA. So you submit your income tax forms. The CRA says, no, it's not right. You owe this much, not that much. You say, no, that's not right. I'm right. And you put in an objection. And it can take up to 2 years in some cases to get a reply. from the Canada Revenue Agency to provide you with the most accurate information based on what their position is and yours. Now, clearly the Auditor General, even though he raised those issues several years ago, in 2016, had to come back to the issue and point out significant problems with respect to the delays in receiving a response. It's 4 times higher than in some other 4 other countries similar to Canada. When it comes to these replies, it can be up to 2.5 years to get a reply. Now, when I put the question to the minister, she replied that an action plan designed to reduce the processing time is already being prepared. She even, Mr. Speaker, said it will be complete in early 2017. So now it's April 4th, 2017. And I think this is very timely. What is the status of the plan that the minister committed to putting in place at the start of 2017? It's now April. So I'd like some information, additional information on the action plan. And I know that the Auditor General is eager to see this as well, because the Auditor General put forth 8 recommendations, and the minister said that she supported the recommendations, all of them. So what is the situation? What is the update that the member opposite can provide? Because we are now in April 2017. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his very important question. And I welcome the opportunity to speak about the diligent work that our government is undertaking to improve the way income tax objections are managed and processed. As the honourable member opposite is aware, in November 2016, the Auditor General examined how efficiently the Canada Revenue Agency processes income tax objections. The CRA agrees with the 8 recommendations and has developed an action plan to address each of them. The work is already underway to improve service to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Canadians must have access to the highest level of quality service when they engage with the CRA. This is at the heart of the minister's mandate letter, which was developed after listening to Canadians, and I'm wholeheartedly committed to making every effort to reach this. Canadians want a government that delivers on its commitment, and which is why CRA is working to make real change happen. The CRA is using funding from Budget 2016 to start improving its services by increasing its capacity to efficiently resolve taxpayer objections. Every year, the CRA carries out millions of actions related to individual and business tax return. Of the 66 million transactions with taxpayers in 2014-2015, only 0.1%, Mr. Speaker, are resulted in an objection. The CRA has already taken concrete steps to strengthen the way it manages tax objections. It has identified areas of delay and conducted a full review of objection process. Since January of 2017, the CRA has started to implement changes to its processes to reduce lengthy processing times. As such, it is looking to other comparable organizations to leverage best practices, and it continues to transform its operations. Mr. Speaker, our government has made a firm commitment to supporting Canadian taxpayers by providing complete, timely, and accurate information. This is a priority for our government, who continuously strives to uphold the taxpayer bill of right. The CRA's current way of measuring processing time is based on the complexity of an objection. In November of 2016, we published descriptions of the different levels of complexity on our website. On April of this year, Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, we added updates to include actual and expected times for processing objections, as well as our new service standard for assigning and resolving low-complexity objections. The CRA will strive to respond to taxpayers on low-complexity objections within 180 days and 80% of the time. These represent 60% of all objections. Better service for Canadians means service delivered in a way that makes taxpayers feel respected and valued. In line with CRA's guiding value of collaboration, we will also ensure that decisions on objections and appeals are shared internally with all assessing and audit areas. This will be done through an enhanced and formalized feedback process. By sharing explanations on why decisions are made, employees will be able to learn from these changes and processes will be revised where required. The Auditor General has spoken. The CRA is taking action. By working to resolve income tax objection in a timely manner, the CRA will give Canadians the certainty they need about their tax affair to make informed decisions for themselves and their family. We recognize the importance of resolving income tax objections in a timely manner, Mr. Speaker, and will build on the process that it has made to continue providing helpful, client-focused service to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very disappointed in the answer this evening because we're talking about preparing, studying, looking at other jurisdictions, but the Minister committed to complete the work. She said complete the work in early 2017. So it's very surprising to hear my colleague say today that she intends to resolve low complexity objections in 180 days or less. 180 days. And she's talking about efficiency and effectiveness. I don't think that if we were to talk to an average taxpayer who sends something into the CRA, that person would be prepared to say that 180 days is an acceptable, efficient, effective, and reasonable delay. So, in addition, they're admitting that, or they're trying to say that deadlines like that are acceptable. But that's not acceptable for a reply from the CRA. So, in detail, I'd like to know what steps have been taken to date, because the Minister committed to completing the work when it comes to objections. No, it's now April 2017. The Minister committed to having completed the work in early 2017. When will this work actually then be completed?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the agency is dedicated to providing Canadians with excellent service in every interaction that they have with the CRA, including the resolution of an objection. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to providing real results to Canadians, which is why the CRA is starting to implement improvements to the program. Through improved processes and early communication with taxpayers, appeal officers will be able to efficiently process income tax objections in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, CRA regularly reviews the way it does business to make sure that the excellent service continues to be provided to Canadians. Ongoing improvements to objection process are just one of the ways that the CRA is delivering on its commitment to improve client service. Mr. Speaker, we understand more needs to be done, and we're committed to doing that for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved. The House therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.